River City, Nangong Manor. The night was deep, and the city lights had just come alive. I leaned into the leather sofa, scrutinizing this youthful body I now possessed. In my previous life, I had worked myself to death under the relentless 996 working system. Now, in this life, I was reborn as the sole son of the Nangong family. This world had experienced 30 years of spiritual energy resurgence. Those who awakened their martial spirits could become superior soul masters. Tomorrow would be my awakening ceremony. The God-tier mall system has been bound. Current balance, 350 million. The system's voice resounded within my mind, and the corner of my lips tugged upward. Money really does bring happiness. With a single thought, a semi-transparent interface appeared. Low-level awakening stone, 1,000 coins. Mid-level awakening stone, 10,000 coins. High-level awakening stone, 100,000 coins. Top-tier awakening stone, 1 million coins. There were also soul rings, soul bones, elixirs. Even a complete set of battle armor for 100 million coins was on display. For ordinary people, awakening even a low-level martial spirit could change their fate. A mid-level martial spirit? That would make one a prodigy sought after by prestigious institutions. As for me, a top-tier awakening stone at 1 million each. I could buy as many as I wanted. Tianer, why aren't you asleep yet at this hour? The study door opened, letting in a familiar fragrance. Qin Yeju had arrived. A level 42 soul elder, my private mentor. To others, she was a cold and untouchable fairy, but before me, she had just finished bathing, wearing only a delicate gauzy night dress. Her figure, every curve in its perfect place, accentuated just right. The white stockings she wore made her supple thighs look unbelievably soft. Aunt Yaju. My throat went dry as my gaze instinctively fell to her white stocking-clad legs. Her icy white stockings perfectly enveloped her legs. The flesh underneath looked irresistibly soft. Noticing my gaze, Qin Yaju's cheeks flushed red. You naughty boy, where are you looking? She bit her lip lightly and swayed her hips as she walked to the desk. When she bent down to arrange some documents, her lustrous silk nightdress slid open on both sides. The 2 full globes on her chest trembled as they hung down. Her plump behind was snugly wrapped, the straps of her stockings biting into her flesh just right. In the soft lamplight, the creamy flesh of her thighs appeared alluringly segmented by the encircling marks. Unable to resist, I stood up and pressed myself close to her from behind. Auntie, my awakening is tomorrow, and I'm feeling a little nervous. I murmured softly into her ear. Could you help me relax tonight, just this once? Qin Yaju's body went slack. Her toes encased in silk stockings flexed and tightened. Tianer, tomorrow is an important day. Her voice was soft and coy. Why are you always such a rascal? The temperature in the study seemed to rise instantly. Her breathing grew quick, the undulations of her heaving chest becoming more pronounced. Tianer, stop messing around. Tomorrow's ceremony is significant. Qin Yaju, blushing, turned to face me. Though her words were of refusal, her silk-clad legs instinctively pressed tightly together. Her face carried a delicate look of bashfulness. I chuckled lightly and opened the God-tier mall in my mind. For tomorrow's martial spirit awakening, I had to be thoroughly prepared. Looking through the elixir section. Level 1 vitality pill, 100 coins. Level 2 body purification pill, 1,000 coins. Level 3 ice essence tranquility pill, 10,000 coins. Buy 1 level 3 ice essence tranquility pill. The system deducted 10,000 coins, and the pill appeared in my palm. Its translucent blue surface emitted a faint chill. This, a level 3 superb elixir? Qin Yaju's eyes widened in astonishment. Tianer, where did you get this? Such a pill would fetch at least hundreds of thousands at an auction. Auntie, don't worry about it, I said, smirking as I held the pill. Auntie asked me how I planned to relax, didn't you? This ice essence tranquility pill happens to relax the meridians thoroughly. Feigning weakness, I deliberately let my hands tremble. But my hands feel a bit feeble right now. I was hoping Auntie could feed it to me, in a special way. Seeing the crimson flush on her delicate face, I knew Aunt Yaju understood what I meant. The ice essence pill in my hand would surely be ingested in a special manner tonight. You mischievous little thing. You're going to be the death of Auntie. She softly spat with a blush, but still knelt down obediently. Her white-stockinged legs bent slightly. Her exquisitely crafted face tilted upward, lips parting. The blue pill was taken into her mouth. The icy medicinal energy began to dissolve within, transforming into a gentle essence. Aunt Yaju's eyes turned misty as she clung to my shoulders. Her generous, soft bosom pressed tightly against my chest. She leaned closer, and her fragrant lips met mine. A mature woman's unique scent enveloped me. Her trembling tongue pried apart my teeth and guided the warm medicinal liquid, mixed with her fragrant saliva, into my mouth. Her soft, aromatic tongue hesitantly entwined with mine. The medicinal energy coursed through my body, instantly dispelling fatigue. But seeing her so compliantly yielding ignited an even stronger flame within me. After a long while, our lips parted. A glistening silver strand connected us briefly before breaking. Aunt Yaju collapsed into my embrace, her breathing ragged. Her soft, boneless body rested against my chest beneath her now slightly disheveled, moon-colored night dress. The neckline hung askew, and the twin snow-white globes within seemed right on the verge of spilling out from their silky confines. Tiana, let Auntie go now. Her flushed face brimmed with shame, and her moist eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Her white stocking-clad legs incessantly rubbed against each other. The moonlight highlighted the silken sheen of her stockings, making them temptingly luminous. Aunt Yaju, we're not done yet. I quipped with a mischievous grin, my hands sliding under the sheer silk dress to tease and support her softness. You wicked thing, always bullying Auntie. Her body shivered, rendered powerless by my ministrations. Her scented lips parted slightly as my hand roved over her curvy waist. Enough, Tianer. Annie has something serious to talk about. Chin Yaju mustered a semblance of authority, though her silken legs twitched slightly in the air, hinting at embarrassment. The young lady from the Bai family, your fiancée. She completed her martial spirit awakening today. Oh, I raised an eyebrow, my hand still roaming, absent-mindedly squeezing her perky curves. And the results? A mid-level martial spirit, the white fox, with a natural level, force spirit power. Chin Yaju, barely holding herself together under my touch, gasped softly. The Bai family is treasuring her like a gem now. A mid-level martial spirit, huh? Silently, I contemplated. For ordinary folks, such a spirit was considered remarkable. But for prestigious families like ours, it barely made the cut to be deemed exceptional. A mid-level martial spirit might be nice, but it doesn't compare to Auntie. Teasingly, I added. After all, Auntie possessed a high-level martial spirit back in the day, didn't she? A trace of pride flickered in Chin Yaju's eyes. But in the next moment, worry emerged. She only has a mid-level martial soul. With her potential, I'm afraid she can't become your proper wife. But there is a prerequisite. She hesitated, her gaze complex as she looked at me. In the end, she didn't say it. What she left unsaid was, if I fail to awaken a high-level martial soul tomorrow, the Bai family would annul the engagement on the spot. In this world, those without power are nothing more than sheep awaiting slaughter. Tianer, it's been 30 years since the revival of spiritual energy. Chin Yaju fixed her eyes on me with a grave expression. Resources for cultivation are too scarce. Without a high-level martial soul, no matter how much money you pour in, you're capped at level 30. Without strength, the Nangong family would be defenseless. I understood her perfectly. The Nangong family's influence in Linjiang isn't just due to wealth. More importantly, we secretly control an otherworld realm. Inside that realm are soul beasts. Every 10 levels, a soul master must hunt a soul beast and absorb its soul ring to advance further. Now, soul beasts have become incredibly scarce. Other than the occasional ones descending from the void or mutations among animals, the only sources are the realms controlled by major families. Auntie is indebted to your family. Chin Yaju pressed closer into my arms. My 4,000-year soul ring was personally hunted with the guidance of the old patriarch in the realm. So, I'm bound to the Nangong family for this lifetime. But the realm is a piece of prime meat. Countless eyes are on it. If you fail to awaken a strong martial soul tomorrow, we won't be able to hold on to it. Hearing her melancholy persuasion, I smiled faintly, unable to defend it. With me, Nangong Tian, there's nothing that can't be safeguarded. I opened the divine mall in my mind. Looking at the items available, confidence surged within me. Top-tier martial soul awakening stone, price, 1 million. Just spending a casual million, and I can awaken a top-tier martial soul tomorrow. One that's rarely seen in a century. Even better, I can buy one for the women by my side as well. Though the items marked super, demigod, and divine are still locked, Top tier is already enough to sweep through everything. I then browsed the elixirs and soul gear categories. Level 4 elixirs, 100,000. Level 5 elixirs, 1 million. Level 4 soul gear, 300,000. Level 5 soul gear, 3 million. Having grown up in the Nangong family, I'm very familiar with the market outside. A level 5 elixir or soul gear. Aren't these things usually priceless? People often scramble and pay tens of millions to get their hands on them. But in my divine mall, they're priced less than a tenth of those outside. And even more absurd, the deeper parts of the mall sell soul rings and bones. In this era, high-grade soul bones have become the stuff of legend. If a soul bone of just a few hundred years emerges, cities would fight tooth and nail for it. But here in my mall, anything within 100 years, 30 per year piece. From 100 to 999 years, 300 per year piece. From 1,000 to 9,999 years, 3,000 per year piece. A millennium soul bone costs only 3 million. Although anything over 10,000 years is still locked, what I have now is already enough to build a superpower. What gives me the most confidence is an entire set of radiant battle armor. Price, 1 billion. To ordinary people, this might as well be an astronomical figure. But to someone like me, a young master with 3.5 billion in pocket money, it's nothing but a drop in the bucket. A set of radiant battle armor lets a 4-ring soul ancestor explode with 6-ring soul emperor level power instantly. With these cards in hand, the Bai family, they're nothing but rubble in my eyes. Thinking of this, my grin grew wilder. I held Qin Yaju's soft back in one swoop, pulling this cold, elegant beauty into my arms. Her supple body pressed tightly against me. Tiana, what are you doing? Auntie is talking about serious matters. She gasped, her silk-clad legs curling uneasily. Her full hips brushed provocatively against my lap. Auntie Yaju, I know you care about me. I buried my face in her neck, taking a deep inhale. My warm breath caressed her ear, making her shudder lightly. But whether it's the Bai family's fiancé or Nangong's realm, they're nothing to me. Auntie only needs to watch. Tomorrow, the entire Linjiang city will tremble beneath my feet. Qin Yaju stared at me in a daze. The ambition and dominance in my eyes made even this level 42 soul elder want to yield. You little devil, spouting such big words. Her heartbeat was rapid, and her body softened under my gaze. My hand trailed up the silk-pressed curves of her body. This elegant celestial beauty finally closed her eyes, her voice a sweet, yet helpless whisper. Tiana, be gentle. Auntie belongs to you. Morning came as golden sunlight filtered into the study through the window curtains. A faint medicinal fragrance lingered in the air, mixed with the subtle dairy-like scent unique to mature women. Qin Yaju rubbed her hazy eyes, her sleepy face stirring with confusion. When she saw my mischievous grin, fragments of the wild scenes from last night surged back into her mind. Her face instantly flushed crimson, spreading all the way to her ears. She tried to pull the quilt to cover herself, but her pale sleepwear was already disheveled. The hem rested at her waist, exposing her full thighs encased in white silk. The lace garters dug deeply into her skin, and her silk-wrapped round hips still bore faint pink marks from the previous night. Tiana, stop staring. Turn away. Her trembling voice carried a hint of embarrassment, her chest softly rising and falling to match her breath. Auntie, that wasn't how you begged me last night. I chuckled low, pulling her into my arms in one motion. My hand naturally rested on her silk-clad hips, savoring the remarkable firmness. This morning, I feel full of energy. Shall Auntie lend me a hand again? You wicked thing, stop it. She melted weakly in my embrace, her sweet moans dripping with reluctance. Sweet Tiana, today is your martial soul awakening day. If we're late, where will Auntie's face go? Seeing her close to tears, I decided not to push further. Instead, I pressed a lingering kiss on her tender lips before finally releasing her. After washing up, Qin Yaju changed into an elegant Ruchuan. She had regained her celestial composure, once again exuding her serene and icy aura. But her white silk feet hidden beneath her dress still hinted at some lingering weariness. As we stepped out, we ran into the maid, Qin He. Good morning, young master. Good morning, tutor Qin. 17 or 18 years old. Qin He wore a black and white maid's outfit. Her slender waist beneath led to long legs wrapped in black silk. As she bowed politely, the fullness of her chest looked as if it might spill out at any moment. She seemed to pick up on something unusual in the air. Her small face tinged red as she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to meet my gaze. I curled my lips into a subtle smile and lightly patted Qin He's cheek. Then, with Qin Yizhu by my side, I strode toward the awakening hall. Inside the grand hall, fierce and savage soul beasts were carved into the stone pillars, their figures full of menace. At the host seat sat my father, Nen Gongxiang, a rank 53 soul king, wielding the martial soul, Violet Thunder Savage Lion. Beside him was my mother, Morong Shui, a rank 45 soul ancestor, with the martial soul of Ice Crystal White Feather. Tinner, you've come. My father's voice was like thunder, carrying an underlying tension in his gaze. Father, mother. I offered a slight bow in respect. Qin Yaju stood quietly by my side, her head lowered, visibly uneasy. System, open the marketplace, I whispered in my mind. Bloodlines. In front of my AFK system marketplace, there's simply a joke. Purchase, top-tier martial soul awakening stone for 1 million. Ding, purchase successful. Awakening an irrelevant martial soul? Absolutely not. I had to blend in seamlessly to avoid arousing suspicion. Father was Thunder attribute, mother was Ice attribute. System, adjust to Thunder Ice dual attributes. 9 heavens, Thunder Emperor Lion. Ding, adjustment successful. I stepped onto the awakening formation. Tianer, relax. Father's hands trembled with so much anxiety that his knuckles turned white. A dazzling blue light shot straight into the heavens. Boom, crack. The divine thunder from the 9 skies crashed down in an explosion. Purple thunder clouds blanketed the sky, and the temperature plummeted to freezing. Roar! A colossal lion figure, 10 zhang in height, emerged behind me, cloaked in lightning armor and stepping upon icy flurries. This aura, Father's pupils constricted to pinpoints. Even his Violet Thunder Savage Lion trembled uncontrollably, seemingly wanting to kneel. A top-tier martial soul. Mother clasped her hand over her mouth, completely abandoning her usual dignified composure. The great elder shakily brought forward the crystal sphere. Young master, please test your soul power. I placed my right hand on the crystal sphere. Buzz! In an instant, a radiant blue-golden light erupted. Bang! The entire crystal sphere glowed brilliantly, flawless and immaculate. The hall fell into absolute silence. The voice of the great elder quivered. Innate full soul power. Rank 10. The crowd erupted in excitement. In Linjiang City, a Rolls-Royce Phantom streaked through the streets at high speed. Inside the back seat, Bai Xiao crossed her legs. 18 years old, she wore a light blue pleated skirt. Her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings revealed hints of tender pink flesh as they caught the light. She was my fiancée, in name, anyway. A mid-tier martial soul, white fox, with rank 4 soul power. She played around with her diamond ring absent-mindedly. Pairing up with the Nangong family, it's just barely suitable, isn't it? Today, she was headed to witness my martial soul awakening. If he only awakens a mid-tier martial soul, I'll accept being his main wife, she smirked casually. But those other women around him? I'll have to rein them in hard. Yet, as her thoughts already turned calculating. If it's a high-tier martial soul, she muttered with a frown, the Nangong family will surely throw more women at him. Then I'll have to fight with those coquettish, scheming foxes for favor. What a headache. Suddenly, her communication device buzzed incessantly. Xiao, where are you? Her grandfather's voice, trembling and overly emotional, came through. Grandpa still on the way, why? What's wrong? Immediately set aside your arrogance. The elderly man's shout was nearly hysterical. Nangong Tian has awakened a top-tier variant martial soul. The 9 heavens Thunder Emperor Lion. Innate full soul power. Rank 10. Boom! Bai Xiao's mind went blank. Her legs, dressed in black stockings, suddenly trembled, and her high heels clattered onto the car floor. A top-tier martial soul. Her voice cracked, her face turning deathly pale. She knew exactly what this meant. The future soul sage, or even potentially, a titled Dola. Xiao, forget being the first wife. Her grandfather's voice softened into a humbled tone. Even if you end up as his concubine, or just a mere attendant, you must hold tight to his coattails. When you see him, lower your pride to the dust. If it means kneeling, then kneel. Do you hear me? The call ended abruptly. Bai Xiao quivered all over, staring at her own reflection in the car window. The once proud face now felt parched and pale. Her legs, encased in black stockings, were so weak they could barely close together. Taking a deep breath, her eyes shimmered, no longer arrogant. They now brimmed only with humbleness and the anticipation of supplication, as if she were about to face a god. Meanwhile, inside the Nangong family's awakening hall, the thunder and ice storms subsided at last. The entire hall was plunged into an eerie silence. I stood on the raised platform, one hand casually tucked into my pocket, my tailored suit neat and impeccable, a faint smile lingering at the corner of my lips. A top-tier martial soul? It was simply as I expected. Tian'er, my amazing son, my father, Nangong rushed forward, heavily slapping my shoulder in excitement. Our Nangong family is truly blessed by the heavens. His eyes glinted with unshed tears of joy. Such imperial grace emanates from the young master. The Nangong family shall surely reign supreme over Jiangnan province. The elders all knelt down, their aged faces wet with elation and disbelief. Off to the side, Qin Yaju stood watching me, her gaze complex with emotions. Her chest heaved rapidly. A top-tier martial soul, he actually achieved it. Her legs trembled slightly beneath her skirt. The memories of last night flooded her mind. To think that the man she had served so humbly was the future Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor. Whatever karmic pride she'd once felt within vanished utterly. Everyone was immersed in celebration. No one noticed my mother, Morong Shui. Tears slid silently down her face, but deep within her eyes, a flicker of terror was etched across her expressions. Her fingers clawed tightly into her chair's armrests, nearly breaking her nails. Because in her heart, she harbored an earth-shattering secret. I was not, in fact, Nangongxiong's biological son. She couldn't bear children. I was merely an orphan she had picked up back then. For years, she had lived in dread, worrying the truth would reveal itself during my awakening. But she had never imagined this. I had awakened a lion martial soul, thunder attribute at that, and it perfectly aligned not only with the Nangong family's bloodline, but even ascended to a top-tier martial soul. Could this be the will of the heavens? Morong Shui took a deep, trembling breath, pushing down her panic. When her gaze fell upon me again, commanding the awe and adoration of everyone present, her emotions swirled in utter complexity. Still, what triumphed most was the pride of a mother. I caught the fleeting strangeness in my mother's eyes, but simply offered her a faint smile without digging further. Turning my head, amidst the residual flashes of thunder and cold light inside the hall, I teasingly winked at Qin Yaju. Her delicate frame quivered. Her rosy cheeks blushed instantaneously, and she hurriedly darted her gaze downward, clasping the hem of her dress as if wanting to bury herself in a hole out of pure shyness. Report. The Bai family's carriage has arrived. Bai Xiao requests an audience with the young master. The loud shout of a guard echoed from outside the hall. The corner of my mouth curled with a hint of amusement. Bai Xiao, the fiancée who had always feigned indifference toward me. Let's see just how much groveling she'll do to please me now. After I left, in the side chambers, father, mother, and a few elders gathered in discussion. Qin Yaju stood obediently nearby, though her legs, wrapped visibly in white fabric, still trembled faintly in lingering shock. Tian'er awakening a top-tier martial soul is a monumental event of a century. Father's eyes gleamed with thunderous light. By tradition, with innate full soul power at rank 10, a soul beast must be hunted immediately to acquire his first soul ring. The great elder stroked his beard and said, for ordinary people, their first spirit ring typically lasts only 1 to 200 years. But for the young lord, it must be at least 300 years, possibly even the limit of 400 years. Only then will it be worthy of the golden spirit ring configuration. Mother's delicate brows slightly furrowed. A 300-year spirit ring's tearing sensation is no joke. Tian'er has been pampered since childhood. Rest assured, madam, we've already made arrangements, the great elder interjected with a glint in his eye. We specifically invited the iron-blooded rose, Shen Shuanghua, from Linjiang City's ancient martial arts world. Shen Shuanghua? The one who lacks a spirit but defeated spirit masters using ancient martial inner strength. Father was slightly astonished. Exactly. She will serve as the young lord's body-strengthening mentor, dedicating 7 days to tempering his physique to perfection. If I had known about Shen Shuanghua's story earlier, I'd surely find it intriguing. A top-tier beauty capable of tempering bodies, yet she hasn't awakened a spirit? Isn't this the perfect goddess stumbling into my hands? Tomorrow night, there will be a grand auction at Tianyu Auction House. my father said in a deep voice. A few rare, bone-tempering spirit herbs will be featured. I will personally take you there to acquire them. Coupled with Shun Shuanghua's body-strengthening techniques, will push your physique to its peak. He then glanced at Qin Yaju. Yaju, Tian'er has been drawing too much attention recently. The Bai family and other factions are watching in the shadows. Until he acquires his first spirit ring, you must stay by his side and protect him. Are you willing? Stay by my side at all times. Protect me so closely? Qin Yaju's delicate frame trembled slightly, and the memories of the absurd events that occurred at the bathtub last night and the study flashed in her mind. To guard me closely for 24 hours a day, that would mean she'd be with me day and night. Her silky legs encased in white stockings unconsciously rubbed together. Her serene, elegant face flushed with a charming blush. Yaju accepts the responsibility without fail. She lowered her head and muttered, her voice trembling. I vow to guard the young lord with my life. Yet, in her heart, she couldn't quell the heated anticipation. Within the drawing room, I casually reclined on a silk sofa. My legs spread slightly, one arm resting lazily on the armrest. I looked every bit like a young king. Bai Xiao knelt on the carpet between my legs. Her pert hips neatly tucked under her, wrapped securely in her black stockings. Her bowed head revealed a flushed face that appeared on the cusp of dripping blood, exuding submission like a tamed, well-trained little pet. Xiao, greets the young lord. Her voice trembled with a hint of flattery. She lost her pride long ago when she witnessed my top-tier spirit and full spirit energy. Oh, young lord. I looked down at her from above, my gaze trailing across her nervously heaving chest and the alluring curves of her stocking-clad legs now cinched tightly by the fabric. Miss Bai, weren't you so arrogant before? Why are you obediently kneeling at my feet today? She visibly shuddered, pulling her black-stockinged legs closer together in unease, biting her red lips. Reluctantly and submissively, she scooted closer, finally placing her tender hands over my knees, hesitant as she began to massage my legs mechanically. Xiao was immature in the past. Serving the young lord is an unparalleled honor for me across 8 lifetimes, she continued, tilting her flushed face upward. Her captivating eyes brimmed with both pleading submission and infatuation. I beg the young lord for forgiveness. Relishing in the service of this distinguished heiress, I leisurely leaned back while simultaneously opening the divine shop interface in my mind. Browsing through the section for spirit awakening stones, I abruptly spotted a system notification. Ding! System notification. When awakening stones are used on others, they imprint a master-servant mark deep within the soul. Effect: the target will display absolute loyalty towards the host, developing passionate infatuation and unwavering devotion. Holy! My eyes narrowed slightly, and a surging thrill coursed through my chest. This system function, it's practically a divine tool for building a harem. I have over 300 million. Spending even 1 or 10 million could elevate Qin Yaju's spirit to peak levels. The thought alone deepened the devilish curve of my smile. The faint floral scent lingered in the drawing room as Bai Xiao remained kneeling between my legs, her cheeks burning fervently. Her delicate hands continued cautiously massaging my thighs. I leaned lazily in the chair, letting my hand slide down her neck. It slowly traveled lower before firmly squeezing her curvaceous hips through her dress. Her body shuddered, but instead of resisting, she obediently rested her cheek against my knee. Not bad, Xiao. I patted her face and stood up. The thought of the store's spirit evolution stone was still buzzing in my mind. There was no time to waste here. This young lord has matters to attend to. You may return for now. Yes. Xiao humbly seized the young lord off. She remained kneeling, waiting respectfully until I disappeared from sight. When I entered the garden, I encountered Qin Yaju. Today, she was noticeably reserved, likely due to the elder's instructions about closely guarding me. Her elegant robe hung gracefully over her silhouette, revealing slender legs wrapped delicately in white stockings. When her gaze landed on me, a fleeting trace of resentment flashed within her eyes. Tian'er. She quickly approached, her chest faintly heaving with each step. Auntie heard, the family invited a new personal mentor for you. I tilted my head toward her. She bit her lip, her expression growing increasingly plaintive. It said that Shun Shuanghua isn't just beautiful, but will also be closely tempering your body. Tian'er, do you think having Auntie isn't enough? Hearing the jealousy dripping from her words, how could I not understand what was going on? Oh, Is Auntie Yaju jealous? I teased as I stepped in close, cornering her against one of the redwood pillars of the corridor with a hand above her. Tianer, this is the veranda, she exclaimed in alarm, her body softening like butter. Auntie, Shun Shuanghua is merely my body-strengthening mentor. Leaning into her ear, I mischievously whispered, You're my exclusive relief mentor. How could she possibly compare to you? You wicked child, saying such shameless things. Auntie Yaju stammered, her voice melting sweetly as her beautiful eyes glistened like a tender, dewy springtime pool. Any traces of prior resentment long evaporated. I clasped her hand and led her back to the chambers, shutting the door behind us to grant complete solitude. Seating her carefully at the edge of the bed, my teasing smirk faded into seriousness. Auntie Yaju. I took her face gently in both hands, gazing intently into her eyes. Setting aside the gratitude owed to the Nangong family, or your role as my mentor, would you genuinely, sincerely choose to be my woman? To belong to me alone forever? She stared at me in stunned silence. Tianer, I. Her breaths came quicker, her tender, trembling voice barely above a whisper. From last night onward, I've already been yours. As long as you don't mind this lifetime, I will serve only you. Perfect. She leaned into my chest, her entire being soft and pliant as a blooming lotus. Tianer, Auntie will belong to you for the rest of her life. I pinched her waist gently and said, Release your martial soul. She looked at me, puzzled but obediently nodded. Pay attention. A surge of icy spiritual power erupted instantly. A frigid jade ice lotus appeared in her palm. Her spirit rings slowly rose. One white, two yellow, one purple. 1,000-year purple ring. Such rarity barely existed in the entire Linjiang city. Tianer, is something wrong? Tilting her head, her eyes were filled with confusion. I didn't answer. My gaze fixed on the icy jade lotus in Qin Yaju's hand as I silently murmured in my heart. System, purchase a top-tier martial soul evolution stone. Ding, 100,000 deducted, purchase successful. Use it. Boom. The entire hall was instantly flooded with golden light. A divine sacred glow descended from the heavens, transforming into a rain of golden runes that surged endlessly into Qin Yaju's martial soul. What kind of power is this? Her beautiful eyes widened in sheer shock. A primeval divine force surged into her body, completely reconstructing her very bloodline and soul. Tianer, I'm so hot. Her delicate body trembled violently, collapsing limply into my arms. Just as she was about to lose control, the Supreme Master Servant mark subtly fused into her soul. The once rampant energy suddenly became calm and docile. The frigid jade ice lotus in her hands bloomed uncontrollably. The deep blue petals transformed into a pure holy white hue, imbued with divine ice patterns. The floor beneath us frosted over with layers of thick ice. Her martial soul evolved, 9 heavenly sacred ice lotus. A top-tier martial soul. Qin Yaju was utterly stunned. Her former level 42 bottleneck had shaken loose. Tianer, what did you do? She clutched my sleeve, her eyes brimmed with disbelief. Auntie, I promised to bring you happiness. A smirk curved on my lips, and I pressed her beneath me. Tianer, Auntie will belong to you in this lifetime. A tear of overwhelming emotion slid down her cheek as she unreservedly wrapped her arms around my waist. Her crimson lips parted slightly. Over an hour later, Qin Yaju lay limply atop my chest, her entire being tinged with a soft, rosy hue. Her black hair, dampened with sweat, clung to her delicate face, making her all the more alluring. I gently stroked the silky smoothness of her back. As an impulse spurred within me, I opened up the system's pill menu. Her martial soul just evolved. Let's help Auntie boost her spiritual energy further. My gaze settled on a level 5 pill. Level 5 9-turn soul refining pill. Cost 1 million. An item so scarce it was priceless outside. Here, it cost merely 1 million. Buy it. Ding, purchase successful. A shimmering 9-colored pill materialized in my hand as the fragrant medicinal aroma filled the air, invigorating Qin Yaju's spirit. Tianer, what is this? She propped herself up and fixed her gaze on the pill. A level 5 9-turn soul refining pill. It's enough for you to break through. I held the pill at her lips. Level 5 pill? No way. Qin Yaju pushed it away in refusal. That's too precious. You should keep it for yourself. Her consideration for me warmed my heart. Auntie, I can have as many of these as I want. I flashed her a wicked smile. System, buy another. Ding, purchase successful. With a flip of my hand, another pill appeared. Impossible. Qin Yaju was completely taken aback. Be good. I tucked the pill into her mouth. Go into seclusion. This is an order. Her eyes reddened as she kissed me tenderly, wrapped herself lightly in sheer silk, and stepped into the meditation chamber. Inside, she sat cross-legged and swallowed the pill. Boom. The pill's power erupted within her. A radiant nine-colored glow coursed through her entire body, assaulting the bottleneck of the Soul King realm. The 9 heavenly sacred ice lotus emitted countless beams of holy light. Meanwhile, I leaned lazily against the soft cushions in the sleeping chamber. System, open the Spirit Ring interface. The Spirit Ring price list emerged before my eyes. A century-old Spirit Ring cost just 10 coins per year. A 1,000-year Spirit Ring cost 1,000 per year. A 10,000-year Spirit Ring skyrocketed to a staggering 10,000 per year. The corner of my lips curled upward. Holding on to 350 million, I could easily splurge on a near 10,000-year premium purple ring. Worth a pittance. The system's Spirit Rings were perfectly compatible, absorbed effortlessly without harm. Taking a 1,000-year ring as my first Spirit Ring would defy all conventional logic. But how would I explain it to those at home? The norm of this world capped a first Spirit Ring's limit at barely over 400 years. If I awakened tomorrow and revealed a 1,000-year ring the day after, even the term peerless genius wouldn't suffice. The old monsters of this world would set their sights on me without hesitation. At its core, it boiled down to my strength or lack of it. If I were powerful enough, or if I commanded a formidable force, no one would dare breathe a word, even if I flaunted a 10,000-year first ring. This was precisely why I nurtured Qin Yaju. To bolster this breathtakingly beautiful mentor to the Soul King, Soul Emperor tier. With the Namgong family's latent power, I could dominate Linjiang City as I wished. Boom! A sudden torrent of spiritual energy erupted within the meditation chamber. Frost and snow filled the air as layers of ice spread across the floor. Was it done? The door creaked open. Qin Yaju emerged, her cheeks flushed as though tipsy. Tianer, Auntie succeeded. She leapt into my arms without hesitation. Her sheer nightdress was disheveled, and her ripe, luscious figure pressed firmly against my chest. That pill was incredible. She wrapped her arms around my neck and whispered breathily into my ear. It directly pushed me from level 42 to the peak of level 44. 1 pill, 2 levels gained. Seeing the tears of joy in her eyes, I smiled. For a level 5 pill, a Soul King's treasure, it was only natural for such results when used on her level 42 self. Auntie, and you're satisfied with just 2 levels? With a devilish grin, I lifted her soft, silk-adorned figure and positioned her across my lap. My large hand grazed across the tender softness of her inner thigh. Tianer, Auntie, is already deeply satisfied. Her trembling voice was light and airy. Never, not in my wildest dreams, did Auntie think she would experience something like this divine pill. Qin Yaju exhaled beside my ear, her exhaustion rendering her completely pliable. Not nearly enough. A wicked smirk played on my lips, as I mentally commanded the system. Purchase 2 more 9-turn soul refining pills. Ding, 200,000 deducted. Purchase successful. With a flick of my hand, 2 more 9-colored glowing pills now accompanied the one already in my possession. This. Qin Yaju's voice cracked in disbelief. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes wide with terror. 3 level 5 pills. The kind of treasures that could serve as the foundation of the most prestigious families in the capital? Tianer, just who exactly are you? She bit her lip, trembling and at a loss. In the very next moment, her gaze turned resolute. Whatever secrets you might have, even if the entire world becomes our enemy, Auntie will do everything to become your shield. With trembling hands, she accepted the 3 pills. Go, continue your training. I smiled and patted her shapely, silk-clad, beautiful hips. Wait for the day when your aunt becomes a Soul King. Tianer, when your aunt emerges from seclusion, you can bully me as much as you want. Qin Yaju's face turned a deep shade of red, and she lightly kissed my cheek. Holding onto 3 grade 5 pills, she quickly retreated to the cultivation chamber. The door shut tight. Qin Yaju sat down cross-legged and consumed the 2nd pill. Boom! The 9-colored medicinal power surged through her entire body. Within half an hour, her soul power, already at the peak of level 44, instantly broke through. Level 45. Level 46. Looking at the 2 remaining pills in her hand, she trembled with excitement. 2 more? Can I truly break through to become a Soul King? A Soul King. In the entire Linjiang city, such a person would be revered as an honored guest. Even my father was only a level 53 Soul King. Qin Yezhu took a deep breath and swallowed the 3rd pill. Level 47 breakthrough. Level 48 breakthrough. The final pill went down. Level 49. The bottleneck of level 50. Inside the chamber, the icy spiritual power erupted. The walls became covered in dark ice. Qin Yezhu opened her eyes, a holy white glint of icy brilliance flashing through them. Level 50. She looked at her glowing, jade-like hands and was so moved she could cry. All that was left was to obtain a 5th soul ring, and she would officially become a Soul King. The door slammed open. Mist filled with spiritual, icy energy poured out, instantly covering the sleeping hall with frost. Qin Yezhu walked out lightly. Having just broken through several levels, her body was drenched in fragrant sweat. Her moon-white nightgown, soaked through, clung tightly to a silhouette of extraordinary curves. Congratulations, Aunt Yezhu, on stepping into the realm of a Soul King-to-be. I leaned against the headboard of the bed, looking at Qin Yezhu in front of me. She looked as though she had stepped out of a painting. Tianer, Aunt succeeded. Hearing my voice, she could no longer hold back. She ran over and leaped into my embrace. Those legs, clad in white silk stockings, straddled my waist. Her entire body pressed against me, her eyes brimming with love. Tianer, this feels like a dream. She rested her face against the nook of my neck. Before meeting you, I only dared to dream of acquiring a millennial soul ring. Now, my martial soul has evolved, and even my body has been refined by divine pills. This time, perhaps I can attempt a 3,000-year soul ring. At the thought of 3,000 years, her heartbeat quickened. In the entire history of Linjiang City, only geniuses could deserve such a feat. But then, worry settled on her face again. A 3,000-year ice attribute soul beast is so rare. And the Thunder Domain secret realm isn't in your hands. Those elders in the Bai clan would surely grow suspicious. Watching her fret over me, I just smiled calmly. A secret realm? Elders? The Bai clan? In my presence, none of these mattered. Noticing my nonchalance, a thought seemed to dawn on her. Tianer, if you can produce grade 5 divine pills, could it be you can also procure soul rings? A 5,000-year one. When 5,000 years crossed her mind, her whole body trembled with excitement. If there truly were a 5,000-year soul ring, her strength would surpass others of the same level several times over. Seeing her like this, I sighed inwardly. For the 5th soul ring, the best would undoubtedly be a 10,000-year black ring. Unfortunately, the 10,000-year soul ring store in the system was still locked. I had no idea how to unlock it. Qin Yezhu's white silk-clad legs trembled slightly in my lap, slightly moist with sweat. As I gently caressed her, I said helplessly, Aunt Yezhu, you'll have to make do with this one for now. She misunderstood, thinking I could only manage to provide a 1,000-year soul ring. Placing both her hands over my mouth, she said, anything you give, Tinner, even if it's just a 100-year soul ring, I'll gladly accept it. Looking at this gentle and devoted perfect wife, I couldn't help but laugh. Aunt, you've misunderstood. System, purchase a 9,999-year soul ring. Deduct 9,999,000 yen. Purchase successful. Extract it. Boom. The space ripped open. An overwhelming pressure burst forth. A dark purple soul ring emerged from the void. So deep it was almost black, its edges imbued with black divine runes. An unparalleled treasure on the verge of 10,000 years. This pressure. Qin Yezhu was utterly dumbfounded. Her shapely legs in white silk trembled violently, her full hips turning soft. An ultimate soul ring nearing 10,000 years. Tianer, how can a soul ring just appear out of thin air? Isn't it only obtainable by personally killing soul beasts? Her worldview was crumbling. I curled my lips into a devilish smirk. Aunt, I've told you, anything produced must be of the highest quality. I held her trembling body tightly in my arms, gently stroking her heated neck. Don't ask. Sit down. Activate your 9 heavens frostfire holy lotus and absorb this ring. Don't worry. It holds no trace of resentment anymore. Qin Yezhu took a deep breath, her face still filled with tender affection. Tianer, I'll listen to you. She moved out from my lap and sat cross-legged on the icy platform. In her palm, the holy lotus began to bloom. The dark purple soul ring slowly descended. Buzz! The soul ring entered her body. There was no excruciating pain. The terrifying torrent of soul power was as gentle as a stream, seamlessly merging into her martial soul. Half an hour passed. Boom! The pressure of a level 51 Soul King swept through the room. Qin Yaju's beautiful eyes opened. The entire sleeping chamber blossomed with icy flowers in an instant. 5 soul rings rose around her. White, yellow, purple, and finally, the dark purple one. The youngest extreme ice soul king in Linjiang City was born. Stabilizing the soul power within her, her eyes overflowed with joy. Tianer, Ant has succeeded. Level 51 Soul King. This soul ring even granted me an exceptionally powerful soul skill. She hugged my neck and whispered breathlessly into my ear. The 5th soul skill is called Holy Lotus Absolute Ice Sealing Domain. It can instantly freeze a 1,000-meter radius. It halves an opponent's speed and soul power, and it summons countless ice lances for annihilation. It's stronger than the 6th soul skill of a soul emperor. Looking at the beautiful woman in my arms, moved to tears by happiness, I chuckled lightly. Ant, it's just a 9,000-year soul ring. And it's moved you this much. I lifted Qin Yaju into my arms, holding her firmly. Ant, I'll gift you an ultimate trump card that can dominate all of Linjiang City. What kind of trump card? Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Have you heard of battle armor? Battle armor? Qin Yaju shook her head. No. Is it some kind of defensive soul device? But even the strongest grade 4 soul device in Linjiang City isn't of much use to a soul king. I understood immediately. In this world where spiritual energy had only been reviving for 30 years, even grade 5 soul devices were mere legends. Not to mention a divine artifact like battle armor. Ant, a battle armor can perfectly integrate with your martial soul. It acts as a second martial soul. I directly opened the system shop. Purchased the complete set of one-word battle armor, extreme ice attribute. Ding, 1 billion deducted, purchase successful. The void twisted. A set of silver armor slowly emerged. It was engraved with mysterious runes, exuding an oppressive aura that made Qin Yaju short of breath. What divine artifact is this? She was so shocked that she collapsed onto the bed. Try it on. Qin Yaju took a deep breath and injected her soul power into the battle armor. In an instant, the battle armor transformed into countless streams of light, merging into her body. The armor bonded to her. The silver battle armor fit her curves perfectly. A lotus divine mark appeared on her forehead. Her soul power surged wildly. From level 51, she broke through straight to Soul Emperor, nearing Soul Sage. Heavens! Qin Yaju exclaimed in shock. I can now easily defeat a level 70 Soul Sage, crossing 2 entire major realms. In a world where one level higher could dominate, crossing 2 realms was nothing short of a miracle. That's right. This is the power of the one-word battle armor. I smiled as I pulled her into my embrace. Through the cold silver armor, I could feel her scorching hot body. With this set of battle armor, combined with your martial spirit, Auntie, in Linjiang City, as long as there's no contra, you can walk sideways without worry. Qin Yaju clung tightly to me, tears trailing down her cheeks. Tianer, with this divine armor, Auntie will protect you to the death. If anyone dares to harm even a single hair on you, I'll make sure they die without a proper burial. She caressed the silver armor on her body, but suddenly furrowed her brows. But Tianer, this battle armor's soul power fluctuations are too strong. I can't wear it all the time, but where should I store it? My storage ring is only 1 cubic meter. It can't fit at all. I chuckled. Auntie, you call 1 cubic meter a storage ring? I gave her a playful pinch and opened the system shop. Level 5 storage soul tool, 50 cubic meters of space. Price, 3 million gold coins each. Buy 2, couples edition. Ding. 6 million deducted, purchase successful. 2 deep sea silver rings appeared in my palm. Tianer, these are. Qin Yaju's delicate face turned crimson. How could she not understand the significance of matching rings? Come on, let me put it on for you. I held her soft, fair hand. I slid the female version of the silver ring onto her ring finger. I then softly pulled up her beautiful, silk-clad leg and pressed a kiss on the top of her foot. Oh, Tianer. She blushed furiously, retracting her delicate foot as she gazed at me lovingly. when she infused her soul power into it. 50. 50 cubic meters? Qin Yaju's voice broke in utter shock. That's 50 times larger than mine. Out there, even 2 cubic meters is priceless and hard to find. This is practically divine. All right, Auntie, quickly store the battle armor away now. I gently tapped her smooth cheek. Aunt Yeju bit her red lip, and the silver battle armor instantly turned into silver light, entering the storage ring. She caressed the matching ring on her finger, her eyes filled entirely with me. Tianer, Auntie is yours for this lifetime. I gazed down at her in my arms, my lips curling into a smirk. We're not done yet. You just had a breakthrough. Your foundation is unstable. With a flick of my wrist, 9 radiant pills glowing with 9-colored divine light appeared in my palm. Take these. I stuffed the pills into her hand and gave her a playful pat on her shapely rear. Go into seclusion. Master the battle armor before coming out. Aunt Yaju's eyes glistened as mist welled up. Auntie will listen to you. She gave me a kiss on the cheek and swayed her hips as she entered the private cultivation chamber. The sleeping quarters quieted down. I leaned back on the sofa, opened the system shop, and glanced at my balance, frowning slightly. After buying the battle armor, those storage rings, and a dozen pills, I'm only left with around 200 million? That's a bit low. My phone buzzed. It was my dad, sending a message. Tianer, tomorrow night at the Tianyu auction, I'll take you to bid for bone-tempering holy grass. I chuckled. Bone-tempering holy grass? That stuff isn't even as good as the most basic pills in my shop. However, oh right, the auction is starting. Why not sell a few pills there? In the shop, a level 5, 9-turn soul refining pill costs only 1 million. At the external auction, starting price is 30 million. And the final bidding price could skyrocket to 100 million. A freaking profit margin of dozens of times. Selling just a couple of pills would easily plug my financial gap. Plus, I could use it to push my dad from Soul King at level 53 directly to Soul Emperor. Linjiang City has never had a Soul Emperor before. I smirked. Wait, I can't use my real identity. An 18-year-old taking out level 5 divine pills? Those old monsters would devour the Nangong family, bones and all. I needed a fake identity. The hidden mastermind of some mysterious force. In the shop, there's a 1,000 faces illusion mask for several 100,000. It could fool even a level 70 soul sage. Perfect. In the Eastern District, a private ancient martial arts hall. Shin Shuanghua was training relentlessly. At 24, she had reached the peak of dark energy. She was just half a step away from becoming an internal force grandmaster. Her black sports vest was soaked with sweat. Her yoga pants outlined an explosive figure. Director Shun, tomorrow morning, head to the Nangong estate. Her secretary's voice came through. Serve as Nangong Tian's ancient martial arts tutor for 7 days. She wiped her sweat and sneered. Nangong Tian, that spoiled young master? So what if he had a top-tier martial spirit? Without a powerful physique, absorbing high-grade soul rings would make him explode from within. The Nangong family wants me to forcibly help him absorb a 300-year soul ring? Tomorrow, I want to see how long this so-called Thunder Lion Emperor lasts under my fists. I just hope he doesn't cry. Throwing on her cloak, she strode off with long steps. Back in the sleeping quarters, Aunt Yeju had reached level 51, so there was no need to worry about her for now. It was time to make preparations for my first soul ring. I glanced down at myself. Innate full soul power at level 10, I was already stuck at the bottleneck. Without absorbing a soul ring, my rank wouldn't budge. If I can't raise soul power for now, I'll work on strengthening my body. Although soul rings from the system had no side effects, sooner or later, I would have to show off in public. Having a weak physique while wielding high-end soul rings? That would be asking for trouble. System, open the pill column. A beginner, body-tempering pill, just 100 coins. Try one. Clutching the black-brown pill, I swallowed it directly. The medicinal power dissolved, and a warm current coursed through my entire body. Refreshing. Too bad the effects were weak. It didn't last long. Not good enough. I'm the 9 Heavens Thunder Lion. I need the strong stuff. A 9-turn bone-tempering pill for 1,000 coins. To my current 200 million balance? Nothing but a drizzle. Buy it. A radiant silver pill sparkled as it landed in my hand. The terrifying medicinal power erupted instantly. My bones crackled and popped. Impurities were forced out through my pores. Who knows how much time passed? I opened my eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering within. I looked down at my body. 8 defined abdominal muscles, every line clear and sharp. With this body now, absorbing a 400-year soul ring won't be an issue. With sticky grime covering me, I decided to take a shower. Just as I slipped on a robe after bathing, my phone rang. Young master, Shun Shuanghua, the instructor, has arrived. That fiery-tempered martial arts mistress? Why is she so early? I smirked, strolling leisurely toward the guest hall. Outside the door, Shun Shuanghua strode forward, her black cloak billowing in the wind. Her icy, proud face was full of arrogance. Director Shun, the young master, is bathing. The little maid, Qing He, hurried to catch up to her. Bathing? The sun's already high up, and he's still showering? Shun Shuanghua sneered. A so-called soul master prodigy, living so delicately? Move. With a slight tremor of her inner martial energy, she pushed Qing He aside. I'll go wake him up myself. Bang. The door was pushed open. Shun Shuanghua had intended to catch a flustered, disheveled young master in the act. Instead, she froze, her eyes flashing with shock. I had just finished bathing, standing next to the bath. My black hair was still dripping water, the droplets trailing down my face. I casually draped myself in a black robe, worn loosely. The neckline was wide open, revealing a solid chest. 8 chiseled abs appeared faintly. This physique. Shun Shuanghua sucked in a breath of cold air. As someone at the peak of dark energy martial arts, she could tell at a glance. This wasn't some pampered weakling. This was a humanoid beast. Director Shun, your entrance certainly is unique. I crossed my arms, playfully inspecting her. I had to admit, this woman was a stunner. Standing tall at 175 centimeters, her black yoga pants accentuated her long legs. Her shapely backside was tightly hugged by the pants, like a perfectly ripened peach. Humph, the young master of the Nangong family has got good looks. Suppressing her surprise, Shun Shuanghua's phoenix-like eyes still carried that aura of arrogance. But martial arts aren't about appearances. For your first lesson today, I'll teach you stance training. Stance training? I raised an eyebrow. That's right. Soul masters have weak lower bodies. Without a steady foundation, no technique is worth a damn. Snorting coldly, she clearly intended to put me in my place. Watch closely. This is the iron line stance of ancient martial arts. Her legs suddenly spread apart as she sank slowly into position. Her yoga pants stretched to their absolute limits. The fabric clung tightly to her curvy behind, carving out an unbelievable outline in the moonlight. The rise and fall of her breathing made the tight vest on her chest undulate like crashing waves. I watched her this way, not even blinking. My gaze roamed up and down between her firm backside and heaving chest, a smirk of appreciation forming at the corners of my lips. Scoundrel, where are you looking? Her face turned bright red. Annoyance flashed in her phoenix eyes. Director Shun, I'm just carefully observing your posture. I laughed out loud, my laughter unrestrained and wild. My form shifted, the hem of my black robe fluttered. My legs spread apart, knees slightly bent, my back straightened. In an instant, I struck a perfect iron line stance. Shun Shuanghua crossed her arms, glaring at me coldly. Just wait till you embarrass yourself. She sneered inwardly. The stance training of ancient martial arts seemed simple but exerted enormous pressure. Most ordinary people couldn't last 5 minutes on their first attempt. Yet again, she was completely wrong. I became a 1,000-year-old stone, my breathing steady as a mountain. Residual divine medicinal power within me unexpectedly surged. Along the stretching ligaments and tendons, the energy scrambled to integrate with my body. Buzzing. A roaring sound of the Thunder Lion Emperor echoed within me. My body's strength skyrocketed rapidly. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. I stood steadier and steadier, purple gold lightning surrounding me in a thin veil. Shun Shuanghua's red lips were parted in shock. How is this possible? Entering the realm of embracing the source, defending unity on the first attempt. What kind of monster is he? Watching my aura grow stronger and stronger. Panic finally crept into her eyes. Enough. That's it for today. Shun Shuanghua called out in frustration, her voice laced with embarrassment. I opened my eyes slowly, purple gold arcs flickering in the air. Director Shun, I was just getting into the rhythm. Seeing my amused, mocking expression, she felt as though her pride was stamped into the dirt. Humph, being good at stances doesn't mean you can fight. Shun Shuanghua tore off her cloak. The tight combat attire outlined her breathtaking figure. I'll use my Iron Blood Dark Energy Fist to test your bones. To see just how tough you really are. My smirk grew even more devilish. I'll keep you company to the end. The atmosphere in the training room tensed to the extreme. Shen Shuanghua suddenly slammed her foot down. In the blink of an eye, she swept forward like a black panther. Young master, watch yourself. Her jade-like hand clenched into a fist, dark energy rippling within. Iron blood, dark energy fist. I laughed boldly, meeting her fist head-on. Bang! The collision of fists produced a dull noise. A sinister force snuck into my arm. I stepped back half a step, my arm slightly numb. Heh, brute strength won't help you. Shen Shuanghua smirked smugly. Her attacks came like a torrent, each strike aimed to maim. Your stance is weak, full of openings. And this is what you call a proclaimed genius. Dodging her attacks, I grinned wickedly. Director Shen, you sure are fiery. But, time to get serious. My eyes turned ice cold. An overwhelming aura blasted outward. 9 heavens thunder lion appear. Roar. A gigantic, purple-gold lion's shadow materialized behind me. Lightning rampaged. Electric arcs illuminated the space. This pressure, Shen Shuanghua's body froze. Under the terrifying emperor's might, she almost collapsed to her knees. But gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stay upright. You don't even have a soul ring. Let's see how I break your lightning. Gathering her dark energy again, she aimed another punch. Unfortunately, she had entirely miscalculated. The boost from a top-tier beast martial spirit far outstripped her imagination. Bang! With a single effortless palm, I caught her iron blood fist. Purple-gold arcs of lightning exploded instantly. Her inner dark energy was obliterated completely. Impossible, she cried out in shock. I stepped in close, invading her personal space. Close enough to catch the alluring scent of her mature body. My eyes glanced briefly at the view offered by her neckline. Director Shen, these yoga pants really accentuate your figure. Scoundrel, you're courting death. Her face turned crimson. Her other hand clawed toward my neck. You're distracted. With a shake of my arm, purple-gold lightning thundered. All of her strength was instantly dispersed. Her supple body softened, staggering backward. Trouble. Behind her was the weapon rack. A spear pointed straight at the back of her head. This is bad. She closed her eyes, despair washing over her. Boom. Thunder roared. I appeared behind her in an instant. Grabbing her slender waist, I hauled her into my arms. Ah! She collided with my chest. Her soft body pressed tightly against my abs. She tilted her head dumbly to look up at me. The heart of this iron-blooded rose skipped a beat. Her face was flushed with a deep blush. Curator Shun, my heroic rescue of the beauty. Are you satisfied? I held her soft waist, leaning close to blow softly by her ear. Shun Shuanghua's delicate body trembled, and all her strength seemed to vanish in an instant. She lowered her head in panic, her hands feebly pushing against my chest. Scoundrel, let go of me. I continued holding her slender waist, feeling the elasticity of her thighs even through her yoga pants. Her chest pressed tightly against me, rising and falling with her breaths. Curator Shun, do you still think I'm a weakling now? I looked at her flushed face, my tone carrying a playful tease. She tried to push me away, but to no avail. Faced with the pressure of this Thunder Emperor Lion presence, this ancient martial arts beauty could only grit her teeth and admit, your physical strength certainly is impressive, worthy of a top-tier martial spirit. I humbly accept the compliment, my dear mentor. I chuckled as I released her, taking the opportunity to pat her on the rear. Ah! Shun Shuanghua stepped back in utter embarrassment. She hurriedly grabbed her cloak to wrap around herself, and in a mix of shame and frustration, stomped her foot and fled. Outside the side courtyard, the little maidservant Qinghe was spinning in circles, panic written all over her face. Qinghe, what happened? The Grand Elder passed by and asked. Grand Elder, you're finally here. Qinghe looked as if she had found a savior, her chest heaving drastically. Mentor Shun ignored all advice and barged into the young master's sleeping chambers. She's at the peak of covert strength. I'm worried the young master might be injured. The Grand Elder's face changed sharply. What? How could she act so disrespectfully? If Tian'er gets hurt, how will I face the head of the family? Let's go. If she dares harm a single hair of Tian'er, I'll risk my life to demand justice. The Grand Elder hurried toward the scene alongside Qinghe. Just as they arrived at the pavilion corridor, they bumped into Shun Shuanghua, emerging in a fluster. The Grand Elder was about to reprimand her, but froze when he saw her appearance. The mighty iron-blooded rose, Shun Shuanghua, was blushing furiously. She looked more like a shy, flustered young bride who'd made a mistake. Her black cloak was disheveled, her short hair damp and clinging to her head. The sharp coldness in her phoenix eyes was gone. Instead, they were filled with shyness and panic. Curator Shin? What is this? The Grand Elder was stunned. Shun Shuanghua's body stiffened. Her long legs, tightly wrapped in yoga pants, were pressed together awkwardly. Grand Elder, the young master has exceptional talent. The training for today is complete. I'm not feeling well. I'll take my leave. After saying this, she fled as if in complete defeat. The Grand Elder and Qinghe exchanged bewildered looks. Was this truly the iron-blooded Rose they knew? The ruthless figure who could shatter bones in the ring. Now, her face was red, her heart racing, and she could barely walk properly. Qinghe, are you sure the young master was just practicing martial arts earlier? The Grand Elder swallowed hard. Qinghe was equally dumbfounded and shook her head. Inside the guest room, Shun Shuanghua collapsed powerlessly onto her bed. Her long legs, encased in tight yoga pants, bent slightly. Her peach-shaped rear pressed into the bedding, leaving a tempting curve. She stared at the burn marks left by electric sparks on her palm. She touched her still burning hot cheeks. Her mind replayed Nangong Tian's gaze, and the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor Lion behind him. A top-tier martial spirit, innate full soul power. Her eyes flashed with loss and inferiority. He is a dragon soaring in the heavens, destined to rule the entire empire. And I, Shen Shuanghua painfully closed her eyes. I can't even awaken the weakest of martial spirits. So what if my ancient martial arts reach the peak of covert force? To a top-tier soul master, I am nothing more than an ant. The lack of a martial spirit was a lifelong source of pain for her. No matter how cold and proud she appeared on the surface, her heart harbored deep insecurity, especially when faced with a genius like Nangong Tian. How could he ever look at me? A mere mortal, with no martial spirit to speak of. Night fell. According to the ancient martial tradition, high-intensity training required a medicinal bath afterward. Paired with meridian massage, it ensured internal injuries could be eliminated. Shen Shuanghua changed into a black training suit. The thin material clung tightly to her figure. Her yoga pants-wrapped long legs exhibited a faint stiffness. She pushed open the doors to my chambers. The jade-green medicinal bath pool was steaming with heat. Young master. She stood at the edge of the pool, her voice unusually soft. Tonight, I'll assist you with the medicinal bath. And ancient martial meridian massage. I reclined comfortably against the pool's edge, letting the medicinal liquid bathe my newly transformed body. Shen Shuanghua knelt by the poolside. Her training suit was dampened by the steam, clinging to her figure. Biting her lip, she reached out her hands and started massaging my shoulders. As she leaned forward to apply pressure, the curve of her chest nearly brushed against the back of my neck. The mixed scent of medicinal herbs and her unique fragrance overwhelmed my senses. Curator Shin, your hands are quite skilled. I closed my eyes, savoring the moment. Reaching a hand out from under the water, I touched Shen Shuanghua's yoga pants-clad legs. Curator Shen, these legs of yours are indeed exquisite. But staring at black yoga pants every day is getting a bit dull. Next time, maybe wear black stockings, or perhaps white garter hosiery. I'd be even more cooperative during training. You rogue. Shen Shuanghua's blush spread to her ears. Her long legs pressed together reflexively. In flustered irritation, she pressed harder on my shoulders. I'm your ancient martial mentor. I'm not a maid, and I would never wear something like that for you. Though she vehemently protested with her words, her hands grew weaker under my touch. Her massage gradually became gentler, just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly charged. Boom! A terrifying, icy aura burst forth from the secluded chamber. The phantom of a holy white lotus bloomed in the air. The frigid spiritual pressure instantly froze the edge of the pool. This soul power fluctuation. Shen Shuanghua was struck as if by lightning. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Inside the secluded chamber, the medicinal power of 9 fifth-level, 9-turn tempering soul pills reached its peak. The 9 heavens mystic ice sacred lotus spun like a mad cyclone. Level 51, level 52, level 53, level 54. Spirit power soared wildly. In mere hours, it rocketed to level 59, reaching the bottleneck of the Soul Emperor realm. Qin Yaju consumed the final pill. Boom! The level 60 bottleneck shattered. Breakthrough achieved. Creak. The door to the secluded chamber swung open slowly. White-clad Qin Yaju walked out like an ice and snow goddess. The quasi-soul emperor aura at level 60 caused the great hall to rumble under the pressure. This is impossible. Shen Shuanghua's face turned pale. She vividly recalled that just days ago, Qin Yaju was only at level 42. Now this overwhelming pressure. This was unmistakably a soul king-level presence. Tianer. Qin Yaju's cold gaze softened the moment she saw me. Noticing the half-kneeling Shen Shuanghua, she raised a faintly surprised brow. But understanding came instantly. Tianer wanted to win over this iron-blooded rose. Congratulations, Aunt Yaju, I said, breaking through to level 60, stepping into the realm of a quasi-soul emperor. Who said this young master was humiliating you? I laughed heartily, flipping out of the bath without hesitation and casually grabbing a black robe to drape over myself. Without warning, I pulled the recently secluded Qin Yaju into my embrace. Oh, Tianer, Dean Shun is still here, she exclaimed softly, but her entire body melted against me, her arms wrapping tightly around my waist with affection. Thank you, young master. If it weren't for your divine pill, I, Yaju, would never have reached the quasi-soul emperor level in this lifetime. At the poolside, Shen Shuanghua stood utterly dumbfounded. Level 60, quasi-soul emperor? The supreme ruler of the entire Linjiang city. Now, she was nestled in my arms like a demure woman, and calling me young master. Qin Yeju leaned close to my ear and whispered softly, Tianer, are you thinking of helping Dean Shin enhance her strength? But she is notorious as a mortal without a martial soul. You even managed to evolve my martial soul. Could you awaken a martial soul in an ordinary person? I didn't reply. Instead, I lowered my head and kissed her fiercely on the lips. Oh, Tianer. She shyly buried herself into my arms. Seeing the smile on my face, she instantly understood. Oh heavens, can he really awaken one's martial soul? Meanwhile, a hint of bitterness flashed through Shen Shuanghua's eyes. Since young master has completed his cultivation, I shall take my leave, she said, turning to leave abruptly. In such a hurry to leave? I spoke slowly, my tone calm. Is it because you lack a martial soul and feel unnecessary? Shen Shuanghua froze in her steps. When she turned back, her eyes were full of tears. Nangong Tian, must you humiliate me like this? Yes, I am trash. I've lived my life unable to awaken my martial soul. I'll never be worthy of you noble soul masters. If you despise me, why invite me as a mentor? Why keep tearing open my wounds? Tears flowed down her cheeks, pitiful and delicate. I pushed Qin Yaju aside and stepped toward her, clamping a hand firmly on her chin. Who said this young master was humiliating you? I declared, looking into her tear-streaked phoenix eyes and speaking each word deliberately. I'll help you awaken your martial soul. You're lying. Shen Shuanghua turned her face away, her voice filled with despair. Over 20 years old, and without a martial soul, awakening one would require exceptionally rare treasures of heaven and earth. Such divine artifacts are fought over even by titled Dolaw. No matter how wealthy the Nangong clan is, it's impossible for you to have one. Her disbelief was apparent in her tone. I chuckled lightly, glancing back at Qin Yeju. Yaju, let her open her eyes. As you command, young master. Gracefully, Qin Yaju stepped forward. In her palm, the holy lotus of 9 heavens ice blossomed. 1,000 rays of divine light illuminated the entire chamber. White, yellow, purple, until the final one, an extraordinary limit soul ring of 9,999 years. This soul ring, this martial soul. Shen Shuanghua was completely dumbfounded, even her tears frozen in place. Do you still think I'm lying to you? I asked as I pulled her into my arms. Her mature, alluring body stiffened instantly. My hand gripped the toned thigh hidden beneath her yoga pants. If I can evolve Yaju's martial soul, I said smoothly, and gift her a 9,000-year limit soul ring, then naturally, I can help someone deemed trash ascend to greatness. Leaning close to her ear, I whispered, but I never conduct a losing trade. What will you offer me in return? I asked. Shen Shuanghua's entire body went limp in my arms. Her gaze shifted between the 5 dazzling soul rings and my face. At that moment, the fortress of her heart, sealed for 24 years, collapsed completely. She lowered her head, bashfully wrapping her arms around my neck. Her voice was so soft it could barely be heard. As long as young master helps Shuanghua awaken. From now on, Shuanghua will be your most loyal pet. Whatever stockings young master wishes to see. Shuanghua will wear them for you. Heh. Qin Yaju giggled softly, her melodious laugh ringing in the air. Shun Shuanghua, beyond mortified, buried her entire face in my chest, her skin glowing an enticing shade of pink. Very good, I replied with a satisfied smile. Wasting no time, I mentally commanded the system. System, purchase a top-tier martial soul awakening stone. 9 Heavens Tyrant Spear. Ding, 100 million deducted, purchase successful. Bind it to Shun Shuanghua and use it. In an instant, a domineering force surged into her body. Boom! Shun Shuanghua's figure went rigid as an overwhelming, heaven-defying spear intent erupted from the depths of her soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The image of a massive dark gold spear materialized behind her, its pointed tip exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. A top-tier martial soul, 9 Heavens Tyrant Spear. But what shocked her even further was the surge of soul power that suddenly filled her entire being. This is innate full soul power. Shun Shuanghua stared at the purple gold lightning shimmering in her palm, her tears streaming uncontrollably. The self-doubt and inferiority she had harbored for 24 years were utterly shattered in that moment. Tianer, I have a martial soul now. I'm a genius now. She clung tightly to my neck, her excitement spilling over in the form of a fervent kiss. At the side, Qin Yezhu looked on gently, her expression serene yet pleased. It was a while before Shin Shuanghua managed to collect herself. Somewhat shyly, she shifted in my embrace. Young master, now that I possess 10 levels of full soul power, I can go hunt soul beasts. Her fists clenched with determination. A glimmer of pride flashed in her eyes. My body, refined through ancient martial training, can accommodate a 500-year soul ring as my first. I curled my lips into a sly smile. Why are you smiling, young master? She asked, puzzled. Inwardly, I had my plans. Everyone assumed she was without a martial soul, a perfect disguise. Who could ever imagine that this mortal was, in reality, a terrifying soul master wielding the 9 Heavens Tyrant Spear? She deserved nothing less than the strongest soul rings. Pinching her thigh lightly, I declared, 500 years? The first soul ring for a woman of mine must start at 1,000 years, minimum. 1,000-year, first soul ring. Shocked, Shin Shuanghua shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. That breaks every rule. The strain would shatter my meridians. Qin Yezhu laughed softly behind her hand. With a deeply affectionate look in her eyes, she gazed at me knowingly. She understood that, in the hands of this young master, so-called rules were mere trifles. Not bothered to explain, I simply opened the system's maul. Buy a 9,999-year thunder attribute soul ring. Ding, 999 million deducted. Purchase successful. Extract. Boom. Above the chamber, the air split apart. Lightning raged as thunder tore through the space. An apocalyptic pressure descended. Shun Shuanghua's face instantly froze. A deep purple soul ring intertwined with purple gold electric arcs rose from my palm. Purple with a shade of black. A 9,999-year first soul ring. Its shocking debut. Within the cultivation room, electric arcs danced wildly. The nearly 10,000-year soul ring revolved midair. Terrifying spiritual pressure spread in all directions. Tianer, how can you summon a soul ring out of thin air? Shun Shuanghua collapsed into my arms, her legs trembling. This is a nearly 10,000-year soul ring. Soul masters must personally slay soul beasts to obtain a soul ring. How could you just summon a ready-made one? I'm only at level 10. Absorbing such a soul ring would cause me to explode. Her eyes brimmed with anxious tears. I curled my lips into a smirk. Director Shun, in my world, rules exist to be broken. I gently stroked her thigh. Don't worry, this soul ring is very gentle. It won't cause any harm. Qin Yaju approached us, embracing Shin Shuanghua. Shuanghua, my dear sister, Tianer speaks the truth. Just a few hours ago, I was as scared as you are. But during the absorption, the soul power was as gentle as a flowing stream. The entire process was incredibly smooth. Tianer is divine. You can't comprehend him with ordinary human logic. Shun Shuanghua looked at the 9 Heavens Overlord spear in her hand. Then, she glanced at me. Fear gradually transformed into worship. Young master, I'll trust you. She gave me a kiss and sat cross-legged. She guided the soul ring to envelop her martial soul. Buzz. Her body quivered as she closed her eyes, bracing for excruciating pain. However, her eyes widened in astonishment. The soul power was unimaginably gentle. Pure energy circulated through her meridians. Rather than pain, it was a deeply comforting sensation. Even more shocking, her level was soaring madly. Boom. Level 11 breakthrough. Level 12. Level 13. Level 14. Level 15. Still climbing. Purple gold thunderbolts raged. The deep purple soul ring fully condensed. Her level continued to skyrocket. Qin Yeju looked on with a tinge of envy. Shuanghua, my dear sister, you truly have great fortune. Her first soul ring had only been a mere white ring of a few decades. Even her fourth soul ring was only a 1,000-year purple one. But Shuanghua's journey began with a 9,999-year ring. Still, glancing at the deep-sea heavy silver ring on her finger, the mature woman smiled sweetly. At least I was the first. The very first for both of us. Boom. Level 15 breakthrough. Level 16. Level 17. I raised an eyebrow. A single first ring can raise levels this much. Qin Yeju leaned in to whisper into my ear. Young master, for ordinary people, a 400-year soul ring would at most bring them to level 12. But this is a nearly 10,000-year soul ring. The energy it holds is enough to fill the reserve of a 2-ring soul master. Boom. The thunderous spiritual pressure peaked. Level 18. Level 19. Level 20. The bottleneck of a soul grandmaster. The torrent of soul power finally subsided. Shun Shuanghua exhaled a mouthful of electrical energy. She slowly opened her eyes. Young master, she exclaimed in ecstasy with a low voice. The deep purple soul ring revolved beneath her feet. Her body brimmed with explosive strength. Her first soul skill, 9 Heavens Overlord Thunder Wrath. With one strike of her spear, everything within 100 meters could be obliterated. All right, Shuanghua, stand up. I laughed heartily. I pulled the sweat-drenched beauty into my arms. Ah, young master. Shun Shuanghua lowered her head in embarrassment, her sweat-drenched, ample bust pressed firmly against my chest. That cold but stunningly beautiful face blushed so deeply it seemed ready to drip blood. Qin Yaju approached, using a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. Shuanghua, where's your wild intensity from a moment ago? Why are you so docile now? Qin, elder sister, you're teasing me too. Shen Shuanghua buried her face in my chest. But thinking about the transformation in herself, she couldn't help her excitement. She raised her head, her watery eyes locking onto me. Young master, I've just broken through to level 20. Her teeth gently bit down on her red lips, her voice soft as a mosquito. Do you have a second soul ring? Like the one just now, another 9,999-year one. After saying this, her legs trembled with embarrassment. Just after awakening, she was already asking for a second top-tier soul ring. It was indeed a bit greedy. But the energy from the first soul ring in her body wasn't yet depleted. It was still accumulating wildly in her meridians. With a second soul ring, her strength would undoubtedly skyrocket once more. I looked at the bashful, mature woman in my arms and laughed. A second one? Of course, that's no problem. In the system store, one cost only 9,999,000 credits. With my current wealth of several billion, throwing 1,000,000 on a woman was nothing. But Shuanghua, I leaned close to her ear with a mischievous grin. I remember what you just said. Tonight, you'll wear the thinnest black silk stockings for me. Ah, young master. Shun Shuanghua melted into a puddle. Once, she had held utter disdain for using her body to please men. She had thought wearing stockings was shameful. But now, bathed in my generosity, she was willing to set aside all her pride. As long as young master likes it. Tonight, I'm yours to torment however you please. Her voice trembled with embarrassment and anticipation. I grinned, not delaying any longer. System, buy another 9,999-year thunder attribute soul ring. Ding, 999,900 credits deducted, successfully purchased. Retrieve. Boom. The void erupted once more as another purple gold, electrically charged ultimate soul ring made its monumental appearance. Shen Shuanghua's phoenix-like eyes lit up with joy. She was done enduring her days as a failure in Linjiang City. Almost impatiently, she straightened herself and took her seat once more. Her long, shapely legs folded elegantly, ready to absorb the second soul ring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fierce energy surged through her meridians again. Level 21. Level 22. Level 23. Her rank ascended relentlessly. I leaned back against the headboard, pulling Qin Yaju closer as I opened the system panel. Account balance, 1.9 billion. Still close to 2 billion left. Tomorrow's auction will feature a few grade 5 pills. It'll be a massive profit. And as for Shun Shuanghua, she'll become my most secret weapon in Linjiang City. Before the bed, the thunderous spiritual pressure intensifies. Level 24, Level 25, Level 26, Level 27, Level 28, Level 29, Level 30, Soul Elder Bottleneck, breached. Boom. The second ultimate soul ring fully solidified. Shun Shuanghua slowly opened her eyes, flashes of purple gold lightning dancing within them. 29,999-year soul rings. Although she was only at level 30, her strength was enough to overwhelm any soul elder above level 40. Young master, Shuanghua has reached level 30. She stood up from the icy bed, her long legs trembling from exhilaration. Her phoenix-like eyes held both guilt and anticipation. Hee, dear Shuanghua, the medicinal energy in your body hasn't been exhausted yet, has it? I smirked devilishly. Young master, Shun Shuanghua, having her thoughts exposed, blushed deeply, wishing she could just disappear into the ground. Indeed, the backlash from the Supreme Soul Rings was extraordinarily powerful. Inside her, the torrent of soul power still roared, ready to break through to a higher realm at any moment. Take it. Shun Shuanghua looked at me with both shock and overwhelming joy. With a casual wave of my hand, nearly 10 million in funds vanished. The third Supreme Soul Ring descended. Purple gold electric arcs wound about, shining with an intense purple gleam. Young master, your unmatched kindness. Shun Shuanghua's eyes turned red with emotion. I could never repay you, not even in a lifetime. She stole a glance at Qin Yaju and, taking a deep breath, firmly declared, Tonight, I'll wear the thinnest black stockings. And your favorite garter stockings. You can have me however you wish. I burst into hearty laughter. Refreshing. I gave her a playful slap on her plump backside. Shun Shuanghua's face turned scarlet with embarrassment. I guided her as she merged with the third soul ring. Purple golden lightning wreaked havoc throughout the hall. Her breakthrough continued relentlessly. Boom. Level 31. Level 32. Level 33. Her soul power soared unstoppably. Level 34. Level 35. Level 36. Success. 3-ring soul elder. In just an hour, she had transformed from a nobody into a soul elder. 3 supreme soul rings adorned her. Yet, there was a flicker of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Shuanghua, do you still want more? I held Qin Yaju close, with a faint, mischievous smile. Young master, I was wrong. She blushed so hard she couldn't lift her head. I'm already more than content. But inwardly, she longed to reach level 40. Young master, how can I reach level 40 quickly? Does it mean I'll have to painstakingly cultivate? Qin Yaju covered her mouth and chuckled gently. Sister, have you forgotten what the young master has in abundance? Shin Shuanghua suddenly grasped the point. Of course. Sister Yaju had leveled up this way. Here, take these. I pulled out 4 9-colored brilliant elixirs, placing them firmly into her trembling palm. These are 4 third-level essence cultivation pills. They'll be enough to propel you to level 40. I softly pinched her cheek, my gaze filled with affection. Shun Shuanghua stared at the pills in her hand, her heart surging with emotion. She bit her lip and resolutely declared, Young master, I'll enter secluded meditation right now. When I emerge at level 40, not only will I wear those glistening, silky white stockings, I'll also put on your favorite black ones and let you do as you please. I laughed. Good. I gave her another playful pat on the rear. Blushing furiously, she hurried into the silence chamber. The massive doors shut with a heavy thud. In the bedchamber, only Yaju and I remained. She leaned softly against my chest, her delicate hands clutching onto my sleeve affectionately. I stroked the smooth skin of her back, my brows slightly furrowed. Shuanghua's progress proves the godlike power of them all, I mused. I can purchase Supreme Soul Rings anytime I want. Add a few pills, and in a single day, one can ascend to a soul ancestor. But that's not enough. In my eyes flickered the ambition of an emperor, living another life, with a god-tier maul in hand. Why should I be bound by the same soul rings as others? My third and fourth soul rings, they must not be constrained to below 10,000 years. And Yaju, I gazed empathetically at the graceful woman nestled in my arms. Her sixth soul ring must be a 10,000-year black ring. My woman will not settle for any less. The higher tier mall must be unlocked. If 200 million isn't enough, then make it 2 billion. 2 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. Tomorrow night's Tianyu auction will mark the beginning of my meteoric rise. I squinted my eyes, my plan perfectly clear. I'll craft the guise of a mysterious faction to sell 5th-level divine pills and supreme soul-guiding tools. And the representative must be an unfamiliar face. Shen Shuanghua, she's the perfect choice. Who would ever suspect that a woman without a soul weapon could be the face of an enigmatic faction? Once Shuanghua emerges at level 40, my thoughts quickly aligned. I'd spend 1 billion to equip her with a piece of one-word battle armor. A level 40 soul ancestor donning battle armor. Her combat power would reach that of a level 60 soul emperor. Armed with a tyrant spear and clad in armor, yet appearing as a mere mundane woman to outsiders. She would be my ultimate trump card. I couldn't help but chuckle devilishly. Beside me, Qin Yeju gazed at me with an infatuated look, her eyes filled with admiration. Young master, once Shuanghua emerges, our family will undoubtedly soar. She leaned softly into me, her white gown slightly loosened, the neckline revealing faint hints of her curves. But before that, Yeju, I murmured with a teasing grin, I must unwind properly with you. You scoundrel. She gasped softly, flushed with embarrassment. Her silky white stockinged legs pressed closely together, yet allowed my hand to roam freely. The chamber soon filled with the sounds of deepened breaths. Meanwhile, in the silent chamber, Shen Shuanghua sat cross-legged. She stared at the 9-colored essence cultivation pills in her hand, drawing a deep breath before swallowing one whole. Boom. The pill's potent energy burst open instantly. This pill is unbelievably pure. One of these would fetch nearly 1 million at auctions, yet the young master casually gave me 4. Her heart overflowed with gratitude. Level 37, breakthrough. She consumed 3 pills in succession, pushing her limits further. The next morning, when I woke up, Qin Yaju was curled beside me like a kitten, nestled in the crook of my neck. Her damp black hair added to her captivating demeanor. My hand wandered mischievously beneath her skirt. She let out a soft, tender hum as I reveled in this quiet moment. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the adjacent silent chamber. The medicinal energy within Shen Shuanghua had been completely exhausted. Level 38, breakthrough. Level 39, breakthrough. Level 40, soul ancestor. Young master, I've broken through. Her joyful cheer resounded. A level 40 soul ancestor now, in Linyang City, held the status of a revered elder. Yesterday she was a nobody, but today she was a soul ancestor. She burst out of the chamber doors. Young master, look at me. Her words came to a sudden halt. She had seen the scene on the bed. Morning sunlight drifted in softly, the sheer curtains partially drawn. I was tangled up with Aunt Yeju on the bed, lost in our lingering intimacy. Shen Shuanghua, emerging at just this moment, froze immediately in the doorway. Ack! Her face turned beet red in an instant. Her legs went weak. Both hands scrambled to cover her chest, and her entire being seemed ready to evaporate with embarrassment. Sister Shuanghua, Aunt Yeju teased with an amused smile. Your timing is impeccable, no? Shuanghua was rendered even more mortified, dying to find a hole to crawl into. Young master, is it possible that Sister Shuanghua wants to join us? Aunt Yeju tugged the blanket up to cover herself, her white-stockinged legs slipping into view. Director Shun, what do you think? I asked, my gaze fixed on her black workout attire, damp with sweat. And, of course, those splendid legs dressed in tight yoga pants. I know, I don't. Under my gaze, her legs nearly gave out entirely. Her face turned so red it could drip blood. But she took a deep breath and jogged over, nervously tugging at the corner of my shirt. Young master, I've reached the bottleneck of level 40. I need a 4th spirit ring to break through. Oh, a 4th spirit ring, you say? Looking at Shen Shuanghua's expectant eyes, I leaned against the headboard. Dean Shun, you still owe me a stocking gift pack, don't you? I never act without seeing the rabbit. Shen Shuanghua blushed deeply and plopped herself onto the edge of the bed. Her ample figure pressed against my arm, and she pleaded coquettishly. Young master, please. If I become a soul elder, I'll wear black silk or white silk tonight. However you want. Her voice was sweet and alluring to the bone. Haha. All right. System, purchase a 9,999-year Thunder Attribute Spirit Ring. Ding. 9.999 million gold deducted. Purchase successful. Boom. Purple gold thunder roared, and the ultimate spirit ring once again descended. Beside us, Qin Yaju's eyes were full of admiration. But inwardly, she sighed. Close to 10,000 years, but still just purple. What truly decides the battlefield is the black 10,000-year spirit ring. Shun Shuanghua immediately sat cross-legged in eagerness to absorb the ring. As the fourth spirit ring merged into her, her spirit power soared wildly. Level 41. Level 42. Peaking at level 43. Boom. The terrifying pressure of a four-ring spirit elder erupted. All four spirit rings of ultimate purple, each reaching 9,999 years. Young master. Shun Shuanghua stared at her hand, now faintly streaked with thunder runes, her eyes brimming with ecstasy. With such power, at level 43, she could now hold her own against a level 50 Soul King. But a greedy thought crept into her mind. My fifth spirit ring must be a 10,000-year black ring. Qin Yaju saw through her thoughts and teasingly brushed her white silk leg against me. Young master, Sister Shuanghua is already eyeing the 10,000-year spirit ring. Sister Qin, stop spouting nonsense. Shun Shuanghua's face turned crimson. I pulled both women into an embrace, my tone calm. Not just Shuanghua's fifth ring, but Yaju's sixth ring. I want them all to be 10,000-year black rings. However, I paused, looking at the two women honestly. Truth be told, I currently don't have any 10,000-year spirit rings at hand. A hint of disappointment flashed through Shun Shuanghua's phoenix eyes. But Qin Yaju grasped the key phrase, clutching my hand in excitement. Tianer, you said currently? What about the future? Shun Shuanghua also looked up at me from my embrace, her urgency evident. Young master, is that true? I smirked proudly. Just because I don't have one now, doesn't mean I won't in the future. Give me some time, and I'll deliver not just 10,000-year spirit rings. Even 100,000-year red rings. 100,000 years. The chamber fell into a dead silence. The two women froze completely. A 100,000-year spirit beast. That was the domain of titled Duluos. Even within the empire, titled Duluos could be counted on one hand. But that's still far away for now. I shrugged. The two women finally exhaled a breath of relief. Shun Shuanghua patted her chest. Young master, you almost scared me to death. The most important thing right now is to enhance your strength. My expression turned serious. In preparation for tonight's auction, are you giving me more pills? Shun Shuanghua asked expectantly. No, it's a weapon. The corners of my lips curled into a smirk. Or should I say equipment? A weapon. Shun Shuanghua summoned her Jiuxiao Overlord Spear in confusion. My martial spirit is already a divine weapon. What other weapon would I need? But Qin Yaju suddenly stood up. Tianer, is it one-word battle armor? Battle armor? Shun Shuanghua was perplexed. Qin Yaju grabbed her excitedly. Sister Shuanghua, that's a divine artifact beyond imagination. With battle armor, all my attributes were instantly boosted by dozens of times. As a mere soul king, I could crush soul sages outright. A trace of doubt flickered in Shun Shuanghua's phoenix eyes, crossing two entire ranks. That's absurd. Besides, ancient martial arts emphasize pure personal skill. Relying on external tools dulls combat instincts. Her gaze was firm and full of pride. With the Overlord Spear in hand, I don't need any augmentations. I leaned against the headboard, my eyes fixed on this proud martial artist before me. Shuanghua, today I'll show you the methods of this young master. In my mind, I commanded the system. Purchase a one-word battle armor. Ding. 1 billion gold deducted. Purchase successful. Boom. In an instant, the entire chamber was bathed in a divine, thunderous presence. A set of purple gold battle armor appeared out of thin air, floating above Shun Shuanghua's head. This pressure. Shun Shuanghua's legs nearly gave out. Even her Overlord Spear was vibrating frantically. Put it on. I gave her an amused yet commanding smile. Shun Shuanghua bit her lip and channeled her spirit power into the armor. Buzz. The armor transformed into countless streams of light, instantaneously wrapping around her body. When she opened her eyes again, she was clad in radiant silver armor, a war goddess reborn. This amplification, it's beyond belief. She clenched her fists, the sound of sonic booms rippling through the room. She darted around rapidly, leaving afterimages in her wake. It feels so good. All right, external tools it is. The martial artist who had just scorned external aids was now utterly ecstatic. Young master, I'm never taking this off for the rest of my life. Qin Yaju and I couldn't help but laugh aloud. Young master, are you teasing me again? Shen Shuanghua stomped her foot in embarrassment, her face beet red. But this battle armor is too conspicuous. How do I store it? Qin Yaju raised her hand, revealing a silver ring on her finger. Like this. With a mere thought, her battle armor vanished into the ring. A level 5 storage ring. Shen Shuanghua was stunned. Something like this starts at $1 billion just for the base bid. Sister Qin, where did you get it? Qin Yaju pressed herself against me with a seductive smile. Naturally, it was a gift from the young master. Shen Shuanghua was utterly dumbfounded. She turned to me, her eyes flashing with awe. Young master, what kind of divine being are you? Her face turned red again, and she nearly knelt on the spot. Seeing her shocked yet adorable expression, I gave her an enchanting grin. Since Aunt Yaju has one, you naturally deserve one too. In my mind, I ordered. System, purchase a level 5 storage ring, female design. Ding. 300,000 gold deducted. Purchase successful. Retrieve it. Shuanghua's breath nearly stopped. I flipped my palm, revealing a deep-sea silver ring gleaming in the light. Come here. Let me put it on you. Young master, this is really for me? Shuanghua's legs went weak as she knelt beside the bed. Her ample figure pressed against my knees. Her trembling hand reached out tentatively. I grabbed her hand and slid the ring onto her ring finger. Then, I pinched her blushing lips. My woman deserves the best. Shuanghua wept with joy, overwhelmed with emotion. With a mere thought, her battle armor transformed into streams of light and was stored into her ring. Young master, Shuanghua is willing to follow you to the death. She fervently kissed the back of my hand. All right. I gently stroked her delicate face, pulling tighter on her strong thighs. I have raised you to level 43, and now I have a top secret task for you. Shuanghua's eyes burned with a deadly intent. Young master, even through blades and flames, I will see it done. It's not that dangerous. I smirked. Tomorrow night, at the Tianyu auction house, you'll disguise yourself as a mysterious figure. In my stead, you'll secretly auction off the 9-twist soul refinement pill. Out there, they only know you as a practitioner of ancient martial arts. No one would suspect your affiliation with the Nangong family. Therefore, there's one last gift for you. System, purchase the Phantom Veil of 1,000 Waves. Ding, 3 million has been deducted. Successful purchase. A veil of deep violet appeared in my hand. Put this on. I softly draped the exquisite Phantom Veil of 1,000 Waves over Shen Shuanghua's face. This veil can block all mental detection, even from Soul Kings. Not only will it fully conceal your face, but it will also suppress your voice and thunderbolt soul power entirely. In the steaming and mist-filled chamber, the radiant soul power from the veil tore through the air, dispersing it instantaneously. Shen Shuanghua touched the deep violet veil on her face. As she infused it with soul power, shimmering ripples of prismatic hues undulated across its surface. To her astonishment, her face completely vanished behind the hazy, illusory mist cast by the veil. Even her voice transformed into a solemn, ancient rasp. Young master. This veil even conceals one's very aura. Qin Yaju, standing nearby, trembled, her delicate body shivering. Tianer, is this veil another level 5 superlative soul-guided artifact? Her gaze toward me brimmed with reverence, as though staring at a god descending upon the mortal plane. Shen Shuanghua's phoenix eyes sparkled with excitement. Young master, disguising ourselves as shadowy puppet masters. Now that's incredible. By the way, for such a force, we need an awe-inspiring name, don't you think? Something that would utterly terrify even those pretentious soul master clans. Embracing Qin Yaju, I lightly gripped her elegant, silken thigh. Let's call it Heavenly Palace. And I shall be the supreme celestial emperor who commands from within its shadows. You both will serve as envoys carrying out the divine decree. The dazzling glow shining from their beautiful eyes brightened in unison. The name shined with arrogance, divinity, and unrestrained dominance. I checked the system's balance. 72 million left. 72 million, not exactly inexhaustible. But after tonight, all of Linjiang City's wealth will funnel into my pockets. Opening the system's marketplace, I rampantly stocked up on supplies. 10 level 4 essence nourishing pills, 1 million. 5 level 5 9-twist soul refinement pills, 5 million. 3 superlative level 5 soul-guided artifacts, 9 million. Ding, 15 million deducted. Remaining balance, 57 million. The void twisted as 10 heavenly pills of level 4, 5 divine soul refinement pills of level 5, and 3 supreme level soul-guided artifacts materialized in my hands. Shuanghua, store these in your spatial storage ring. I handed the priceless treasures to Shun Shuanghua. Later tonight, take these to the Tianyu auction house for consignment. Let the name Heavenly Palace become a living nightmare across all of Linjiang City. Shun Shuanghua's delicate body quivered, her eyes filled with fervent zeal. Ding dong. A notification buzzed from the communicator. It was Father, reminding me that we were scheduled to depart in 4 hours. Plenty of time to spare. I cast a sidelong glance at her, grinning wickedly. My dearest Director Shun, didn't you promise me a special stockings bundle? Time to fulfill that pledge, yes? Why, young master? Half her body softened under my gaze. Shuanghua forgot to wear stockings this morning. I usually just wear my ancient martial arts trousers. Should I go outside to buy some? Qin Yaju chuckled mischievously as she interjected. No need to venture out. There's no time for that. Your dear elder sister here has stockings overflowing from her wardrobe. Come with me to pick some pairs. She sized up Shun Shuanghua's tall, full figure. Though, sister, you might just tear through mine. Those thighs of yours, such incredible curves. Wearing my stockings, they'd probably press deep into your skin, squeezing the flesh, wouldn't they? Qin's sister. How could you say such a thing? Shun Shuanghua blushed furiously, her face turning crimson. The two women swayed their hips as they strode into the dressing room. Moments later, the door creaked open. I froze, my breath catching mid-inhale. Shun Shuanghua had changed her attire. Her upper body wore only Qin Yaju's translucent blouse, the buttons barely fastening over her ample figure. Those long, slender legs, wrapped in sheer, black suspender stockings that clung tightly against her thighs, stretched to their limits. The fabric was so thin it was nearly transparent, while the garter straps carved deep curves into the soft flesh of her upper thighs, leaving delicate white marks where they pressed. Why, young master? Shuanghua has finished dressing. Her legs trembled slightly with humiliation, the black silk stockings snugly wrapped around her jade-like feet, which curled timidly inside their high heels. Shuanghua, you are truly, my voice dropped to a hungry growl, a masterpiece of temptation. I lunged forward, flipping her onto the bed, gripping her stocking-clad thigh tightly. Under the touch of my hand, the elasticity and warmth were astonishing. Young master. Please, gentler. Shuanghua hurts. Her voice melted to softness. Driven by fervor, I plunged forward, pinning the divine, black stockings-clad goddess beneath me on the bed. Qin Yaju stood laughing softly at the scene. In the golden morning light, our twisted, intertwined silhouettes merged once more. Linjiang City. In a top-tier private beauty club. Xiao, your fiancé's fame is spreading fast. The Nine Heavens, Thunder Emperor Lion. Innate full soul power. His future? At the very least, a titled Doloa. If Nangong young master ever wants to take concubines, you must speak on behalf of us sisters. Bai Xiao lay on the beauty bed, her shapely legs clad in black stockings pressed discreetly together, a mixture of pride and helplessness flickering in her heart. The news of my top-tier martial spirit awakening had already spread throughout the city. Countless young ladies from elite families were now scheming to win my favor. Tianer, he is truly domineering. Her mind wandered to the scene from yesterday, the memory of kneeling by my side, her legs weakening under the weight of my control. She knew, deep down, it was impossible to have me entirely to herself anymore. From a corner, Lin Kuxian's smoldering glare bore into Bai Xiao, the school beauty of Linjiang No. 1 High School. Her martial soul? The icebird. Her innate soul power? A mere level 4. But alas, she was just a commoner. If I could win over Nangong young master. Her delicate hands clenched her coffee cup as her white stocking-clad legs quivered. As long as I have his favor, who would dare touch me? This seemingly pure school beauty, her eyes glinted with steely resolve. Whatever it took, she would bear every skill in her arsenal to capture my notice. West District. Zhao Family Manor. Bang. A stone table shattered under Zhao Tianba's hand. That trash, Nangong Tian. How could he awaken as the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor Lion? Innate full soul power. His eyes were bloodshot. The pride of the Zhao family was the eldest son, Zhao Jingyun. His martial spirit? the violent Bear King, with an innate level of 7. As a student of the Imperial Soul Emperor Academy, he was only 21 but had already reached level 32, achieving the rank of Soul Elder. Originally, he was the Zhao family's trump card against the Nangong clan's influence. But now, with my awakening of an unparalleled martial spirit coupled with innate full soul power, Zhao Jingyun, their once vaunted heir, was reduced to nothing but a minor footnote. The patriarch, we can't wait any longer. The Zhao family elder's face was as dark as a stormy sky. This brat is growing at a terrifying speed. If we don't act now while he still lacks spirit rings, once he matures fully, the Zhao family will be finished. Zhao Tianba took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with murderous intent so thick it seemed almost tangible. Tonight, at the Tianyu auction, that brat and Nangong Xiong will certainly show up. I've already arranged the perfect plan. Oh, let's hear it. The elder's spirits were immediately lifted. Zhao Tianba sneered coldly. The auction ends late at night. I'll have people attack Nangong family's Thunderclap secret realm. That's their lifeblood. Nangong Xiong will definitely rush back defensively with people. By then, that brat's side will be defenseless for sure. Zhao Tianba's grin grew more smug with his words. I've done my homework. The only one protecting him is a 42nd level instructor, Qin Yaju. She's strong, sure, but she's just one person. I'll send 2 spirit ancestors as death soldiers. One will keep her busy, and the other will tear that brat without spirit rings into pieces. Sinister laughter erupted in the hall. What a brilliant plan, Patriarch. Nangong Tian is dead for sure. Nangong Xiong can only cry over his son's corpse. Zhao Tianba stroked his beard, laughing recklessly. Little did he know, the 42nd level weak lady instructor, Qin Yaju in their eyes, had already ascended to become an overwhelming 60th level spirit emperor. With a top-tier martial spirit and a one-word battle armor to boot, her strength could annihilate spirit saints in seconds. Moreover, the one they dismissed, Shen Shuanghua, was also a 43rd level peak spirit ancestor. All 4 of her spirit rings were 9,999 year ones. At dusk, as the golden glow of the sunset poured over the sleeping chambers, Shen Shuanghua donned a black outfit for night operations, her face concealed behind the illusory veil. Stored in her spatial ring were divine pills and soul tools I had given her. Young master, I'm setting out. Tonight, the Heavenly Palace's first messenger will make the entire Linjiang city tremble. She pressed a light kiss on the back of my hand, her figure fading into a violet gold blur immediately and vanishing into the night. The chambers were left with nothing but a lingering fragrance on the bed. I gently untied Aunt Yaju's silk-covered, beautiful legs. Her soft and fragrant body slumped into my arms. Tianer, the patriarch's convoy has already arrived. She pleaded softly with eyes brimming like silk. Yet her legs clung tightly to my waist. Then let's meet those wolves. I gave her round rear side a light slap and rose from bed. Half an hour later, outside the estate, dozens of bulletproof Maybachs lined up in perfect formation. Hundreds of elite family guards flanked both sides. I dressed in a custom black gold suit, while Aunt Yaju stood gracefully by my side. Inside the car, my father patted my shoulder. Tianer, tonight, I'll make sure to win the body-tempering herbs for you. Rest assured, father, I responded, an amused smile hiding in my heart. Soon, my grade 5 divine pills would leave everyone dumbfounded. At Tianyu Auction House, where luxury vehicles flooded and the distinguished gathered, as soon as our convoy eased to a halt, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. That's the Nangong family's unparalleled young master, the Thunder Lion Emperor, born with innate full soul power. At that moment, Bai Xiao emerged. She was dressed tonight in a black bodycon dress. Her ultra-sheer black stockings wrapped snugly around her shapely legs, glistening temptingly under the lights. And then, before everyone's stunned gazes, she knelt directly before me. Xiao greets the young master. Her voice was so soft and endearing it was almost unreal. The crowd burst into chaos. The Bai family's little princess is kneeling publicly. The cold, proud white fox who ignores even the mayor's son. I leisurely reached out and ruffled her silky hair, then effortlessly pulled her into my arms. Stand up. Aunt is watching. Yes, young master. Bai Xiao blushed crimson, her lusciously stocking-clad legs trembling slightly. She clung to my arm tightly, her chest pressed firmly against me. Amid the sea of envious stares, we we stepped into the auction house. Backstage at Tianyu Auction House, trying to join in the chaos with just a veil covering your face. Manager Jean sneered at the black-clad woman. If you don't take out at least a grade 2 treasure, get out. Shen Shuanghua didn't waste words. Buzz. The overlord lance of 9 heavens materialized instantly. 4 soul rings slowly emerged. Deep purple, deep purple, deep purple. And finally, a black ring as dark as ink. All of them were near 10,000-year extreme rings. 4 near 10,000-year purple rings. Manager Jean was so shocked that he fell off his chair. How can the first soul ring possibly be deep purple? A mere mortal. What do you know of the vastness of the heavens and earth? Shen Shuanghua's voice was hoarse and icy cold. The entire room began crackling with electric thunder. Who dares cause a disturbance? A master at 48th level rushed in, Master Gu. But the moment he saw the 4 purple rings and grade 5 spatial ring, his footsteps froze abruptly. A supreme dual martial spirit expert. Master Gu's thoughts spiraled out of control. She must have hidden her first martial spirit and only added spirit rings to her second martial spirit after reaching level 50. At least Spirit King level. A living monster. His knees went weak. He gave Manager Jean a hard slap across the face. Greetings, Your Supreme Eminence. Shen Shuanghua secretly enjoyed the moment. At ease. I'm just here to auction off some trinkets for gold. Allowing Your Eminence to consign your items is our honor. Shen Shuanghua waved her hand lightly. 10 4th level essence nourishing pills. 5 5th level 9 turn soul refinement pills. 3 5th level premium grade soul tools. The table was instantly packed. 5 9 turn soul refinement pills. Master Gu almost had a stroke in shock. And 3 5th level soul tools. Each of them could spark bloodshed and chaos. They're but trifles. Shen Shuanghua turned to leave. Put all of them in the auction within half an hour. As you command. We'll give our lives to ensure it. Master Gu hesitantly asked. Your Eminence, may I ask the name of the sect you hail from? Shen Shuanghua paused, her voice piercingly cold. Listen well. My sect, standing behind me. Its name is the Heavenly Palace. Inside Tianyu Auction House's top-floor VIP suite. Bai Xiao knelt half-bent next to me, her stockinged legs slightly bent, her alluring figure captivating. She peeled grapes ever so gently, offering them to me. Young master, the auction house has an extensive background. There's a powerhouse soul emperor from the provincial capital supporting it. Qin Yaju chuckled softly from the side, her silky stockinged legs lightly brushing against my knee. A soul emperor? What does that compare to her, a near-soul saint? Across in Suite 2, the Zhao family stared daggers at us. The elder sneered viciously. Strike the moment the auction ends. Fake an attack on the Thunderclap secret realm to lure Nangong Xiong back to defend. The death warriors on the road will send Nangong Tian to his grave. Zhao Tianba sneered viciously. Tonight, let's finish the final act with them. Nangong Xiong sensed the malicious intent of the Zhao family. They want to compete with us at the herbal auction? When it comes to wealth, when has the Nangong family ever been afraid? Suddenly, the auction platform burst into countless golden rays. A trembling voice came through the loudspeakers. Breaking news. We've just received a consignment application from a reclusive powerhouse. The item is so astonishing that it has been moved to the finale. The entire venue erupted in chaos. Bai Xiao covered her red lips in disbelief. Oh my, this has never happened before. Only something of unimaginable value could break the rules like this. The curtain opened. Master Gu walked onto the stage, his expression a mix of reverence and dread. It's Master Gu himself hosting. What level of treasure must this be? Master Gu took a deep breath. These divine items come from an ancient, reclusive sect. The Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Palace? Never heard of it. Where did this power come from? Zhao Tianba snorted coldly. Just some small-time nobodies pretending to be grand. With a wave of Master Gu's hand, 15 boxes of top-tier herbs and 3 soul-guiding artifacts appeared. Level 4 rejuvenation pills, 10 of them. Level 5 9 refinement soul cleansing pills, 5 of them. Level 5 supreme soul guiding artifacts, 3 of them. Silence. Then the entire hall exploded. Level 5 soul cleansing pills. A miraculous pill capable of helping a soul king break through. Level 5 soul guiding artifacts. These are treasures that entire clans in the provincial capital would treasure for generations. What exactly is this heavenly palace? Could it be a reclusive holy land with a soul saint presiding over it? Every family frantically started making calls to gather funds. The grapes were sweet. My fiancé's hand was so soft. Qin Yaju's silky legs in white stockings pressed against me, a perfect comfort. Tonight, the heavenly palace descends. In the VIP box, Bai Xiao was frozen in shock. With a death grip on my arm, she exclaimed, "Young master, 5 level 5 divine pills, and 3 level 5 soul guiding artifacts. This is going to cause an uproar." Even her legs clad in black silk trembled uncontrollably. I gave her thigh a light squeeze. "It's just a few pills. Young master." She blushed, collapsing onto my leg. Beside her, Qin Yaju chuckled. Her milky white legs and stockings brushed against me, her gaze soft. She knew that these so-called divine items to me were nothing more than pocket change. The auction hall was in an uproar. The Zhao family panicked. "Pledge all our assets. We must secure the divine pills." The Nangong family went berserk. At all costs. The first auction item, a level 2 bone refining spirit grass. Starting bid, 100,000. Zhao Tianba called out a spiteful 800,000 just to annoy others. Cries of frustration erupted below. "Stop wasting time. We want to see the heavenly palace treasures." Nan Gongxiong casually took it for 1 million. No one cared. Everyone was waiting for level 4 rejuvenation pill. The first one. Starting bid, 1 million. In the private box, Bai Xiao had gone soft, leaning entirely on my chest. Her long legs in black silk pressed against me. She stared at the level 4 rejuvenation pill on stage. "Young master, those elders are like starving wolves eyeing this pill. This will definitely become a bidding frenzy." I wrapped an arm around Qin Yaju's soft, white-stocking thigh. Secretly, I laughed inwardly. In the system store, 10 pills cost only 1 million. One pill costs just 100,000. Out there, the starting bid was 1 million. The profit margin was utterly exhilarating. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. The price skyrocketed instantly. 7 million. Zhao Tianba snarled, throwing down his bid like a gauntlet. Bai Xiao, leaning on my lap, smiled faintly. The Zhao family is going all out, but it won't be that simple. As expected, 10 million. Then Gongxiong fired back directly. 12 million. Zhao Tianba gritted his teeth and matched him. The entire venue turned deathly quiet. 15 million. 17 million. Zhao Tianba was on the brink of madness. The Nangong family's grand elder grabbed their family head. "Don't engage in a death match with him. Save funds for the level 5 pills." Nan Gongxiong reluctantly backed down. Sold. 17 million to Zhao Tianba. Zhao Tianba collapsed into his chair, his heart aching but his face triumphant. And then it got even crazier. The second pill sold for 15 million. The third for 13 million. By the time all 10 rejuvenation pills were sold, the Nangong family had secured 3. The Zhao family had taken 4. Other families split the remaining 3. I had just netted 140 million. At the cost of only 1 million. The profit? Bleeding luxury. Master Gu suddenly roared. Next up are the miracles of the heavenly palace. The level 5-9 refinement, soul, cleansing pills. Starting bid, 10 million. The jaw-dropping initial price thundered through the hall like a lightning strike, stunning everyone present. In box 2, Zhao Tianba didn't even blink. Radiating the full power of his 53rd level Soul King strength, he bellowed like a lion. 100 million. My Zhao family bids 100 million. The entire auction house fell into dead silence. In box 1, even the usually aloof Bai Xiao clutched her chest. Her ample assets heaved violently with shock. "Young master, the Zhao family has gone insane." Bai Xiao leaned close to my ear, her voice trembling. "But young master, buying a pill capable of propelling a Soul King to new heights for 100 million is not really expensive. After all, the value of a Soul King cannot be measured in mere money." Before Zhao Tianba could even rejoice, 200 million. Like muffled thunder, Ning Gongxiong's voice slammed down, shocking everyone within its reach. 200 million. My heavens! The Nangong family just jumped straight to 200 million. Is this what it means to be a real top-tier elite clan? Are they planning to tear apart the heavens of Linjiang City tonight? Breathing in the hall seemed to grow impossibly heavier. Zhao Tianba's face turned ashen green, his fury and humiliation driving him to the brink of collapse. 250 million. Nan Gongxiong responded coldly. 300 million. Zhao Tianba gritted his teeth painfully, but stayed silent. Sold. Box 1 wins the bid. 300 million for the first divine pill. Zhao Tianba slumped back into his sofa. I lounged leisurely in box 1, enjoying Bai Xiao's massage with her black silk-clad legs, sipping on tea, an unbridled smirk on my lips. 300 million for one small pill. TCH. In the system store, it costs just 1 million. My balance is about to rocket up to 10 billion. This thrill is electrifying. Bai Xiao lay draped over my legs, pressing her black-stockinged thighs together tightly. Young master, our Bai family simply cannot handle sums like several billions. She stared at me, her eyes filled with admiration. Your presence alone commands the submission of any woman. What followed was a ferocious collision of the two great families. The second pill, Zhao family, 270 million. The third pill, Nangong family, 250 million. The fourth pill, an unrelenting Zhao family seized it. The final pill, Zhao Tianba staggeringly bid 350 million, claiming it with a sky-high price. Dust settled. 3 pills for the Zhao family, 2 for the Nangong family. Nangong Xiong stared at the 2 divine pills in his hand, his elderly eyes filled with unwillingness. Damn it, where did Zhao Tianba get so much money? This doesn't match our calculations. The first elder lowered his voice. Patriarch, the Zhao family is secretly involved in underground business. With dirty money piled up, the amount is astronomical. Crooked paths will end in ruin sooner or later. Nangong Xiong could only swallow his frustration. However, the big shots in the hall barely caught their breath when Master Gu's eyes abruptly gleamed with violet golden lightning. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is tonight's main event. The top-tier level 5 soul tool, the first piece. Boom. The entire venue erupted. Pills were consumed and gone. But soul tools were different. They could be treasured for generations and could save lives at critical moments. The starting bid. 1 billion. Silence. Half a minute later. Only 1 billion? Too cheap. In the provincial capital, you can't even buy it for 2 billion. Master Gu struck the auction gavel. The first piece, level 5 defensive soul tool 9 heaven shield. It can withstand attacks from a soul king 3 times. Hiss. Bai Xiao turned pale, gripping my arm tightly. Young master, this is insane. With this shield, who could still harm them? As expected. 3 billion. Zhao Tianba roared. 5 billion. Nangong Xiong directly raised it by 2 billion. 6 billion. 7 billion. 8 billion. In just 3 breaths, the bids climbed to 9 billion. 10 billion. My Nangong family bids 10 billion. Nangong Xiong's shout was so deafening it made people cough blood. Zhao Tianba's eyes turned bloodshot. 12 billion. 13 billion. 15 billion. My Zhao family bids 15 billion. Nangong Xiong, bid any higher, and I'll fight you to the death. The first elder clung desperately to Nangong Xiong. Patriarch, we can't bid any higher. There are still offensive soul tools coming up. Damn it. Nangong Xiong slammed the table with his fist, but had to concede defeat. Sold for 15 billion. The hammer fell. Zhao Tianba collapsed onto the sofa, his face bursting with a prideful, maniacal laugh. The second piece, Heavenly Shield, was brought on stage. 10 billion. My father opened with an astonishing bid, silencing the entire venue. 12 billion. Zhao Tianba gritted his teeth and followed. 15 billion. With a single slap, my father shattered the table, the sole power of his level 53 Thunder Emperor Lion cracking the bulletproof glass. Zhao Tianba did the math, realizing he didn't have enough money and could only give up. Sold. To box 1, for 15 billion. The Nangong family finally secured their first level 5 artifact. Before they could catch their breath, Master Gu's eyes burst with violet golden sparks once more. Here comes the grand finale. Top-tier level 5 offensive soul tool, Heavenly Thunder Emperor Sword. One strike can pierce a Soul King's defense. Bai Xiao's legs went weak, clutching my arm so tightly it hurt. Young master, we must win this sword. If Zhao Tianba gets it, he could unleash the strength of someone at level 59. My father's eyes shone violet gold, his entire body trembling. Pledge everything we can. No matter what, Zhao Tianba cannot win this sword tonight. 10 billion, my father roared. 12 billion, snapped Zhao Tianba. 15 billion. Just when everyone thought the deal was about to close, Zhao Tianba tore off his robe, revealing his trembling old physique. 16 billion. 17 billion, my father shouted. Bai Xiao was so scared her legs could hardly support her. Her black silk-clad legs wrapped tightly around my thigh. 18 billion. Zhao Tianba's mad bear king martial spirit almost materialized, shattering the crystal fish tank into pieces. The hall fell into dead silence. The first elder knelt and clutched Nangong Xiong's leg. Patriarch, we truly can't compete. Only 17 billion remains. Nangong Xiong slumped in his chair, his eyes hollow. 18 billion, going thrice. Sold. Zhao Tianba laughed maniacally. Nangong Xiong, what good is your genius son now? The divine sword is mine. I looked down at Bai Xiao, who was sprawled across my knees, her black silk-clad legs nervously pressed together. Young master, the Zhao family has acquired 2 divine weapons. We're in grave danger. Qin Yaju's white silk-clad legs lightly brushed against mine, her gaze teasing. She knew these so-called divine artifacts were nothing but garbage to me. I ran my hand along Bai Xiao's black silk-covered thigh. Relax, the Zhao family doesn't have what it takes. I smirked inwardly. Since my father was feeling suppressed and the Zhao family was so restless, I might as well send a few level 5 soul tools in the name of the Heavenly Palace envoy later. Let him arm himself to the teeth. Let's see how Zhao Tianba can fight with a sword I deem worthless. The auction is over, but no one left. Everyone crowded the doors. The Heavenly Palace is terrifying. The Nangong and Zhao families? They're just ants before the Heavenly Palace. I'm heading backstage. I must meet the Heavenly Palace envoy. Nangong Xiong and Zhao Tianba frantically sent men to the backstage area, both desperate to curry favor with the Heavenly Palace. In the VIP back room, the security was intense. Shun Shuanghua, cloaked in the illusion veil of 1,000 waves, stood by the window. Black training attire was draped under her cloak. Outwardly, she appeared aloof, but inwardly, she was ecstatic. Good heavens! Level 5 pills had sold for 3 billion, and those 3 soul tools. 15 billion, 18 billion at sky-high prices. The young master was a walking god of wealth. Following the young master was pure bliss. Creak. The appraisal room's heavy doors pushed open. Chief Appraiser Master Gu strode in energetically, his face glowing bright red. He bowed deeply, holding a prestige-level black gold card forged from deep-sea god silver. Gu greets your eminence. Tonight's auction was exceptionally successful. Tianyu shall not take any commissions or channel fees from this. Gu swallowed hard, both hands trembling slightly. After taxes, the net proceeds total 6,380 million. All of it has been transferred to this prestige black gold card. Boom. 6,380 million. Shen Shuanghua's heart nearly stopped mid-beat. Liquid cash, over 600 billion. Neither the Nangong nor Zhao families could produce this sum. Most of their wealth lay in immovable assets. But this was liquid gold, instantly convertible into golden bricks. Shen Shuanghua inhaled deeply, suppressing her shock. With an air of superiority, she waved her sleeve and took the black gold card. Well done. This seat shall put in a good word for you before the Heavenly Emperor. Many thanks for your eminence's grand favor. Master Gu was so ecstatic he nearly knelt to kowtow. Wiping his sweat, he cautiously ventured. Your eminence, about the situation outside the main hall's entrance. The Nangong family head, the Zhao family head, and over 100 family elders are all waiting desperately in the wind, seeking an audience with you for just 1 minute. Shen Shuanghua's cold and elegant face showed a trace of disdain. Her raspy, ice-cold voice resonated. Nangong family, Zhao family, they are nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well, mere ants. I am acting under the decree of the Heavenly Emperor. How could they see me just because they wish to? Inform them that the Heavenly Palace does not wish to be disturbed. If they dare to clamor any further, let them be wiped off the map of Linjiang City. Yes, as you command. Grandmaster Gu broke out in a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly in compliance. Under her veil, Shun Shuanghua was screaming inwardly. Who's interested in meeting those old wretches anyway? I just want to rush back to the young master's chamber. Hand over this black platinum card with 63,800 million deposited in it. And then grab the most colorful pairs of black silk and white silk stockings from the wardrobe. Just imagining how the young master would admire and play with my legs made my knees go weak. Any semblance of cold majesty was now non-existent. I turned into a streak of golden-purple shadow, disappearing into the night. Grandmaster Gu stared at the empty floor-to-ceiling window, bowed deeply, and left. At the entrance of the auction house, thousands of family heads and elders waited eagerly. Nangong Xiong and Zhao Tianba stood in the forefront. Grandmaster Gu walked out and sighed deeply. Ladies and gentlemen, disperse. The envoy of the Heavenly Palace has left. Anyone daring to disturb the Heavenly Palace will be executed without mercy. Everyone instantly sobered up, too intimidated to act recklessly. Nangong Xiong, disheartened, prepared to leave. However, a sinister gleam flickered in Zhao Tianba's eyes. Leaving is fine as well. He stared intently at the divine weapon ring in his hand. Tonight, the genius of the Nangong family will meet their end. Move out immediately. Advance to the Thunderclap secret realm. The Zhao family convoy roared off into the distance. Nangong Xiong scoffed. Zhao Tianba is rushing back to test his sword. Well, so shall we. Inside the Maybach, I leaned comfortably against the leather sofa as Bai Xiao clung closely to me. Her silky black-stockinged legs intertwined with mine, and her delicate hands trembled. Young master, 60 billion. It's just a shame we didn't get to meet the envoy of the Heavenly Palace. On the other side, Qin Yaju's eyes brimmed with a peculiar amusement. Her snowy legs and white stockings brushed against me as she secretly pinched my hand. Silly little sister, if only you knew who the envoy really was. Qin Yaju covered her mouth, chuckling. I gave a devilish grin, pulling the soft and fragrant Bai Xiao closer. My hands rested leisurely on her supple black-stockinged legs. Xiao, don't worry. You'll have a chance for some intimate interactions with the envoy of the Heavenly Palace. The interior of the Maybach was as luxurious as a royal palace. I rested against the soft embrace of Bai Xiao, my lips carrying a mischievous smirk. Qin Yaju, sitting gracefully beside me with gentle, watery eyes, couldn't stop chuckling at the clueless Bai Xiao. Tianer, what are you laughing at? Bai Xiao, lying across my lap with her black-stockinged legs nervously pressed together, peered up with wide, confused eyes. Suddenly, the car window slid open in an instant. A shadow wrapped in streaking purple gold lightning darted into the cabin. The window then resealed itself just as swiftly. An assassin, Bai Xiao cried out, as startled as a frightened deer. Her black-stocking legs wrapped tightly around my waist, arms clutching my neck with all her strength. Upon recognizing the visitor, she sighed in relief. You scared me to death. Principal Shun, how did you get in here? The visitor, none other than Shun Shuanghua, ignored Bai Xiao's shock. She directly knelt before me, trembling as she pulled out a supreme black platinum card and raised it high. Young master, the mission is complete. 15 divine pills, 3 sacred weapons. Sold for an astronomical price of 63,800 million. The Heavenly Universe Auction House, eager to curry favor with the Heavenly Palace, took not a single coin in commission. Every last penny has been deposited into this card. Leaning leisurely against the sofa, I flashed a devilish smirk, casually taking the black platinum card. A glimmer of surprise flickered in my gaze. 63,800 million. And my cost? A mere 15 million. 400 times the profit. Truly divine feats against the natural order. Unable to hold back, I chuckled softly. Hearing Shun Shuanghua's report, Bai Xiao, nestled in my arms, froze in disbelief. Her black-stockinged legs trembled violently. 63,800 million? What are you talking about? Clutching her chest, her face turned deathly pale as she stammered. Why are you calling him young master? Isn't that money the Heavenly Palace's? How did it end up in Tianer's hands? Shun Shuanghua glanced at me, then leaned gently against my knees, muttering quietly. Seems like dear Xiao still knows nothing. I erupted into hearty laughter, pinching her trembling black-stockinged leg. Leaning down to her ear, I whispered, would you like a supreme martial soul and innate full soul power? Young master, what are you saying? I've already awakened. My martial soul is a mid-tier white fox. A person can only awaken once, though. Yaju, Shuanghua, show her. Yes, young master. The very next moment. Boom. Devastating soul power erupted. In Qin Yaju's hand blossomed the holy lotus of 9 heavens profound ice. 5 radiant soul rings ascended into the air. The final ring, a dark purple-black, radiated with the full intensity of a 9,999-year soul ring. Soul King at the pinnacle. Shuanghua's display was even more astounding. The Overlord Spear of 9 skies materialized for fully purple maximal soul rings. A level 43 soul elder. This cannot be. Bai Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. Sister Qin, weren't you just an ordinary soul elder? Principal Shun, didn't you have no martial soul? How do you both have maximal soul rings? Shen Shuanghua covered her mouth with a soft laugh. That envoy of the heavenly palace you wanted to meet tonight was me. Boom. Bai Xiao's mind shattered into chaos. Then the lord of the heavenly palace. She trembled, shifting her gaze uncertainly toward me. Yaju, stroking her hair tenderly, whispered, far away in the heavens, but right here in front of you. Yo, young master. Bai Xiao was completely stunned. A moment ago, she had been revering the heavenly palace. But now to realize that the lord of the heavenly palace was me, her sanity unraveled in an instant. Young master. Woo-woo. Young master. Like a soft kitten, she straddled my lap. Her chest pressed tightly against me as she frantically tugged at my clothes. Xiao was wrong. Xiao also wants a supreme martial soul. Xiao wants to be young master's black silk-clad little concubine. I beg young master to love Xiao right now. Looking at the proud yet utterly flustered princess of the Bai family squirming on my lap, I let out a carefree laugh. Beside me, Yaju and Shuanghua exchanged knowing smiles. Young master, please, I beg you. Bai Xiao's face burned as red as fire. Since you're my woman, naturally, I won't favor others over you. With a devilish grin, I summoned the system shop. System, by the Supreme Martial Soul Evolution Stone. For Bai Xiao. Ding, 100,000 deducted, purchase successful. Boom. The divine ancestral power of the celestial fox erupted within her body. Ah, it's so hot. Bai Xiao's trembling, delicate figure slumped, her black-stockinged legs going completely limp. The phantom of the nine-tailed divine fox blossomed behind her. The intermediate white fox evolved into the supreme celestial jade fox. My God, a top-level martial soul. She burst into tears, sobbing like a pear blossom bathed in rain, and kissed me passionately. Completely captivated, I took the black gold card handed to me by Shen Shuanghua. System, recharge 6,380,000,000. Ding, balance, 6,436,000,000. Ding, second stage of the marketplace unlocked. What the hell? I excitedly opened the Soul Rings tab. 10,000-year Soul Ring. 1 year/10, 000 yuan. 10,000 years. 1 billion yuan. 99,000-year Ultimate Soul Ring. 10 billion yuan. Expensive, yes, but these are 10,000-year Black Soul Rings. If those old monsters outside found out, they'd probably shatter their skulls trying to grab them. The key is, right now, I have 6.4 billion yuan. Forget 1 billion. Even a 10 billion yuan Ultimate Soul Ring. I could throw that money around like nothing. Qin Yaju and Shun Shuanghua stared at me curiously. Looking at the two peerless beauties, I grinned wickedly. The 10,000-year soul rings they've yearned for have finally found their way. But before I buy them for you, tonight, I need to prepare an extraordinary surprise for the old man. Zhao Tianba flaunted 2 level 5 soul artifacts in the auction, didn't he? I directly placed an order. 3 supreme level 5 soul artifacts, 9 million yuan. 5 level 5 9-turn soul refinement pills, 5 million yuan. Retrieve. Whoosh. Bai Xiao was completely dumbfounded. With a flick of my left hand, 2 thunderous long swords, a shield of holy light, and 5 divine pills were casually scattered across the sofa like trash. Young master, this. Bai Xiao's face turned pale with fright. Those items old families spent billions bidding on at the auction. I could effortlessly summon duplicates of them. Shuanghua, take these. I tossed everything into her storage ring. Patting her pert rear, I instructed, tonight, on your way back, go meet my father as an envoy of the Celestial Palace. Give these to him, and tell him the Celestial Palace has taken a liking to his son. Understood, young master. A glint of sly delight sparkled in her eyes. A winding mountain road, outside Lijiang City. Dozens of Maybachs sped along. Family head, Zhao Tianba left in a hurry. I fear he's planning to make a move against us, the Grand Elder said worriedly. Nangong Xiong gripped a protective artifact tightly. Boom. Violet gold lightning tore through the road ahead. The convoy screeched to a halt. Enemy attack. Protect the family head. Everyone leaped out of their vehicles. On a branch above the road, a figure in black robes stood with hands behind her back. For ultimate violet rings circled her feet. For ultimate violet rings. Nangong Xiong and his men froze in place. Your Eminence, what counsel do you bring us? Nangong Xiong asked nervously. Shen Shuanghua's voice was icy. I am the Celestial Palace's first envoy. You? But you left. What would mortals understand of the profound workings of the Celestial Emperor? Inwardly, she smirked. It wasn't long ago she'd been enjoying the attentions of the young master in the car. The Celestial Emperor has taken a liking to your son, Nangong Tian, and has especially blessed him with divine gifts. What? The Celestial Emperor favors my son. The news rocked the old man's mind, sending him into rapturous ecstasy. His heart raced so violently it nearly burst. Top-tier martial soul and innate full soul power. Even the leaders of hidden sacred lands were awed by him. Shun Shuanghua flicked her sleeve. A silver glow shined from her storage ring. 2 Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor swords, coursing with lightning. 1 Nine Heavens Divine Shield, radiant with holy light. 5 Nine Turn Soul Refinement Pills, glowing in 9 dazzling colors. The dense medicinal aura dyed the entire forest in 9 hues. What? The old man and the Grand Elder were stupefied. Other clans spent tens of billions just to secure a single object. Yet in the hands of a celestial envoy, these things were treated like mere trash. Your Eminence, these divine treasures. The old man's voice trembled. No coins needed, Shen Shuanghua said, standing with hands behind her back, her black robes billowing. This is the Celestial Emperor's gift. Safeguard your young master well. The Celestial Palace grants your Nangong clan a century of prosperity. As soon as her words fell, she disappeared into a violet golden blur. My son, you are our clan's savior. The old man's eyes reddened with emotion. Suddenly, an urgent report cracked through the intercom. Family head, Zhao Tianba has gone mad. He's leading all his elites to assault the Forbidden Realm. The defensive barrier is under siege. Return immediately. What? Zhao Tianba dared to attack our Forbidden Realm. I gazed at the 3 artifacts and 5 divine pills freshly obtained. A cruel smile crept across my face. He wouldn't have dreamed that I've got 4 level, 5 divine artifacts in my hands. Full retreat. Tonight, we shatter Zhao Tianba. The convoy turned around and roared toward lightning Forbidden Realm. Outside the Forbidden Realm gates, dark clouds churned. 50 masked warriors were fiercely bombarding the protective barrier. Zhao Tianba gripped the Thunder Emperor's sword, his face twisting with malice. Nangong Xiong is scrambling here like a dog. Too bad, my death squads are already on their way to kill his son. Ha ha. Boom. The Maybach convoy arrived like a thunderstorm. The family head roared, Zhao Tianba, tonight you die here. You've only got 1 divine shield. What will you fight me with? Zhao Tianba sneered, brandishing his sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For bursts of spiritual pressure exploded. 2 Thunder Emperor swords, 2 Nine Heavens divine shields. 4 level, 5 divine artifacts ascended to the skies. What? Impossible. Zhao Tianba fell to the ground in terror. 4 divine artifacts. Where did they come from? Boom. Under the suppression of divine artifacts, Zhao Tianba's death squad collapsed instantly. We're breaking apart. Zhao Clan's Grand Elder screamed, vomiting blood. Blood dripping from his own lips. Zhao Tianba roared with a maniacal smile. It's fine. Our death squads have already torn Nangong Tian to pieces. Retreat. The Grand Elder suddenly exclaimed in horror. It's a trap. A diversion. Quick. We must return to protect the young master. Inside the Maybach cabin, Shun Shuanghua nestled back into my arms. Her black robes were drenched in sweat, short hair clinging to her face. Her long legs coiled around my waist, hands wrapped around my neck. Young master, everything's been handled. Your father was so overwhelmed, he nearly bowed to the Celestial Emperor. Qin Yaju leaned on my other side, her silky legs brushing against me. 5 divine pills, 3 artifacts. Of course the family head would lose his mind. I gazed at Qin Yaju as she nestled softly beside me. Her smooth, glossy legs encased in white stockings rubbed against my thigh. Young master, you're incredible. Sitting on my lap, Bai Xiao wrapped her arms around my neck. Earlier tonight, you seized 6.4 billion from the Zhao clan. And now your father is armed with divine weapons to crush Zhao Tianba. I laughed heartily. Pulling Qin Yaju closer, my hand slid over her icy smooth stockinged leg. And Yaju, I've got even better news. Just as I was about to tell her about the system marketplace, suddenly, Qin Yaju's body stiffened. Tianer, someone's coming. Her beautiful eyes turned icy cold in an instant. 2 over level 40, with murderous intent. Assassins. Shen Shuanghua erupted with violet gold lightning in a flash. Gripping her overlord spear, she was ready to charge out. Shuanghua, stop. I patted her on the thigh. You represent the Celestial Palace. You can't expose yourself. Stay in the car as our trump card. Those two outside, Yizhu and I will handle them. Yes, young master. Shuanghua's face flushed as she retreated into the shadows. The convoy halted on the pitch-dark mountain road. I tied on a black sleeping robe, exposing my chest muscles. Qin Yaju adjusted her long dress and accompanied me out of the vehicle. Ha ha ha. Nangong Tian. Two sinister laughs echoed in the air. You little bastard, tonight you'll die here. Two soul kings, cloaked and masked in black, leaped out of the void. Your father won't save you this time. The Nangong clan's experts met their doom in the Thunder Abyss ambush. Qin Yaju, you're just a level 42 soul king. Be smart and scram. Or after I kill this brat, I'll have some fun with you. The two Zhao family death warriors were smug and brimming with confidence. Their target? A waste with no soul rings, me. Seeing me, they were full of glee. Second brother, stick to the plan. I'll hold off the woman. You kill Nangong Tian. The leader, a level 42 user of the Shadow Leopard Martial Soul, barked coldly. Four poor quality soul rings, white, yellow, 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 emerged around him. He dashed toward Qin Yaju like a shadow. The second, a level 43 user of the Bloodthirsty Wolf Martial Soul, roared with laughter. Nangong family's young master? Die already. White, yellow, yellow, and purple rings spun around him. His blood claws lunged straight for my throat. Their coordination was flawless, a textbook soul king hunting formation. Yet, the contempt in Qin Yaju's eyes transformed into ultimate ridicule. Two trash-tier soul kings, daring to flaunt in front of the young master? She raised her hand. The deep-sea silver ring on her ring finger erupted in radiant light. A set of one-word battle armor descended. Silver plating immediately adhered to her body. Fusion. What is that? Her spiritual pressure skyrocketed dozens of fold. The leader froze mid-air in terror. Who cares what she's wearing? Just kill her. The second brother unleashed his fourth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Wolf King Break. The leader activated his third soul skill, Shadow Annihilation Claw. Dark and crimson soul power tore through the night sky. Qin Yaju pursed her lips, letting out a cold snort. Ignorant ants. 5 soul rings slowly rose around her. White, yellow, yellow, purple. And then the ultimate deep purple of the 5th ring. A5, 5-ring soul king. The leader's face went ghostly pale. Wasn't she level 42? Retreat. But it was already too late. Qin Yaju raised her hand. 5th soul skill, Sacred Lotus Frostbound Domain. The temperature plummeted to freezing. A sacred lotus of mystical ice bloomed in the void. The leader was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Bang! A flick of her jade finger. The ice sculpture shattered into a flurry of sparkling frost. Instant kill. Big brother. The second brother's legs gave out in fear. He spun around to flee. Since you're here, why not stay? Qin Yaju's voice was devoid of emotion. A streak of ice blue light shot through the void. It pinned him perfectly in place, killing him in one strike. The second transformed into drifting ice shards. In just 2 breaths, 2 peak stage soul kings left not even a drop of blood behind. They were utterly wiped out. I leaned against the door of the Maybach. My eyes lingered on Qin Yaju's armor-clad figure. A satisfied smile graced my lips. Inside the car, Shen Shuanghua sounded faintly aggrieved. Sister Qin is so unreasonable. My 9 Heavens Overlord spear didn't even get a chance to move. She just used her 5-level battle armor to finish them in seconds. Bai Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of soul tool armor is this? It allowed Sister Qin to annihilate peak soul kings instantly. Young master, this is a miracle. I curled my lips into a devilish smirk and climbed back into the car. There are no miracles with me, only rules. Clean up the mess. Let's go. The convoy roared to life and sped toward the Nangong estate. Qin Yaju retracted her battle armor. The 2 beauties, still exhilarated from the fight, were flushed. Calm the killing intent inside you. Laughing, I pulled them into my arms. Tianer, Auntie's killing intent doesn't disperse easily, Qin Yaju whispered breathlessly. Young master, even Shuanghua's hands are itching, Shen Shuanghua murmured, blushing furiously. Then allow me to give you both a piece of heavenly news. I leaned close to their ears. The next tier of soul rings has been unlocked. Black 10,000 years soul rings are within reach. The carriage was awash in astonishment. Qin Yaju gripped my arm. Tianer, is it true? You can really acquire black 10,000-year soul rings. When have I ever lied to you, Auntie? Shun Shuanghua hugged me excitedly. My 5th soul ring can finally be a 10,000-year ring. Following young master is pure bliss. Qin Yaju's eyes glistened with emotion. She was on the verge of becoming a true soul emperor. With a black 10,000-year 6th ring, she could contend with veteran soul emperors. Auntie will protect you at all costs from now on. The two beauties melted into my embrace like spring water. Humph, I had already thrown down a cool billion, buying them sublime 90,000-year black rings directly. Those rings, when manifested, could tear reality itself. Bai Xiao straddled my lap, her black silk-clad legs rubbing against me. Young master, what are these black 10,000 rings? Aren't soul rings only obtainable through personal hunts? Her face was filled with confusion. Qin Yaju giggled under the covers. Shun Shuanghua patted her pert backside. Silly sister, don't ask. Just serve the young master properly. You'll understand in time. Bai Xiao shivered slightly. She felt that her understanding of the world was about to shatter again. Ring, ring, ring. The soul communicator buzzed, my father's roar booming through. Tianer, are you all still in the car? Zhao Tianba sent 2 Soul King assassins to ambush you. We're rushing to support you. Stay in the car. I chuckled wickedly and picked up the communicator. Relax, Dad. We're already at the estate gates. What? At the gates? There was stunned silence on the other end. What about the 2 Soul King assassins? Dad shifted the call over to Qin Yaju. Qin Yaju rubbed her black silk-clad leg against me with gentle affection. Master, the assassins did show up. But as soon as they appeared, I turned them into ice shards. The young master is perfectly safe. On the other end, a collective state of petrification ensued. Qin Yaju added, it was the Celestial Palace envoy who lent a hand. So it was the Honorable One from the Celestial Palace. Father was so excited he could barely contain himself. 10 minutes later, the convoy entered the estate. Nan Gongxiong rushed to my car door. Seeing that I was safe and sound, holding Bai Xiao in my arms, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Tianer, you're the biggest hero tonight. A group of elders surrounded me, endlessly singing praises of the Celestial Palace. I lightly stroked Bai Xiao's silky legs in black stockings and exchanged a glance with Qin Yaju and Shun Shuanghua. The 3 of us could barely hold back from laughing. The Honorable One from the Celestial Palace they spoke of, wasn't that me? However, Father suddenly spoke with worry in his voice. Zhao Tianba will definitely not let this go. Zhao Jingyun's background is far from simple. He is a genius at the Empire's highest academy. When he graduates and the influential powers from the capital intervene, our Nangong family will face immense pressure. Nan Gongxiong and the others sighed as they left the room. Clearly, they were torn, whether to send me to train with the mysterious Celestial Palace, or to have me attend the Empire's highest Soul Master Academy. Back in the private chambers of my bedchamber, Shun Shuanghua changed into a moon-white silk dress, her long black stockinged legs crossing over my lap. Bai Xiao, like an affectionate little kitten, straddled my waist. I raised an eyebrow as I asked Qin Yaju, Aunt Yaju, what kind of place is this highest Soul Master Academy? Bai Xiao raised her flushed face. Young master, it's the sacred ground all soul masters dream of worshipping. In Linjiang City, a rank 51 soul king can be the head of a family. Yet at the academy, a rank 60 soul emperor is just an ordinary mentor. The dean and the associate professors are all over rank 70 soul saints, or even soul duos. All the empire's geniuses are gathered there. Violent light erupted in my eyes, and a malevolent grin spread across my face. A soul king merely being a tutor? A soul saint reigning supreme? Ha ha ha. I pulled the 3 women in my arms tighter. Interesting. Far more interesting than this little Linjiang city. With my million-year soul ring and 6.4 billion in hand, my gaze was fixed on an even greater battlefield. In the Western District, within the Zhao family manor, Zhao Tianba lay on a lounge couch, a sinister grin etched on his face. Nangongxing, so what if you managed to reclaim the secret realm? He gripped the 9 heavens Thunder Emperor sword. Your son is nothing but minced meat by now. The Zhao family elder chimed in. With 2 rank 42 and rank 43 soul ancestors making a move, crushing that little wretch would have been effortless. Time passed, but no word came of the assassination's success. What's going on? Zhao Tianba frowned. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. A scout tumbled inside. Patriarch Nangong Tian has returned home unharmed. He hasn't even lost a single strand of hair. What? Zhao Tianba fell off the couch, his face ashen. Two soul ancestors made a move. How is he still alive? Patriarch, the two death warriors have lost contact. The Nangong family claims that the attackers were blown to powder, not even blood remained. Zhao Tianba collapsed onto the ground, overwhelming terror filling his eyes. Had the Nangong family preemptively laid a death trap? Did that old fox, Nangongxing, foresee our Zhao family falling into his snare all along? Patriarch, we've completely torn our relationship with the Nangong family apart. The Grand Elder trembled uncontrollably. The most terrifying part is that Nangongxing possesses 4 rank, 5 top-grade soul devices. If he decides to wield these weapons against us tomorrow morning, the Zhao family could be annihilated. Fear consumed the entire hall. At that moment, buzz, the golden communication jade plate erupted with countless rays of spiritual light. From within came Zhao Jingyun's excited voice. Father, fantastic news. I've been accepted as a disciple by a rank 74 Soul Saint professor. Master is very interested in the resources in Linjiang City. They will descend upon the Zhao family estate tomorrow. A Soul Saint with 7 rings. Arriving tomorrow, Zhao Tianba was overjoyed in an instant. Ha ha ha. Heaven hasn't abandoned the Zhao family. A Soul Saint could obliterate 10 Nangong families with a single slap. He laughed maniacally in the direction of the Nangong estate. Nangongxing, what can your 4 soul devices do? In the eyes of a Soul Saint, you're mere ants. When the Soul Saint descends, I'll drown the Nangong family in rivers of blood. In the bedchamber, Bai Xiao straddled my waist, her black silk-clad legs restlessly rubbing against me. Young master, the highest academy is no trivial place. There are many 7-ring Soul Saints there. Past rank 70, they can unleash their martial soul avatars. That's a power on a whole different level. Shun Shuanghua knelt half by my side, confidence radiating from her eyes. I believe the young master can crush all Soul Saints underfoot. Qin Yaju's legs, wrapped in white silk, entwined around me. If I obtain a 10,000-year soul ring tonight and advance to Soul Emperor, with the addition of a 1-word battle armor, I'd be able to challenge a Soul Saint. She panted softly by my ear. I smirked wickedly as I squeezed her soft, stocking-clad leg. Since Aunt Yaju can't wait any longer, tonight, I'll bestow you this fortune. System, open the store. I directly accessed the second phase store. Purchase a 99,999-year Ultimate Black Soul Ring for Aunt Yaju. Ding, 10 billion deducted. Purchase successful. Extract. Boom. In an instant, the entire bedchamber was turned upside down. The temperature plummeted below freezing. The walls and floors were enveloped in pitch-black, profound ice. The 3 women were scared out of their minds. A colossal rift split open in the void. A soul ring as dark as ink and profound as the abyss slowly descended. Its blackness was suffocating. Its edges glimmered faintly with blood-red patterns. This pressure. Aunt Yaju collapsed directly into my arms. Tianer, this is definitely no ordinary black ring. Why do I, as a quasi-soul emperor, feel the urge to kneel? Shuanghua was utterly dumbstruck. Young master, this is more terrifying than my 4 purple rings combined. Xiao was trembling all over. It's real, it truly appeared. And it's the most noble black myriad-year soul ring. But why does it emit a blood-red glow? I held the 3 soft and trembling women close, bursting into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Aunt Yaju, didn't I say? My women must never endure a shred of humiliation. This isn't just an ordinary trinket. Lightning flickered in my eyes. This is a 99,999-year ultimate black ring. Only a single year short of evolving into a 100,000-year red god ring. The only supreme black ring in the world. The 3 women were completely stunned. They stared at the blood-tinged black soul ring, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. 99,999 years. It's beyond belief. They, of course, fully understood what this represented. A soul beast of more than 90,000 years. That was a true primordial overlord. Even an 8-ring soul Dala would have to take a detour to avoid it. And now it had just been taken out by me so casually. Auntie Yanju, stop standing there in a daze. Start absorbing it. I gave a wicked smile and patted Qin Yaju's pair of white silk-clad legs. Auntie, begin. Qin Yaju kissed me, her delicate body trembling slightly. Beside her, Bai Xiao's black silk-clad legs were pressed together, completely dumbfounded. Young master, can you absorb a soul beast without killing it? That's a 90,000-year black ring. She clutched her chest, breathing rapidly. Shun Shuanghua giggled softly, and, with a mischievous heart, pinched Bai Xiao's thigh. My 4 ultimate purple rings all came from this. Young master's methods are miraculous. Bai Xiao let out a sweet cry, her black silk-clad legs shrinking back a little. Hearing that, her heart pounded wildly. 4 9,999-year ultimate purple rings. Then I can have them too in the future? She looked at me, her eyes full of sycophancy. Oh heavens, this time even if I die, I have to cling tightly to young master's thigh. Although Shun Shuanghua was reassuring, everyone was still nervous looking at that 90,000-year black ring. After all, this was something only a title de law would dare absorb. Qin Yaju was only a quasi-soul emperor. Tianer, Auntie believes in you. She sat down cross-legged, her white silk-clad legs together. The martial soul of the 9 heavens, profound ice, sacred lotus bloomed. That black ring, carrying a blood-red glow, slowly enveloped her. Shen Shuanghua and Bai Xiao held their breath. They stared fixedly at Qin Yaju. I lazily leaned back in the chair. My fingers toyed with Bai Xiao's black silk-clad legs. The soul rings from the system shop fit perfectly. Why would I need to worry? Buzz! The ultimate black ring entered her body. Qin Yaju trembled slightly. The 2 women held their breath and stared hard. The expected pain didn't come. Instead, it felt very comfortable. 90,000 years of soul power surged in like a warm current. A captivating smile appeared on Qin Yaju's face. She perfectly entered a cultivation state. Phew! Shin Shuanghua and Bai Xiao simultaneously let out a breath of relief. They patted their chests, excited and awestruck. It really succeeded. Bai Xiao clung to my pectorals. A 99,999-year ultimate black ring. A 6-ring soul emperor is about to be born. On the maglev train. Supreme first-class cabin. Zhao Jingyun humbly handed over tea. Master, special grade De Hong Pao. Lei Jinsuan, level 74, soul saint. Wearing a green Confucian robe, his pressure was like a mountain. He took the tea without even lifting his eyelids. Zhao Jingyun felt that this was only natural. In front of a soul saint, he was nothing more than an ant. Situ Aoshua sat to one side. Wearing a moon-white short skirt and dark gray stockings, she was cold and stunning like a snow lotus. She didn't even glance at Zhao Jingyun's attentiveness. But Lei Jinsuan was courteous to her. Aoshua, I've wronged you by bringing you to this small city. You need a black 10,000-year ring. I'll make a personal move. The background of the Sidhu family was no simple matter. Their ancestor was an 85-level soul de law. Aoshua, this time I've wronged you by having you come with me to this little place called Linjiang. Professor Lei's tone was rarely this gentle. To break through to Soul King, you need a black 10,000-year soul ring. I'll do it myself and help you absorb it perfectly. Situ Aoshua pressed her lips together. Thank you, Professor. My martial soul has mutated. Her chest rose and fell. The family inheritance is the agility type, 9 heavens wind sparrow. But I mutated into a strength type golden celestial bird. I have to find a strength type 10,000-year soul beast. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Professor Lei looked at Zhao Jingyun. Deep within your family's Xianjin secret realm lies a 10,000-year Xianjin tyrant bear. It fits your martial soul perfectly. Jingyun, going to your family to hunt that bear. Your father won't have any objections, right? Zhao Jingyun's heart pounded wildly. He hadn't expected his family's secret realm to become a life-saving straw. Master, Miss Situ, he cried, dropping to his knees in excitement. It is the honor of my Zhao family. My father will surely come out personally to welcome you. Good. Professor Lei nodded in satisfaction. Situ Aoshua also finally nodded at him. In Zhao Jingyun's heart, he laughed madly. Great. If I help her obtain a 10,000-year ring, I'll be tied to the Situ family. With a Soul Saint Master and a Soul Deloa clan backing me, Linjiang City will be mine. Nangong Tian. In front of them, your Nangong family is less than a dog. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring people back and kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. I'll capture Bai Xiao. Inside the sleeping palace, the icy aura of the profound ice receded. The 9 heavens mystic ice, sacred lotus hovered in Qin Yaju's palm. The power of the 99,999-year black ring transformed into a torrent of soul power. Boom! The bottleneck at level 60 shattered. Level 61 Soul Emperor, Breakthrough. Level 62, Broken. Level 63, Broken. Bai Xiao and Shun Shuanghua stared in stunned silence. This breakthrough speed is too outrageous. Level 64, Broken. Level 65, Breakthrough. Buzz. The ultimate black ring condensed into form. White, yellow, yellow, purple, deep purple, and finally that extremely black sixth ring, gleaming with a faint trace of red. Six Rings Soul Emperor, Level 65 Extreme, Ice Lotus Empress. Qin Yaju was born in a stunningly shocking manner. Young master, looking at her skin, smooth as jade and faintly carrying an imperial aura, Qin Yaju's tears burst forth. Haha, I held tightly to the mature, beautiful body that had just been upgraded to level 65 as a soul emperor. My hand gently squeezed her white silk-clad, beautiful legs. Congratulations, Aunt Yaju, you're level 65 now. With this combat power, you could establish your own sect in Linjiang City. For an ordinary soul emperor, obtaining the sixth soul ring is at most 20,000 years old. But what she absorbed was an ultimate black ring that was 99,999 years old. She directly surged from level 60 to level 65. Tianer, Auntie thanks you. She kissed me excitedly. Shun Shuanghua leaned over. Sister Qin, how strong are you now? What is your sixth soul skill? Qin Yaju said proudly. Extreme Ice Holy Lotus Judgment. In an instant, 9 giant lotuses 100 meters across can condense. It seals away 50% of the opponent's spirit power and soul power. It can also blast apart any soul emperor's protective body. The two women's eyes widened. That's unbelievable. Young master, I want this kind of black ring too. Watching the two black silk mature beauties act spoiled, I laughed wildly inside. Aunt Yaju's breakthrough enlightened me. At level 60, absorbing an ultimate black ring could skyrocket me by 5 levels. Then if I, at level 10 with full soul power, use an ultimate black ring for my first ring, I could directly jump to level 20. Then keep absorbing, level 30, level 40, level 50. Become a soul king, even a soul emperor, within a single day. This plan could scare the entire soul master world to death. But I frowned. The problem was money. One ultimate black ring cost a full 1 billion. After just buying one for Yaju, I had 5.4 billion left. At most, I could buy 5 more. To make money fast, I could only sell top-tier soul tools. Tomorrow, have Shuanghua go see the Provincial Chamber of Commerce President as the envoy of the Heavenly Palace. Directly wholesale 5 level, 5 premium soul tools. Although this would attract the coveting eyes of the strong. With Aunt Yaju at level 65 keeping watch, who would dare make a move? I'd crush his bones. Once I figured that out, the smile at the corner of my mouth grew even more unrestrained. I casually patted Shin Shuanghua's black silk-covered perky butt. System, by 4 level, 5-9 revolution tempering soul pills. Ding, 400,000 deducted, purchase successful. Shin Shuanghua's phoenix eyes widened. With a flip of my hand, for multicolored divine pills appeared in my palm. Shuanghua, take them and go into seclusion. Tomorrow, represent the Heavenly Palace and negotiate a business deal worth tens of billions. Young master, Shuanghua will certainly live up to your great expectations. Her eyes reddened, moved beyond words. She wrapped her arms around my waist and gave me a deep kiss. Then, swaying her black silk-wrapped perky butt, she rushed into the quiet chamber to cultivate in seclusion. Bai Xiao sat astride my lap, completely stunned. Young master, those are 4 level, 5 divine pills. Outside, they could sell for 1 billion each. And you just gave them away? I smiled evilly. 1 billion? Pocket change. My hand wandered over the white silk-clad thighs of both her and Qin Yaju. I didn't care about this little cost. A more ferocious ambition flashed in my eyes. Once I wholesale level, 5 soul tools tomorrow, and the funds break through 10 billion. What will the third stage of the divine level mall unlock? Thinking of that, my smile became even more unrestrained. I pulled the two beauties in my arms tighter. The three of us became entangled once again. At the same time, in the secret council chamber of the Nangong family, father and several elders sat around the table. On the table, 7 level, 5-9 revolutions soul-tempering pills were lined up in a row. 2 were obtained at auction. The other 5 were gifts sent by the envoy from the Heavenly Palace. 7 level, 5 divine pills. The first elder's voice trembled. They can raise a soul king by 7 levels. Patriarch, We have all agreed. These 7 should all be taken by you. You're at level 53 now. After eating them, you'll reach level 60, a quasi-soul emperor. Tomorrow, once you absorb your 6th soul ring, you'll be the first soul emperor of the Nangong family. Father was so excited that tears welled in his eyes. Tian'er, my good son, your father has received your kindness. He accepted the divine pills, preparing to go into seclusion and break through to soul emperor. Mother Morong Shui stood nearby. A complicated expression flashed across her face. Brother Xiong, don't get too excited. She forced out a smile, but the hand in her sleeve was clenched so tightly her fingers dug in hard. No one knew how panicked she was inside. I'm not Nangong Xiong's biological son. I'm only an orphan he adopted by accident when my adoptive mother was pretending to be pregnant. But now, my adoptive father doted on me to the core, and I even brought out so many divine treasures, just to push him up to Soul Emperor. Adoptive mother Morong Shui watched all of this, and her heart was almost exploding. Where on earth did Tian'er get these things? What if Brother Xiong finds out he's not his biological son? She looked at her imposing husband, full of anxiety. The next morning, golden sunlight spilled into the sleeping chamber. I leaned against a soft couch. My right hand rested on by Xiao's black silk legs, playing with them idly. Qin Yazhu, like a docile new wife, had her white silk legs wrapped around my waist. Her red lips brushed kisses against my chest. Soft, breathy moans echoed through the hall. In the quiet room next door, Shun Shuanghua sat cross-legged. The medicinal power of 4-9 revolutions soul-tempering pills erupted within her body. Boom! The first pill dissolved. Level 43 surged straight to level 44. Level 45. The second and third pills were swallowed. Level 46. Level 47. Level 48. Level 49. The final 9-colored divine pill entered her stomach. Bang! The level 50 bottleneck shattered. Level 50, Quasi-Soul King. Shun Shuanghua opened her eyes, lightning flashing across them. Yesterday, she was still a good-for-nothing. Today, she was already level 50. At this speed, even the gods would be scared senseless. The young master is going to give me my 5th soul ring. A 99,999-year black ring. She bit her red lip, her heart pounding like a drum. Creak. Shin Shuanghua pushed the door open and stepped out. Her black training outfit was soaked through with sweat. Black stocking straps left pink marks on her skin. She saw the sultry, enticing scene on the couch. She didn't avoid it. Instead, she bit her lip and walked closer, climbing onto the bed. Young master. She pressed herself softly against my arm. Her black stockinged long legs wrapped around my knee. Shuanghua is already level 50. About that black soul ring you promised me. When are you giving it to me? Qin Yazhu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Little Shuanghua, yesterday you were saying you didn't need outside aids. Today you're already climbing up here asking for a soul ring. Sister Qin, you're teasing me again. Shun Shuanghua blushed crimson, but she clutched my hem tightly. Young master, give Shuanghua the black ring. Tonight, do as you please with me. She rubbed against me in my arms, her voice soft and sticky. I burst out laughing and grabbed her black stocking thigh. You want it? First go handle the Heavenly Palace wholesaler business. Young master, really? Bai Xiao was so startled her chest trembled wildly. In one night, you're shooting up to level 50? How is that possible? Her worldview completely collapsed. With me here, nothing is impossible. I patted Bai Xiao's black stockinged leg, then turned to Shun Shuanghua. Put on the Huanyin Xianlan Sha and pose as an envoy of the Heavenly Palace. Go find the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce branch president. 5 level, 5 top-grade soul tools, starting at 1 billion each. Young master, rest assured. Killing intent burst from Shun Shuanghua's eyes. She straightened her posture, thumping her chest as she promised. I'll set out right now. Whoever dares reach their hand out, I'll crush them with the Jiuxiao Overlord Spear. I looked at Shin Shuanghua. Her face was flushed, her black silk-clad, beautiful feet stepping on the carpet as she clung to me affectionately. I gave a carefree smile. System, by 5 level 5 top-grade soul tools. Ding, 15 million deducted, purchase successful. Bai Xiao was stunned silly. She clutched her chest and looked at me in terror. I waved my right hand. 5 legendary soul tools appeared. Deep sea silver, profound fire divine iron. Soul power surged like a storm, dazzling streams of light. They covered the soft couch like trash. Young master, you conjured 5 divine artifacts again. My goodness, you're simply a living treasure vault. Bai Xiao's black silk-clad long legs softened and tightened helplessly. In her eyes remained only fanatical admiration. Go, Shuanghua. Let them witness the foundation of the celestial palace. I patted her leg with a wicked smile. Shuanghua accepts the command. Thunder raged wildly in her phoenix-like eyes. She obediently kissed me on the cheek. A silver ring flashed as she stored away the 5 divine artifacts. She pulled up her cloak, put on the illusion veil, and transformed into a streak of purple-gold lightning, disappearing out the window. Leaning against the couch, I opened the system balance panel. After buying 5 divine conduits, there was still 5.417 billion left in the account. More than 5.4 billion. I calculated in my mind, my eyes full of anticipation. As long as Shuanghua sold the divine weapons to the Tianyu Grand Commerce Chamber this morning at wholesale price, 10 billion per piece, my funds would instantly surge to over 100 billion. By then, the third stage of the shop would unlock. Maybe I could even buy a 100,000-year red spirit ring outright. Thinking of this, I was absolutely thrilled. At the Zhao family's gate, Zhao Tianba was wrapped in bandages all over and forced himself to put on the patriarch's robe. Along with more than a dozen elders, he waited at the end of the red carpet. The roar of engines approached. A convoy of bulletproof cars from the top academy came to a stop. Zhao Jingyun got out wearing a school uniform. Behind him followed Professor Lei Zhenchuan, a level 74 soul saint. There was also Situ Aoshue, with her gray silk-clad long legs, cold and stunning beyond compare. Zhao family respectfully welcomes Professor Lei. Respectfully welcomes Miss Situ. Zhao Tianba led the others in a deep bow. No need. Professor Lei said lightly. Zhao Jingyun proudly introduced the backgrounds of the two people. Hearing that the Situ family had an 85-level soul doa backing them, Zhao Tianba was so excited his heart was about to explode. The young lady of a soul Dolua family. My Zhao family has truly latched onto a heaven-reaching high branch. In the secret chamber, Father, Miss Situ needs a 10,000-year black soul ring. Zhao Jingyun said smugly. That 10,000-year Xianjin bear in our clan's Xianjin secret realm. Master will have to make a personal move. Open the secret realm. Hunt the Xianjin bear. A wild surge of unrestrained ecstasy flashed through Zhao Tianba's eyes. The 10,000-year Xianjin bear was the Zhao family's lifeline. But if it could be exchanged for the friendship of a soul saint and the backing of a soul Dolua family. Miss Situ, Professor Lei, Zhao Tianba slapped his thigh. Tonight, the secret realm gates will be wide open. The entire clan will cooperate, and we will definitely present the lady with the 5th black ring. Professor Lei nodded in satisfaction. Situ Aoshue's gray silk-clad, long legs swayed slightly. Good. After we return to the capital, the Situ family will surely offer a generous reward. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Miss. Zhao Tianba was so excited that his old face trembled. The Nongguang family. So what if you have 4 level 5 soul tools? Once Miss Situ obtains a 10,000-year soul ring, with a soul saint and a soul Dala backing her, tomorrow, we'll grind you into minced meat. Move out. To the Xianjin secret realm. The convoy roared to life and sped toward the secret realm. The top floor of Tianyu Auction House. Elder Gu has made a great contribution. Even the board of directors at headquarters was shaken. A fervent voice came through the communicator. 5 level, 5 divine medicines. 3 level, 5 soul tools. Tianming must possess the lost level. 5 pill refining and artifact forging inheritance. The headquarters has decided to send a 7-ring soul saint level senior director to personally meet the envoy of Tianming. 7. A 7-ring soul saint is coming. Master Gu wiped away cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. They had mistaken Tianming for an secluded holy land. Yet they had no idea that the so-called Grand Master of Artifact Forging, at this very moment was comfortably leaning against his fiancée's black silk-clad legs, eating grapes. At this moment, the hall door quietly opened. Shen Shuanghua entered wearing black clothes and a veil. Master Gu hurried over and saluted. Greetings, envoy of Tianming. No need. Shen Shuanghua's voice was icy. I have come under the Emperor of Heaven's orders to discuss a business deal. What business? Master Gu was so excited his hands were trembling. Wholesale level, 5 soul tools for you. Master Gu's mind buzzed. Tianming really had a divine smith. It is our Tianyu's greatest honor. He rubbed his hands together and asked cautiously. As for the wholesale price, it surely can't be as high as the auction price. How much can you offer? Master Gu calculated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. One piece for 1.2 billion. Shun Shuanghua's heartbeat quickened. The young master wanted 1 billion, and this was directly 200 million more. Fine. She forcefully kept her composure and waved a hand. 5 soul tools filled the table. My heavens. Master Gu hurried to swipe the card. 60 billion received. Shin Shuanghua took the black gold card. In just 2 days, they had earned over 12 billion. She turned to leave. Wait. Master Gu chased after her. Our headquarters has a soul saint who wants to come and see you tomorrow morning. A soul saint. Shin Shuanghua sneered. I can't make that decision on such a major matter. I have to ask the Emperor of Heaven. With that, she turned into a bolt of lightning and vanished. Master Gu collapsed onto the floor. A powerhouse at the Soul King level was just an envoy in Tianming? Then how terrifying must the Emperor of Heaven be? On the other side, Shun Shuanghua panted as she tore off her cloak. Frosthua sat back down on my lap. Her black-clad body pressed tightly against mine. She handed over the black card with both hands, her eyes blazing with excitement. Young master, the 6 billion is in hand. Beside her, Bai Xiao's legs had gone weak. 60 billion. Young master really made 60 billion. I pinched Frosthua and felt quite satisfied. Nice work. Frosthua's expression turned serious. Young master, there's a 7-ringed soul saint from the provincial capital coming. He'll be here tomorrow morning. He wants to meet us. I frowned. A soul saint level expert wasn't easy to deal with. A Zhu Annie did have battle armor, but she herself was only a soul emperor. She couldn't possibly wear battle armor every day just to meet people. Yaju leaned closer, worried. Those old foxes aren't easy to handle. If they find out our strength isn't enough, they'll definitely start scheming. I nodded. Without a real soul saint keeping watch, it really would be troublesome. Break through bitter cultivation? That would take years. I couldn't afford to wait. I can only rely on the system shop. In my mind, I recharged the 6 billion. Ding. Balance, 11.4 billion. The third stage items have been unlocked. Damn. A heaven-defying item had appeared in the shop. Super Martial Soul Evolution Stone. Second Martial Soul Awakening Stone. I stared fixedly at the system panel. My heart pounded like thunder, and I was so ecstatic I could hardly believe it. These 2 items were simply monstrous. A Super Martial Soul, far more terrifying than a top-tier Martial Soul. Ultimate attribute, Divine Power Enhancement, invincible at the same rank. What excited me even more was the second Martial Soul Awakening Stone. Twin Martial Souls, a once-in-a-century ultimate prodigy. 18 soul rings, geometric amplification. And now, I could mass-produce experts like this. Most importantly, I slapped my thigh. The issue of the first soul ring's year count is solved. Before, I hadn't dared absorb a 99,000-year soul ring. I was afraid of exposing my identity and bringing lethal disaster upon myself. Now, with the second Martial Soul, the first Martial Soul could use ordinary soul rings and disguise me as a genius of the Nangong family. The second Martial Soul could awaken as a Super Martial Soul, paired with 9 ultimate soul rings. One for everyday disguise, one to dominate the Heavenly Palace. Who could have imagined that the Lord of the Heavenly Palace was actually the Nangong family's young master? Perfect. I burst out laughing. A billion-level system shop. Surprises came too suddenly. In the sleeping hall, I lay on the large couch, my left hand resting on Auntie Yaju's snow-white silk-stockinged leg. My right hand pinched Frosthua's black silk thigh. Xiao sat astride my abdomen, her black silk legs pressed together. The 3 women looked at my wicked grin with curiosity. Young master, why are you so happy? Frosthua shook my arm coquettishly. There's a perfect solution to the strength bottleneck problem. I pinched hard at their silk-stockinged legs. Could it be a grade 6 divine pill? Xiao's chest rose and fell violently in excitement. Oh my god. With a grade 6 divine pill, Frosthua's black silk thigh trembled. Sister Qin's cultivation can soar again. But Auntie Yaju seemed thoughtful. She stroked my face and smiled gently. Tianer, your solution? I'm afraid it's 1,000 times more shocking than a grade 6 divine pill. Haha, Auntie Yaju really understands me best. I gave a wicked laugh, looking at the curious eyes of the 3 women, each practically about to burst from holding back their excitement. In my mind, the abacus was rattling furiously. The power of a level 5 soul tempering divine pill wasn't enough, but what if it was the second Martial Soul instead? The soul power of twin Martial Souls is fully interconnected. I could directly awaken a second martial soul for Yaju, Annie, and Shuanghua. Then, spend another 1 billion to equip it with the ultimate black ring of 99,999 years. That terrifying energy would transform into a torrent of soul power. It would directly push Annie Yaju from level 65 to above level 70. Become a 7-ring soul saint in a single day. That was countless times faster than taking any divine pill. My heart was practically burning. Young master, please tell Shuanghua. Shun Shuanghua, ashamed, rubbed herself wildly in my arms. Qin Yaju also cast aside her reserve and leaned by my ear. Tell Annie. Tonight I'll let you do whatever you want. Haha, good. Truly my good woman. I laughed and thoroughly enjoyed myself. The two women were so embarrassed, their faces buried in my arms, their whole bodies flushed pink. After I wore them out until they were gasping for breath, I held the slender waists of the two women and said word by word, listen carefully. I can awaken a second martial soul for you. I can forge you into twin martial soul prodigies. Boom. Dead silence. The three women were struck like by lightning, their breathing stopping. Qin Yaju's slender leg froze in midair. Shen Shuanghua's chest stopped rising and falling. Bai Xiao's pretty face went pale. PFF, seeing their eyes nearly popping out. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. What? You were just saying you'd let me do whatever I want, and now you're scared silly. But there was no teasing in the three women's eyes. Only unprecedented solemnity and trembling. Young master, Shun Shuanghua trembled as she grabbed my arm. Is this true? Can you really help us awaken a second martial soul? The three of them pressed tightly against me, holding their breath and waiting for the answer. When have I ever lied to you? I smiled arrogantly. You want twin martial souls. Granting you awakening is child's play to me. Qin Yaju burst into tears instantly. She understood all too well what twin martial souls meant. As a level 65 soul emperor, the quality of her first few spirit rings had been far too poor. That had been her lifelong regret. But with a second martial soul, she could reconfigure all 9 spirit rings, 9 extreme black rings, even 9 red divine rings. Bai Xiao was so excited her legs nearly clamped shut. Young master, this is a miracle. In the academy, those with twin martial souls are all prospects for title de loi. The three beauties instantly threw themselves into my arms. Soft as water. Haha, weren't you all pretty cold just now? My hands roamed over their black silk and white silk. Why are you all clinging to me now? Shun Shuanghua's face flushed red. Young master, this is too shocking. They all understood. If this news got out, the entire empire would go crazy. Those old monsters like Soul Saints and Soul Dulos would all have to kneel at my door and beg me. But Qin Yaju suddenly withdrew her smile. She trembled as she touched my face. Honor, Auntie doesn't want a twin martial soul. I'm just worried whether there'll be backlash on you, whether it'll damage your foundation. She cried. If it hurts even a single hair on you, I'd rather not have it. 100 soul saints still wouldn't compare to even a single fingernail of yours. My heart warmed. What more could I ask for in life after gaining such a beauty? Shen Shuanghua and Bai Xiao panicked too. Young master, if it shortens your lifespan. Shuanghua doesn't want it either. I laughed loudly and pinched their thighs hard. Cost? Of course there's a cost. And it's very expensive. The three women immediately tensed up, clutching me tightly. Honor, what cost? Tell us quickly. I flashed a wicked smile and leaned close to their ears. The price of awakening a second martial soul is very harsh. You'll need your wettest kiss. And your most complete surrender this morning. You bad boy. Qin Yaju and Shun Shuanghua froze at once. Then came wild joy and a blush of crimson. Qin Yaju punched my chest. Her face was so red it looked ready to drip. I pulled them into my arms tighter. Not done yet. Top-grade martial souls don't suit you. I'm going to awaken a super martial soul for you. Super martial soul? The three women were utterly stunned. Young master, Shuanghua will belong to you for the rest of her life. Shen Shuanghua excitedly threw herself at me. Qin Yaju and Bai Xiao also lost all restraint. The three beauties clung to me wildly. Young master, be gentle. Honor, Auntie will always be yours. I enjoyed the supreme treatment. My hands roamed over their silky long legs and stockings. You really surprised me this morning. Shen Shuanghua gave me a coy, flirtatious look. Who told young master to be so shocking? We were just too stunned. The bedchamber was thick with springtime passion. A moment later, I leaned against a soft cushion. My hands were still lingering on their legs. Young master, can we see the second martial soul now? Shin Shuanghua asked eagerly. I want to see it too. Bai Xiao cooed. I flashed a wicked smile. Auntie Yaju, you go first. Today, I'm giving you a tremendous blessing. Qin Yaju's heart pounded wildly. Tianer, Auntie is ready. I opened the system shop in my mind. My gaze locked onto that divine forbidden awakening stone. System, purchase the super second martial soul awakening stone. Use it on Qin Yaju. 30 million was instantly deducted. I placed my hand on Aunt Qin's chest. 9-colored divine light surged violently from my palm. In an instant, it engulfed her whole body. So hot. Tianer, Aunt Qin's voice trembled. My body is so hot. An unmatched beastly might awaken deep within her soul. Roar! An ancient phoenix cry pierced through the void. A dozens of Zhang Ice Phoenix phantoms spread its wings behind her. 9 Heavens Extreme Ice Divine Phoenix. A super beast martial soul descended. This pressure, Shin Shuanghua was completely stunned. Her overlord spear was buzzing frantically in submission. A second martial soul. Bai Xiao's voice was trembling. 1,000 times stronger than a top-grade martial soul. Above top grade, there really is a super martial soul. I flashed a wicked smile. With one pull, I drew Aunt Qin into my arms. You satisfied with this super divine phoenix? Tianer, Auntie, this whole life, she cried in my arms, her tears falling like pear blossoms in the rain. I'll be your most obedient little wife, a twin martial soul, and a super martial soul at that. This blessing was enough to make her the Empire's ice and snow empress. Shin Shuanghua was still a little puzzled. Young master, what does this have to do with increasing soul power? Isn't she still level 65? How did she bypass the long training required to reach the Soul Emperor realm? Hey, my dear Shuanghua. I gave a wicked smile and reached out to squeeze Shin Shuanghua's black-stockinged beautiful leg. Did you forget the origin resonance of twin martial souls? Oh, young master, be gentle. Shin Shuanghua shyly rubbed herself against my embrace. Qin Yaju and Bai Xiao instantly widened their eyes. Origin resonance, soul power sharing. Qin Yaju clutched my shoulder tightly. Tianer, are you going to let Auntie's second martial soul directly equip soul rings? Yes. Bai Xiao's black-stockinged long legs went weak with excitement. Sister Qin is at level 65. Her second martial soul can equip 6 soul rings in one go. This, Shin Shuanghua was shocked. 6 extreme black rings of 99,999 years each. What realm could the soul power feedback push Sister Qin to? Soul Saint at level 70. Or even Soul Dolua at level 80. Young master, Shuanghua is convinced. Shin Shuanghua excitedly kissed me. Bai Xiao's black-stockinged beautiful legs also clamped tightly around me. The 3 beauties were all in a frenzy. But I was a little worried inside. The upgrade method was thrilling, but there wasn't enough money. After buying the Awakening Stone, I only had 11.3 billion left. One extreme black ring costs 1 billion. Aunt Yaju needs 6, Shuanghua needs 5. That's a gap of several hundred billion. Forget it, money is for spending. If we can stack it into a soul saint that can crush everything head-on, it's worth it. Aunt Yaju, release your second martial soul. Sitting up, I fiercely pinched Qin Yaju's white-stockinged thigh. Now, release your second martial soul. Qin Yaju's eyes were full of ecstasy. Yes, young master. Beside us, Shin Shuanghua's black-stockinged legs trembled slightly. Bai Xiao watched nervously. I was also full of anticipation. System, by a 99,999-year black ring. Custom Ice Attribute version, for Qin Yaju. Ding, 1 billion deducted. Boom! The gravity field instantly increased several-fold. A purple-black ultimate soul ring descended. Its edges were still flickering with blood-red divine patterns. Qin Yaju bit her red lips and gently guided the soul ring to merge into her body. With the system's protection, the absorption process went very smoothly. But as the power poured in, the level 65 bottleneck broke. Level 66, level 67, level 68. It shot all the way to level 69 peak, and then got stuck. The soul power capacity of twin martial souls was too large. This power wasn't enough for her to break through to level 70. Tianer. Qin Yaju opened her eyes, her face flushed red. Her white-stockinged, beautiful legs shrank back awkwardly. I'm sorry, young master. Auntie only reached level 69. The capacity of twin martial souls is too big. Her voice was soft. as if she were admitting fault. Shen Shuanghua and Bai Xiao instantly understood. Both women's eyes were filled with awe. Young master, Sister Qin is right. The foundation of a twin martial soul is too strong. With her at level 69, she can tear apart an ordinary level 70 soul sage. I gave a wicked smile. My large hand gave Qin Yaju's white-stockinged leg a squeeze. Good auntie, one isn't enough? Then let's get another one. System. Buy another 99,999-year black ring. Target. Qin Yaju's second martial soul. 1 billion was deducted instantly. The second ultimate black ring descended. Shen Shuanghua and Bai Xiao stared blankly. The black ring merged into Qin Yaju's body. The level 70 bottleneck shattered instantly. She broke through. The phantom of the nine heavens ice extremity divine phoenix was on the verge of materializing. A phoenix cry rang through the clouds. Massive energy crazily accumulated within her body. All that remained was the seventh soul ring. She would reach a terrifying height. The icy aura in the sleeping palace reached its peak. Qin Yaju trembled slightly. In Shen Shuanghua and Bai Xiao's eyes, only fanaticism remained. Yaju auntie, release your first martial soul. Prepare to absorb the seventh soul ring. Yes, young master. Qin Yaju bit her red lips. The nine heavens' profound ice sacred lotus bloomed in her palm. 6 soul rings circled around it. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Her 6 soul rings were already in place. Without hesitation, I silently called in my mind. System. Buy a 99,999-year black ring. Ice attribute customized version. Bound to Qin Yaju's 7th soul ring. Ding. 10 billion deducted. Balance. 83.87 billion. Boom. The third ice thunder exploded. A top-grade soul ring, gleaming black, descended. Its edges were wrapped in blood-red light. Qin Yaju closed her eyes and began absorbing it. Bai Xiao beside her was so weak she nearly collapsed. Young master, Sister Qin is about to become a soul sage. Her voice was trembling. A 7-ring soul sage. In Linjiang City, that meant absolute dominion. Any Zhao family scheme was nothing but an ant. Boom. The soul power within Qin Yaju's body completely liquefied. Level 71, breakthrough. The long-suppressed energy erupted. Level 72. Level 73. Cold spiritual energy rampaged through the hall. Level 74. Level 75. Her pressure burst forth like a heavenly tribulation. Qin Yaju slowly opened her eyes. A flash of divine ice phoenix light vanished in an instant. 7 soul rings circled her beautiful legs. Level 75, a 7-ring soul sage. Her white dress fluttered without wind. The entire sleeping palace was trembling with resonance. Qin Yaju stood on the bed. Her white dress swayed gently, revealing long, beautiful legs wrapped in white silk stockings. 7 soul rings intertwined and circled around her. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and the final 7th ring, black as dripping ink. This was the bearing of a 7-ring soul saint. Miss Qin has become a soul saint. Shen Shuanghua's legs were trembling. In her and Bai Xiao's eyes, there was nothing left but awe. I held Bai Xiao in my arms and looked at Qin Yaju on the bed. She was like a goddess of ice and snow now, noble and holy. I smiled inwardly. Level 75 soul saint. With this strength, she could establish a sect in Linjiang City. Tomorrow morning, that level 70 big director from the provincial capital is coming. If he wants to bully me, he'll probably be scared out of his pants by Aunt Yaju. Just thinking about the look on his face tomorrow excited me. Miss Qin, congratulations. Shen Shuanghua excitedly rushed over and hugged Qin Yaju. Her black silk-clad legs rubbed beneath her skirt. At present, you're the strongest ice queen in Linjiang City. Aunt Yaju, congratulations on advancing to Soul Saint. Bai Xiao also congratulated her softly. Qin Yaju chuckled lightly and waved her sleeve. The ice lotus martial soul and the 7 soul rings instantly disappeared. The terrifying pressure dissolved into the air. This level, 75 soul saint, when facing me, was as gentle as water. She collapsed softly into my arms. Her white silk-clad legs coiled around my waist. Tianer, Auntie is now a level 75 soul saint. And I also have a second martial soul, the 9 heavens extreme ice divine phoenix. Whoever dares hurt you, Auntie will smash them with the divine phoenix. She panted coquettishly in my ear. I grinned wickedly and pinched the inner side of her white silk-covered thigh. Aunt Yaju, Don't use your soul power to pressure me later. Otherwise, I'll punish you. Tiana is so naughty. How would Annie dare? She shyly buried her face in my chest. Shun Shuanghua and Bai Xiao watched, their eyes full of envy. Young master, Shuanghua also wants a second martial soul. Shun Shuanghua cooed, stomping her black silk-clad legs. Xiao wants one too. Young master is biased. Bai Xiao tugged at my sleeve. Don't worry, everyone gets one. I laughed while holding the two beauties. My hands wandered over their legs. Suddenly, a piece of information about a one-word battle armor flashed through my mind. A 4-ring soul ancestor wearing it can be boosted by 20 levels. A 7-ring soul saint wearing it can also be boosted by 5 levels. I stared at Aunt Yaju in my arms. She's level 75 now. If she puts on the battle armor, she can rival a Soul Doloa, an 8-ring Soul Doloa. In the entire empire, you could count them on one hand. And today, one of them was going to emerge from our family. The two beauties were both thrilled after hearing that. Tiana, can Auntie really fight a Soul Doloa? Yaju pressed close to me, trembling with excitement. Shuanghua acted spoiled by the bedside. Young master, I'm still 1 soul ring short of my 5th. Give me a black ring, and you can do anything you want tonight. I pinched her thigh. Relax, you won't be left out. I directly placed an order with the system. Buy the best Thunder Attribute black ring. Give it to Shuanghua as her 5th soul ring. 10 billion was deducted, leaving over 7.3 billion. The black ring descended and merged into Shuanghua's body. She sat cross-legged to absorb it. The level 50 bottleneck shattered. She surged all the way to level 55. A 5-ring Soul King was born. Young master, I'm a Soul King too. Shuanghua trembled with excitement. I said with a wicked smile. A level 55 Soul King wearing battle armor can fight a 7-ring Soul Saint. 2 great combat forces. Yaju wearing battle armor to fight a Soul Doloa. Shuanghua wearing battle armor to fight a Soul Saint. Our family now had 2 top-tier powerhouses. Shuanghua crawled back onto the bed and pressed herself against me. She started acting spoiled again. Young master, what about my second martial soul? She rubbed against me in my arms. You greedy little beauty, you'll get it. I laughed heartily and grabbed her thigh wrapped in yoga pants. System, buy a super second martial soul awakening stone. Use it on Shun Shuanghua. 300 million was instantly deducted, leaving more than 7 billion in the balance. Golden streams of light and purple gold lightning intertwined in the air. Shun Shuanghua's black stockings-clad legs were tightly wrapped around me. Young master, Shuanghua is ready. She was usually imposing and formidable, but now she was as docile as a little cat. I pressed down on her flat lower abdomen. Boom! The power of thunder surged into her body. Her delicate body jerked upright, and her snow-white neck tilted back. The phantom of a purple-gold thunder dragon coiled behind her. Super Beast Martial Soul, 9 Heavens Extreme Thunder Emperor Dragon. My god, Shuanghua has a super martial soul too. Qin Yaju exclaimed excitedly. Shun Shuanghua opened her eyes, feeling the power within her body. This is so awesome. Young master, I've become a monster too. She cried tears of excitement. Young master, I'm level 55 now. Can the second martial soul also be fitted with 5 black rings? She was too embarrassed to continue. I patted her perky butt. No rush. Wait until you reach level 60. The backlash effect will be better. Shin Shuanghua stuck out her tongue. Got it. Tonight I'll wear the thinnest stockings for you. Qin Yeju covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I narrowed my eyes, a bold idea flashing through my mind. What is young master thinking? Bai Xiao asked curiously. I stroked Qin Yaju's white stockings-clad legs. I'm thinking, could I make Yaju Annie? Advance directly to an 8-ring Soul Doloa. What? The 3 women were all stunned. 8-ring Soul Doloa. That was someone capable of dominating an entire province. Shin Shuanghua's black stockings-clad legs were trembling. Bai Xiao was completely dumbfounded. Tiana, I'll never be able to repay this kindness. Qin Yaju cried with emotion. But she quickly calmed down. However, I'm only level 75 right now. To reach level 80, I need to give my second martial soul 2 black rings. And my first martial soul also needs its 8th ring before I can break through. She bit her lip. Altogether, that means 3 90,000-year peak black rings. Shin Shuanghua and Bai Xiao sucked in a sharp breath. 3 90,000-year black rings. An unprecedented astronomical number. 3 90,000-year soul rings? This was unprecedented even for the entire Linjiang city. Looking at Qin Yizhu, who was cradled in my arms and feeling guilty, I laughed wickedly. 390,000-year peak soul rings. As long as it can make Yaju Anti and 8-ring soul Doloa, forget 3, even 10 would be worth it. Those words completely melted the hearts of the two women. System, by a 99,999-year peak black ring. Ice attribute customized version for Qin Yaju's second martial soul. Ding, 10 billion deducted. Balance 5.357 billion. Boom. A phoenix cry rang out in the void. The peak black ring worth 10 billion slowly merged into Qin Yaju's body. The three of us, me, Shen Shuanghua, and Bai Xiao, stared unblinkingly. Vast soul power crazily spread within her body. Level 75, level 76, level 77, level 78. She broke through 3 levels in a row. Qin Yaju opened her beautiful eyes, a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. Young master, I'm still stuck at the peak of level 78. Not enough? Then again, with a wicked smile, I placed another order. System, buy another peak black ring. Ding, 10 billion deducted. Balance 4.357 billion. Boom. The second black ring, carrying apocalyptic pressure, merged in. Shen Shuanghua and the other's legs went weak. Qin Yaju gritted her teeth and held on. Level 78, broken. Level 79, broken. The barrier to level 80, touched. Boom. The pressure of an 8-ring quasi-soul Dolua exploded instantly. Thick black ice formed on the walls of the entire sleeping chamber. I smiled evilly and gave her white stockings-clad legs a hard squeeze. Auntie, don't rush to cry. I said I'd make you a true 8-ring soul Dolua. Right now you've only touched the level 80 bottleneck. The 8th soul ring still hasn't been arranged yet. Hearing my wicked teasing, Shen Shuanghua and Bai Xiao froze instantly. Both of their faces flushed red at once. Embarrassed, they twisted the corners of their clothes, their voices as soft as mosquitoes. Young master, it's all because my vision was too narrow. I had just witnessed the might of level 80, and I actually forgot about the 8th soul ring. Seeing their bashful little expressions, I burst out laughing. In my mind, I frantically hammered at the shop. System, buy another 99,999-year black ring. Ice Element Custom Version. For Qin Yaju's first martial soul, 8th soul ring slot. Ding, 10 billion deducted. Purchase successful. Boom. The gravity field surged several times again. A third pitch-black ultimate ring descended. Today was already the 7th 99,999-year soul ring. In midair, ice light raged wildly. At its core, a faint trace of 10,000-year red light still lingered. Qin Yaju's beautiful eyes lit up, and she took a deep breath. With a wave of her jade hand, she guided the black ring into the 9 heavens' profound ice sacred lotus. Shen Shuanghua and the other woman watched until their legs were practically clamped shut. They trembled with terror. The ultimate 8th black ring entered her body. Boom! The energy of the 299,000-year black rings erupted instantly. With the bottleneck suppression gone, it was like a flood breaking through a dam. It pushed her level crazily upward. Level 81. Level 82. Level 83. Breakthrough. Rumble. The Ice Lotus Martial Soul and the Extreme Ice Divine Phoenix chimed together. 8 soul rings spiraled out. Thick layers of ice condensed over the bedroom doors. Level 83. 8 rings soul Dolua. Qin Yaju slowly opened her eyes. Her phoenix eyes were full of imperial pressure. But when she looked at me, she instantly softened. Once again, she collapsed weakly into my arms. Tintin. Young master. Auntie, in this lifetime, will be your most obedient little woman. No matter how you want to bully Auntie, Auntie will have absolutely no objection. Feeling the obedience of this level, 83 soul Dolua in my arms, I gave a wicked smile. My big hand roamed wantonly along the inner side of her pale, silk-clad thighs. Inside, I laughed wildly. Awesome! A level 83 twin super martial soul powerhouse. With battle armor on, she could erupt with level 84 combat strength. With such a queen in charge, tomorrow when Shen Shuanghua goes to negotiate with the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, I'll be able to domineeringly flood the market with soul tools and elixirs. The items in the system shop must be sold like crazy. I glanced at the balance in my mind. 4,357 million. Although a lot, To refresh a higher-level system shop, it would probably take 30 billion. This deal with Tianyu General Chamber of Commerce must be made bigger tomorrow. I will take all the wealth into my own hands. In the sleeping chamber, the lingering warmth of the Xianbing barrier was still there. Shun Shuanghua was lying in my arms with a dazed, infatuated expression. I laughed heartily and silently instructed the system in my mind. Purchase 5 9-reversal soul tempering pills. Deduct 5 million. Take them, Shuanghua. I stuffed the 5 divine pills into her hands. With these, it'll be enough for you to break through to level 60 Soul Emperor. Young master, Shuanghua will certainly live up to your expectations. Her eyes sparkled with ecstasy. With the divine medicine, she could soon advance to Soul Emperor. Then, with 5 extreme black rings on her second martial soul, she would become the youngest Thunder Valkyrie. Shen Shuanghua gave me an affectionate kiss, then twirled her black silk-clad long legs and ran into the quiet chamber. She began her closed-door cultivation breakthrough. On the soft couch, only I, Qin Yaju, and Bai Xiao remained. It's time to upgrade Xiao and me. I gave a wicked smile and pulled Bai Xiao into my arms. System, purchase 2 super second martial soul awakening stones. Deduct 6 million. 2 awakening stones shimmering with divine light appeared in my palm. Young master, this is for Xiao? Bai Xiao's black silk-clad long legs trembled with excitement. Xiao can have a twin martial soul too? Silly girl, the young master dotes on women the most. Qin Yaju covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. But tonight, you must properly repay the young master. Sister Qin, what are you saying? Bai Xiao was so shy she wanted to bury her face in my collar. Her black silk-clad long legs rubbed against mine. All right, Xiao, don't be anxious. Let me awaken first. Tonight, you two will go crazy. I let out a vicious, almost maniacal laugh. Taking a deep breath, I pressed the glowing awakening stone against my chest without the slightest hesitation. Extract. Use it. Boom. In an instant, the gravity field throughout the entire bedchamber went still. A surge of primordial life force rushed into my body. My body erupted with a brilliant golden radiance. So good. Under the shocked gazes of Aunt Yaju and Xiao, the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor Lion behind me retreated to the side. Immediately after, a golden phantom of myself condensed into form. Innate martial soul, self. This is an innate martial soul. Aunt Yaju and Xiao's legs went weak. Innate martial souls were extremely rare, and what I had awakened was myself. This was the ultimate endpoint of an innate martial soul. Such divine light on young master. Xiao clutched her chest, her eyes filled with terror. Aunt Yaju leaned against my arms and said, Tian'er, why does your martial soul have golden light? Is it a mutation? Looking at the golden light covering my body, wild joy burst forth in me. No mutation. I was secretly triumphant. Having read countless web novels in my previous life, of course I knew the secret behind it. Innate martial souls can awaken a second time. They are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, and gold tiers. An ordinary person's entire life would at most reach bronze tier. But I used a super awakening stone. I declared domineeringly, born to stand at the summit, gold tier. Hiss. The 2 women were utterly stunned. No wonder there's such terrifying pressure. This is a true super martial soul. I clenched my fist lightly. Boom. The gravity field exploded between my fingers. My bones instantly became 100 times more formidable, and every inch of flesh and skin felt indestructible. So good. With a wicked smile, I domineeringly grabbed Bai Xiao's black-stockinged long leg. Xiao, it's time to awaken your second martial soul. Young master, Xiao is ready. She lay atop my leg, her delicate body trembling slightly. I pressed this super martial soul awakening stone against her chest. Use it. Myriad streaks of divine light surged forth. Bai Xiao tilted back her neck and let out a soft, irresistible moan. A phantom of a jade-green divine zither condensed behind her. A super weapon martial soul, 9 Heavens Azure Zither. Divine notes surged and rippled, its control power overwhelmingly domineering. Young master, I'm also a genius with twin martial souls now. Bai Xiao was in tears, crazily kissing me. For the rest of my life, I belong to you. Leaning back against the bed, I looked at the stunning beauties beside me. Qin Yaju, level 83 Soul Dolaw. Shun Shuanghua, level 55 Soul King. Bai Xiao, twin super martial souls. Everyone had twin martial souls, and the second martial soul was a super martial soul. With this lineup, even the gods would tremble. I laughed heartily. Next, it's time to equip soul rings. On the surface, we'll use thousand-year purple rings to pass as ordinary geniuses. In secret, we'll spend big and directly outfit everyone with the ultimate 99,900-year black rings. Just thinking about casually switching identities in the future and toying with the major noble clans. It felt amazing. Maybe the system can even unlock 100,000-year red rings. By then, everyone with red rings. That scene would make even immortals and Buddhas kneel. My heart was pounding wildly. Not just a soul ring, there was a soul bone too. Soul bones were worth far more than soul rings, and the drop rate was ridiculously low. In the system shop, a soul bone cost 3 times as much as a soul ring. An extreme 9,999-year soul bone cost 30 million apiece. I could buy more than 100 of them right now. Once the shop unlocked the 10,000-year limit, I'd outfit every one of my women with a full set of 699,999-year black bones. With 6 10,000-year soul bones on their bodies, not even a titled Doloa could hurt them. Too far ahead of myself. I still had to meet the Soul Saint director of Tianyucommerce Guild tomorrow morning. With Aunt Yuju's backing as an 83-level soul Doloa hidden in the shadows, this deal had to be taken down, and I had to make a killing off him. Once my funds broke 300 billion, or a trillion, all my ambitions would come true. Now, I looked at my own golden divine body. It was time to add a soul ring to my first martial soul. System, buy me a 1,000-year lightning attribute soul ring. 1 million deducted. Balance, for 0.291 billion. Extract. A 1,000-year soul ring wrapped in purple gold lightning appeared. Aunt Yuju and Bai Xiao watched me nervously. A 1,000-year first ring. Outside, only the top prodigies would dare do this. Ordinary people would be torn apart. But I was different. The soul ring merged into the 9 heavens Thunder Emperor Lion. No pain. The soul ring produced by the system had already been purified. Warm lightning energy washed through my meridians. Soz. My soul power surged wildly. Level 11. Level 12. Level 13. Breakthrough. I exhaled a breath of purple lightning waste gas. Opening my eyes, my purple gold lion pupils flashed with thunder. Level 13. I'm finally a proper soul master. The 1,000-year first ring, Thunder Emperor Overlord Roar Strike. Amazing. Bai Xiao watched me absorb the 1,000-year purple ring so easily, her eyes going completely dreamy. Xiao, I'll give you a 1,000-year purple ring. I pinched her black-stocked leg. System, buy a 1,000 Jade Fox 1,000-year purple ring. Deduct 1 million. Balance, 4.29 billion. In the void, the purple ring condensed. Bai Xiao excitedly kissed me on the cheek. She sat cross-legged and began absorbing it. 15 minutes later, boom. Level 13, breakthrough. The 1,000-year purple ring took shape. Soul skill, Jade Fox heavenly fragrance lure. Young master, my whole life will belong to you. She cried as she threw herself into my arms. Qin Yezhu stood by the side. A trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. She thought of how, back then, she had nearly died just for a trash white ring. Now Xiao started with a 1,000-year purple ring. I noticed it and pulled her into my embrace. Bai Xiao hurriedly apologized. Sister Qin, was I being too smug? Silly girl, how could sister blame you? Qin Yezhu touched her face. I leaned close to Qin Yezhu's reddened ear and kissed her. Don't worry. From now on, I'll definitely upgrade all your low-level soul rings into 10,000-year red divine rings. My women can't have the slightest flaw. Hearing that domineering promise, Qin Yezhu's heart completely melted. She pressed tightly against my chest, her beautiful white-stocked legs wrapping around me. But in her heart she knew clearly, upgrading soul ring years? Even immortals wouldn't dare dream of that. Auntie, Xiao, we've been here for half the day. It's time to go out and tell the old man and mother the good news. I flipped out of bed and tied on a black robe. Qin Yezhu sat up, adjusting her white dress and white stockings. Tianer, once your 1,000-year purple ring is shown, it'll definitely cause a sensation. But you've never even been to the Thunderclap secret realm. How will you explain it? I wrapped both women in my arms and smiled wickedly. Just pin the blame on Heaven Palace. Dad and the others already treat Heaven Palace like a god. They'll believe it without a doubt. After hearing that, the 2 women covered their mouths and laughed sweetly. A moment later, I walked out of the sleeping hall. On the way, I ran into the black-stocked maid Qinghe, who was cleaning. Young master. Qinghe bowed, her cheeks red. Qinghe, did you miss me this morning? I gently pinched her beautiful black-stocked leg and lifted her chin. The little maid gasped, her face flushing red as smoke. I laughed as I walked toward the main hall. In the hall, only my mother, Morong Shui, was drinking tea. Mother, where's father? Morong Shui looked a little awkward. Your father went into seclusion after returning last night. He said he received a divine medicine bestowed by the Heavenly Palace, and he's going to break through to level 60. I understood immediately. Old man really went to take his medicine after all. Chunner, what do you need your father for? I stepped forward, and the thunderstorm chi and blood within my body stirred to life. Mother, I came to tell Dad. I've already absorbed my first soul ring. Just after I said that I had already attached my first soul ring, the teacup in Mother's hand nearly slipped. Tea splashed all over the floor. She sprang to her feet, even her skirt fluttering. Chinner, are you crazy? The first soul ring determines the foundation of your entire life. You haven't even gone to our family's thunderclap secret realm. Where did this soul ring come from? Mother was so anxious her eyes turned red. Her chest rose and fell violently. She stared at me with a gaze that looked like she wanted to kill someone. She was probably thinking, had this brat absorbed some trash white ring? Then wouldn't my top-tier martial soul be ruined? Mom, don't worry. I walked over to comfort her. Why would I destroy my own future? This soul ring was obtained for me by the Heavenly Palace envoy. The Heavenly Palace? Again, the Heavenly Palace? Mother's body trembled. That name, Heavenly Palace, carried too much weight. They casually gave out 5 divine pills and 3 divine weapons. That level of foundation was beyond our understanding. Hearing that it was a gift from a Heavenly Palace envoy, she finally let out a breath of relief. Taking a deep breath, she sat back down. Since the Heavenly Palace made the move, she looked at me, anticipation in her eyes. Chinner, how many years is your first soul ring? Could it be 300 years? Or the legendary 500-year yellow ring? To her, 500 years was already a miracle. There had not been one in Jianglin City for 100 years. Seeing her expectant gaze, I just smiled. Then I stepped back half a pace. Jiuxiao Thunder Emperor Lion, possess. Roar. The lion's roar shook the heavens, echoing through the entire hall. A giant purple-golden lion phantom bloomed behind me. Lightning coursed over it like snakes. Then, a soul ring slowly rose beneath my feet. Not a trash white ring. Not a century-old yellow ring. It was a 1,000-year purple ring, glowing brilliantly. Purple. The first soul ring is 1,000 years. Mother slapped the tea table to pieces. The whole person was dumbfounded. She stared fixedly at my purple ring, her worldview collapsing. 1,000-year first ring. There has never been one in the entire empire's history. She clenched her fists, her face full of shock. A body with only 10 levels of soul power. How can it withstand a 1,000-year soul ring? The Heavenly Palace's methods are far too heaven-defying. No. Chinner, come here. She panicked and no longer cared about decorum. She hurried over and placed her jade hand on my shoulder. Then she touched everywhere on my chest muscles and arms, checking my bones and meridians. A mature fragrance rushed toward me, feeling her slightly trembling hand rubbing over my chest again and again. I blushed and took half a step back. Rubbing the bridge of my nose, I said with a sly grin, Mother, men and women shouldn't touch too casually. I'm already 18. I'm an adult now. Why are you still touching me all over? Mother's face instantly turned red. She lightly smacked my chest. Your wings have grown hard, and even your mother can't touch you anymore? In my eyes, you'll always be that bad little kid rolling around naked. Beside us, Qin Yaju and Bai Xiao saw me say so solemnly. Men and women shouldn't touch too casually. The two of them secretly laughed in their hearts. Young master, last night you were hugging our legs and kissing us nonstop. How come we never saw you mention propriety then? Of course, they only dared think that to themselves. After touching me for a long time, Mother finally felt relieved. Good. Your body is fine. The Heavenly Palace's honored one has divine methods beyond comprehension. They let you perfectly absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. She suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Tianer, there's something. Your aunt, Morong Wu, is coming tomorrow. What? My eyes widened instantly. That demon is coming. I unconsciously took a big step back. My aunt, Morong Wu. My childhood nightmare. When I was 6 or 7, she was punished to stay at my house. She was undeniably a stunning beauty, but her personality was simply inhuman. She always pinned me under the blankets and wildly flicked my little thing. She flicked it until I was crying my eyes out. Yet she sat nearby laughing so hard she was shaking with mirth. Even now, just thinking about it makes the area between my legs go cold. That demon actually became a professor at the Empire's highest academy? Hearing that title, Qin Yaju and Bai Xiao beside me were both stunned. Their faces were full of shock. My mother saw how frightened I was, and her face turned red too. Clearly, she had also remembered those absurd incidents from back then. She coughed lightly and said with a lack of confidence, "Tianer, don't be afraid. Your aunt is a professor now. Her personality should be much steadier. She won't bully you like she did back then." I gave a bitter smile. Let's hope so. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. I thought to myself that if she still dared to flick me like before, this body now was not something to joke with. The mother in front of me, Morong Shui, was over 40, yet maintained herself like someone in her early 30s. A level 45 4 Halo Soul Lord. In Linjiang City, that was pretty good. But for the storms ahead, that level of strength wasn't enough. Father is in close cultivation. I'll first help mother improve her strength. I silently thought. Purchase 5 level 4 nourishing essence pills. 500,000 was credited. With a wave of my hand, 5 dark cyan pills appeared in my palm. Their medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire main hall. Tianer, this is level 4 supreme grade nourishing essence pills. Mother stood up in shock, her beautiful eyes fixed tightly on the pills. And 5 of them. I smiled faintly. Don't be alarmed. These were given by the Heavenly Palace envoy. Take them and use them to improve your strength, mother. What? Given by the Heavenly Palace Exalted One. Tears burst from her eyes. Silly child. How precious is the Heavenly Palace's favor. How could you use something like this for my little bit of soul power? What if the Heavenly Palace becomes dissatisfied with you? I would never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Mother was so agitated her chest rose and fell violently. I shrugged. Mother is overthinking it. The Heavenly Palace already treats me as an heir in training. A few pills are nothing but a drop in the bucket. Seeing the 1,000-year purple ring at my feet, Mother finally relaxed. She took the pills with trembling hands, so excited her legs nearly gave out. All right, Mother, I'm going back to my room first. You should also enter seclusion and cultivate early. I waved my hand and strode out of the main hall. Behind me, Murong Shui's gaze was gentle and filled with love. She directly returned to her own courtyard. Murong Shui stared at the 5 pills in her hand, each glowing with radiant 9-colored divine light. Her breathing grew heavy. 5 level 4 nourishing essence pills. With these, tonight I can break through the level 50 soul king bottleneck. She trembled all over with excitement. But thinking about the issue after level 50, her legs unconsciously came together. Her eyes were full of unwillingness and conflict. Once I reach level 50, I must obtain my 5th soul ring. If I want to establish myself in Linjiang City, I absolutely cannot settle for an ordinary soul ring. It has to be a 10,000-year black soul ring. But the Nangong family's secret realm doesn't have any 10,000-year soul beasts suitable for me. Could it be that I have to swallow my pride and go back to the provincial capital to beg the Morong main family? They stopped taking me seriously long ago. Or should I compromise and absorb a 1,000-year purple ring? She bit her red lip tightly, her face full of unwillingness. At this moment, undercurrents were surging through Linjiang City. In a top-tier presidential suite, between silk bedding, an exquisite figure lay asleep in a starfish pose. An alluring sound of breathing. A pair of long, slender legs, about 1.75 meters, were draped over the edge of the bed. The woman slowly woke up. Her long black wavy hair was messy and clinging to her face. That face was bewitchingly beautiful to the extreme. That naughty little Nangong Tian, awakened a top-tier martial soul. She stretched lazily, ruffling her disheveled hair. A wicked and teasing look flashed in her eyes. Top-tier mutated Thunder Emperor Lion, innate full soul power at level 10. At the highest Soul Master Academy, a freak like that would have to be personally enshrined by the old dean. Morong Wu has arrived. She is my nightmare. The highest academy sent me here to recruit students. I'd like to see what kind of nephew you are. She curved her red lips. More importantly, you're not my sister's biological child at all. A bastard child. And you actually have this kind of martial soul? I'm going to strip you naked and study you. She laughed wickedly. Then she suddenly remembered something. When you were 6, I pinched your little dick every day. Pinched you until you cried wah wah. Now that you're grown up, you won't still be holding a grudge, will you? Deep within the mysterious gold secret realm, golden storms raged wildly. Zhao Jingyun was fawning like a dog. Miss, slow down, don't hurt your leg. He sneaked a glance at Situ Aoshua. White dress, gray stockings. They glistened with a sheen as she walked. I found it. The mysterious gold overlord bear. A shout came from ahead. Situ Aoshua's eyes lit up. Zhao Tianba suggested setting up a formation. Lei Zhenchuan let out a cold snort. A mere 10,000 years soul beast. An ant before me. Thunderflame leopard, possession. 7 soul rings rose up. 2 black 10,000-year rings. The Zhao father and son's legs went weak. The mysterious gold bear charged out. Beast dot. Thunderflame, annihilation blast. It was killed in one strike. Aoshua, go absorb the soul ring. Professor Lei said calmly. Situ Aoshua stepped forward. A strike from the golden sky bird. The bear was dead. A black soul ring appeared. She sat cross-legged and began absorbing it. The Zhao father and son exchanged a glance, laughing wildly in their hearts. Nangong Xiong, you're finished. We've got a soul saint backing us now. We'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. The Zhao family actually wanted to wipe out my Nangong family. Deep within the mysterious gold secret realm, Situ Aoshua sat cross-legged, her gray-stockinged legs together. Sweat slid down into her deep cleavage. Her chest rose and fell violently. The soul resonance from this mysterious gold bear. It's so fierce, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to endure it. A 10,000-year soul ring was something 99% of people couldn't withstand. If they weren't crippled, they died. Beside her, Professor Lei Zhenchuan, level 74, said in a low voice, hold your mind steady. Use the golden sky bird to tear the remnant soul apart. He sighed inwardly. This girl's mutated martial soul has extremely high purity. She will definitely surpass me in the future. Zhao Jingyun was jealous to the point of his eyes turning red. Zhao Tianba wore a sycophantic, sinister grin. Miss Situ is such a prodigy. What is Nangong Tian, that bastard, worth? He probably doesn't even have his first soul ring yet. Boom. The black 10,000-year soul ring took shape. Level 52 Soul King. Congratulations, Aoshua. Professor Lei laughed heartily. The Zhao father and son immediately groveled and flattered her. Situ Aoshua nodded coldly. At that moment, Zhao Tianba suddenly dropped to his knees and cried out, Professor Lei, the Nangong family is trying to wipe out my whole family. Zhao Jingyun also knelt down and slandered them. Nangong Tian is acting tyrannical just because he awakened a top-tier martial soul. And he even sent a female instructor to injure my father. He's threatening to seize the secret realm and slaughter our Zhao family. He even said he'd treat you, Minter, like an old dog and crush you to death. Lei Zhenchuan flew into a rage. So Nangong Tian really is like this, awakening a top-tier martial soul and already acting lawless. Tomorrow morning, I'll go meet him myself. The Zhao father and son were overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. Situ Aoshua knew there was something fishy, but she had just accepted a favor from the Zhao family. Besides, Nangong Tian from a small city? In her eyes, he was nothing but an ant. If the Zhao family has been wronged, then of course they should get justice back. Situ Aoshua lazily swayed her gray silk little feet. Let's rest first tonight. We'll go to the Nangong estate tomorrow morning. I want to meet that Nangong Tian in person. The Zhao father and son trembled with excitement. With a 7-ring soul saint and an 8-ring soul Dalaw backing them up, the Nangong family was doomed tomorrow. Inside the secret chamber of the Nangong estate, the rich fragrance of 9-colored pills was thick as mist. Shun Shuanghua cultivated with her eyes closed, her black clothes soaked through with sweat. The medicinal power of 5-9 reversal soul temper pill burst within her body. Boom. The barrier of level 55 Soul King shattered. 4 levels broken in a row. Level 60 Quasi-Soul Emperor achieved. I did it. Shin Shuanghua opened her eyes, lightning flashing in her phoenix gaze. Yesterday, I was still a useless wastrel. Today, I'm already a level 60 Quasi-Soul Emperor. Once the young master helps me obtain my 6th soul ring, I'll be able to become a 6-ring Soul Emperor. My second martial soul can even directly equip 5 extreme soul rings. I'll instantly reach level 70 and become a soul saint. Thinking of this, Shun Shuanghua grew so excited her whole body went weak. The young master is too good to me. Tonight, I must serve the young master properly. Nangong Tian first-person perspective, Simplified rewrite. The doors of the sleeping palace burst open. Billowing nine-colored pill mist rolled out. Shen Shuanghua rushed out in a tight night outfit. Her black silk long legs were a little weak. The suspenders dug into the insides of her thighs. Young master. She straddled beside the bed. Qin Yaju and Bai Xiao on the bed giggled. Sister Shuanghua, you broke through to Soul King this morning, and now you're already level 60. The young master is biased. You've been favored now. You two are teasing me again. Shen Shuanghua blushed. She hugged my arm tightly and acted spoiled. Young master, I've already reached the level 60 bottleneck. Please give me the 6th black ring. Haha, I can afford it. I pinched her thigh hard. System, purchase a top-grade black ring with 99,999 years. Lightning Attribute Customized Version. Bind it as Shen Shuanghua's 6th soul ring. Ding, 10 billion yuan deducted. Purchase successful. Boom. The gravity field surged several times over. A pitch-black ring wreathed in purple gold lightning descended. Shen Shuanghua's phoenix eyes were filled with ecstasy. After absorbing this soul ring, she would become a 6-ring soul emperor. She kissed me deeply on the lips. Then she sat cross-legged and began fusing the soul ring. Bai Xiao straddled my abdomen. Young master, this is terrifying. Once she advances to soul emperor, and then we add black rings to the 2nd martial soul, we'll have a level 70 soul saint. Heavenly Palace Dual Soul Saints. The sight of twin soul saints was something the entire empire had only a handful of. Bai Xiao trembled, almost fainting on the spot. I gave a wicked smile and pinched hard at the inner side of her black-stockinged thigh. Yaju Auntie is a level 83 soul Dola. Once Shuanghua advances too, we'll have 2 top-tier combat forces. Tomorrow we're going to Tianyu Auction House. I'm going to drain all their liquidity. Boom. The 90,000-year black ring within Shuanghua's body fed back soul power, surging out like a bursting dam. The level 60 bottleneck shattered. Breakthrough after breakthrough, 5 levels in a row. Level 65 Soul Emperor achieved. 6 soul rings rose. Purple, 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 black, black. I really became a soul emperor. Shuanghua opened her eyes, a flash of purple gold lightning streaking past. Congratulations, Sister Shuanghua. Bai Xiao looked at her with awe. Shuanghua shyly crawled back onto the bed and pressed close to me. Young master, I'm already level 65. Can the soul ring for my 2nd martial soul be bestowed upon me? She let out a soft whimper and rubbed herself against my arms. Haha, of course I can afford it. I immediately muttered in my mind. Purchase a 99,999-year ultimate black ring. Lightning Attribute. Bind it to Shuanghua's 2nd martial soul. Deduct 1 billion. Balance 2.29 billion. Boom. The ultimate black ring, wrapped in purple gold lightning, descended upon the extreme lightning emperor dragon. Young master, I'll absorb it right now. Shuanghua excitedly kissed me once, then began merging with the soul ring. I held Bai Xiao in my arms and, together with Yaju, stared intently at her. The 2nd martial soul's black ring entered her body. The meridians of a twin martial soul had tremendous capacity, and the feedback from the soul ring began to weaken. Level 65 bottleneck, broken. Breakthrough after breakthrough, for levels in a row. Level 69 peak, stop. Young master, I only reached level 69 too. Shuanghua blushed, her black-stockinged long legs awkwardly pressed together. Haha, I expected that long ago. I smiled wickedly. My big hand fiercely pinched Shen Shuanghua's black-stockinged thigh. At the same time, I muttered in my mind, System, buy another 99,999-year black ring. Custom Lightning Attribute Version. Bind it to Shen Shuanghua's 2nd martial soul, 2nd slot. Ding, deduct 1 billion yuan. Current balance, 1.29 billion. Boom. The 2nd ultimate black ring descended. Carrying apocalyptic lightning power, it merged into Shen Shuanghua's body. Bai Xiao covered her chest and looked on in horror. Qin Yaju let out a breath of relief on the soft couch. Huh. Tian'er doesn't only spoil me. She smiled with pursed lips, her heart full of pride. Shen Shuanghua's ancient god bloodline boiled over. Young master, Shuanghua won't let you down. After kissing my cheek deeply, she closed her eyes and absorbed it. Thump, thump, thump. Thunderous soul power poured down like the Milky Way collapsing from the heavens. The level 70 bottleneck shattered instantly. Level 70 officially broken through. Behind her, The Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon let out a domineering dragon roar. Although she still had not obtained her 7th soul ring and could not reach level 71, the vast power was already being compressed and accumulated within her meridians. I leaned against the headboard and looked at the system balance. 1.29 billion. Damn, I'm almost bankrupt. I curled my lips. But if I throw in one last black ring and let Shuanghua advance to a 7-ring Soul Saint, then my heavenly palace will have 2 Supreme Soul Saint combat forces. 2 female war goddesses with super martial souls. Wearing battle armor, their strength will be close to a Soul de Law. Tomorrow at the Tianyu General Chamber of Commerce, I'll quote 50 billion. Even those old dogs will have to obediently cough up the money. I laughed heartily and tightened my arms around the 2 women in my embrace. System, buy a 99,999-year black ring. Custom lightning attribute version. Bind it to Shuanghua's 7th soul ring. Deduct 1 billion. Purchased. Boom. The 11th ultimate black ring descended. Purple gold thunder condensed to the extreme. Shuanghua clenched her black-stockinged long legs tightly together, and the black ring merged into her 9 heavens overlord spear. Countless lightning rays swallowed her delicate body. The level 70 bottleneck, broken. Level 71, breakthrough. The medicinal power erupted, and soul power surged wildly. Breakthrough at level 72. Breakthrough at level 73. Breakthrough at level 74. Level 75 peak, achieved. Young Master. Shuanghua is also a level 75 Soul Saint now. Her eyes reddened, on the verge of tears from excitement. I gave a wicked smile. Put on the Thunder Battle Armor, and you can fight as a Soul de Law. Dual gods coexisting. Qin Yaju is level 83, and with battle armor, she can fight at level 84. Shun Shuanghua is level 75, and with battle armor, she can also fight as a Soul de Law. Tian'er, our heavenly palace. Even a second-rate sacred land will have to tremble. Yaju rubbed against my legs, her eyes full of worship. Congratulations, Sister Shuanghua. Xiao bowed. Shuanghua shyly climbed back onto the couch and nestled into my arms. Young Master, can Shuanghua's 2nd martial soul also be fitted with black rings? Let Shuanghua become a Soul de Law too. She bit her red lip and rubbed against me in my arms. Hearing Shuanghua's shy plea, I could only shrug helplessly. Good Shuanghua, I really can't buy any this time. The divine resource budget has been drained by you girls today. I can't even afford a single top-tier black ring now. I wasn't lying. After tossing out 1 billion black rings and 430 million awakening stones, the Supreme Black Gold card had only 290 million left. I couldn't even touch the edge of a black ring anymore. I was truly bankrupt. Oh, young master. Shuanghua's face went pale with fright. Yaju was even more self-reproaching, taking my hand with red-rimmed eyes. Tian'er, were we too greedy? Don't scare Annie like that. I laughed heartily and pulled both beauties into my arms. It's only temporary. My foundation is solid. In the future, as many 90,000-year black rings as you want, you'll have them. Hearing this, the 2 women finally relaxed. Shuanghua blushed and exchanged glances with Yaju and Xiao. The young master has spent so much for us. Tonight, let's properly repay the young master. Yaju covered her mouth and laughed softly. Xiao's face instantly turned bright red. Sister Shuanghua, you too. The 3 women swayed as they walked into the inner room. Moments later, the dressing room door slowly opened. The instant the 3 women stepped out side by side, violent thunder erupted in my eyes. Yaju, moon-white silk nightgown, long slender legs wrapped in glossy white stockings. Shuanghua, black shirt half open, her thighs clad in black garter stockings that tightly hugged her flesh. Xiao, pleated short skirt, jade-like legs wrapped in sheer black stockings. 3 colors of stockings on display together. Young master, we've dressed. Ha! All of you are this young master's best and most obedient women. My throat was a little hoarse, and I gave a wicked smile. Qin Yezhu came up to me. The 83rd level Supreme Soul de Law, the Ice Empress. Her moon-white silk nightgown hung loosely on her. With a flushed face, she collapsed into my arms. I reached out and took hold of her legs. Ultra-thin, icy white stockings, cold to the touch. My hand moved upward along her ankle. I kneaded her calf and brushed past her knee. Tian'er, gently. Her voice was soft and silky. I lowered my head and kissed her. Our tongues intertwined, our breathing entwined. The level 83 Great Supreme went limp. Shun Shuanghua watched from the side. Desire filled her phoenix eyes. She bit her red lip and moved closer. Black garter stockings were stretched taut over her beautiful ancient martial arts legs. My fingers traced along the lace garters. The garters dug into her snow-white soft flesh. Young master, more gently. My legs are sore, Shuanghua. A level 55 Great Soul King. Her face was so red it seemed to be steaming. Bai Xiao crawled onto the bed. Young master. Xiao wants it too. Her legs were wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings. She straddled my waist. My big hand slid along her black-stockinged waist and hips, slipping under the pleated skirt. I kneaded and pinched wantonly at the tender roots of her thighs and her fleshy buttocks. Young master, Xiao belongs to you as your little black-stocking concubine tonight. Bai Xiao, like a little fox in heat, pressed her soft breasts tightly against my chest. My heavy breathing enveloped them. The three beautiful wives blushed as they completely abandoned their pride amid the bed curtains. The whole bedchamber was filled with the sound of stockings rubbing and thick, sticky moisture. I lay in the middle, both hands gripping the soft, tender thighs interwoven with black and white stockings. The primordial essence within my body felt so ecstatic it soared beyond the ninth heaven, completely floating like an immortal. The next morning, golden sunlight spilled across the big bed. I opened my eyes to find Qin Yaju and Shun Shuanghua curled up in my arms on the left and right. Bai Xiao, like a little cat, was fast asleep on my chest. Black-stockinged and white-stockinged beautiful legs tangled beneath the thin blanket, exuding a sticky, warm fragrance. I pinched them, drawing soft, delicate moans from the three women. After our tender intimacy, I rolled out of bed. Today there was serious business. The seventh ring Soul Saint Big Director of the Tianyu General Chamber of Commerce was coming. This deal worth more than 10 billion was enough to rewrite the entire pattern of the Daxiang province. Zhao family estate, VIP suite. Situ Aoshuang lazily rolled over. Her long black wavy hair was disheveled, sticking to her cheeks. This young lady from the capital was wearing only a translucent gray lace bra. Time to get up. She rolled out of bed naked and walked to the wardrobe. From inside, she took out a pair of ultra-thin, sheer gray stockings. Half sitting on the soft stool, she began to put them on. With her delicate hand pinching the gray silk, she slowly pulled it from her toes over her ankles and calves. Finally, it clung tightly to those plump, snow-white thighs. The ultra-thin stockings were stretched to the limit, taking on a flesh-colored, glossy sheen. The hollow suspenders left pale, tender indentations at the roots of her thighs. She fastened the moon-white short skirt and stepped into high heels. Once again, she regained the lofty demeanor of a young lady from the capital. Nangong Tian, that eldest young master whom Linjiang City reveres like a god. Looking at herself in the mirror, she gave a disdainful laugh. I am the eldest young lady of the Situ family, an 8-ring soul Doa from the capital. I awakened the top-tier martial soul, the golden heavenly bird. Not to mention the young masters of backward families from small cities. Even the top prodigies from provincial cities or the highest academies don't deserve a glance from me. I'd like to see how long that Nangong Tian can keep up his tough talk. With a stomp of her high heel, she walked out of the room with her gray-stockinged, beautiful legs held taut. 15 minutes later, at the entrance of the Zhao family courtyard, Lei Zhenchuan wore a green robe, his face cold and indifferent. Zhao Tianba and his son stood respectfully with dozens of soul masters waiting. Professor Lei, Miss Situ, seeing Situ Aoshuang's taut, gray-stockinged, beautiful legs, Zhao Tianba and his son were immediately transfixed. The convoy has assembled. We can set off at any time and storm Nangong Manor, tearing them to pieces. Good, depart. Professor Lei waved his hand lightly, lightning glimmering in his eyes. 2 black Hummers roared to life, carrying Professor Lei and the young lady of the Situ family, and bearing terrifying killing intent. They sped wildly toward the Nangong Grand Estate. At this moment, deep inside the Nangong Estate, inside the family head's secret chamber, boom, thunder cracked. My father, Nangong Xiong, sat cross-legged. The power of the 7-9 Revolution soul-tempering pills had finally been completely refined by him. Level 53 bottleneck, shattered. His level surged all the way up, level 58. Level 59. Crack. The level 60 barrier was broken through. Ha ha ha. I'm a soul emperor candidate. My father stepped out of the secret chamber, purple lightning dancing wildly around him. Congratulations, family head, on breaking through to level 60. Dozens of elders knelt in unison. My mother, Morong Shui, walked over and smiled gently. Xiongji, congratulations. Tianer just came by. He has already attached his first soul ring. What? My father was shocked. Where did he get a soul ring? Don't tell me he secretly absorbed some trash white ring. Don't worry, it was added for him by a Heaven Palace envoy. Heaven Palace envoy. Everyone immediately grew excited. Then at the very least, it must be a 500-year yellow ring. Just as everyone was rejoicing. Report. Emergency report. A guard stumbled in. Zhao Tianba has brought people to block the gate. And there are two terrifying figures. They want the young master to get out and die. My father was enraged. Yesterday they were just blasted away trembling. And today they dare come again. The first elder snorted coldly. Now that the family head is a soul emperor candidate, and we still have 4 level, 5 soul tools. They're nothing but ants. All troops, heed my command. Bring the 4 divine armaments. Follow me and smash Zhao Tianba into dust. My father led the elders, charging toward the front gate menacingly. At the gate of the Nangong estate, dozens of Zhao family soul masters stood with hands on their swords. Professor Lei Jinchuan wore a Confucian robe, with both hands behind his back. His eyes were closed, concealing the terrifying pressure of a 7-ring soul saint. Situ Asno wore a moon-white short skirt and gray stockings. She leaned lazily against the car door, her gaze arrogant. Zhao Tianba was wrapped in bandages, yet still wore luxurious clothes. He and Zhao Jingyun, father and son, both had fierce, twisted smiles on their faces. Haha, Nangong Xiong, Nangong Tian. Before a soul saint and a soul Doloa, today, your Nangong family will kneel and beg for mercy, and be slaughtered by my Zhao family until not a single drop of blood remains.